Okay, friends, I hope it's up here. Sorry, I lost power earlier and I'm still sick as a dog. I just put up the new evacuation info for the, as of 1 hour ago, Ponderosa is being evacuated and other smaller communities, so I put that there. We're gonna watch now the Caldor community meeting, which is in progress. If you want to get me up to speed, I'm just starting to try to check Twitter and such to get what's an idea of what's going on with the Windy and the KNP. It looks pretty ferocious. Red flag is now in effect till like tomorrow at 8, I think it is. So I'm just going to play the Caldor meeting as I go over and get some food. And that'll allow me to get some blood sugar, and then we'll begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Ashford. I'm a public information officer currently assigned to the Caldor Fire and representing California Interagency Incident Management Team 12. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. This is the virtual community meeting for the Caldor Fire for Saturday, September 18th. We have a multitude of speakers tonight who are going to take you through the current status of the fire, evacuations, and other things that are happening in the community in relationship to the fire. Based on the list of speakers we have, we're going to go ahead and get started. Our first presenter is going to be Michael Page, our operations section chief, with an update on the current status of the fire.
Good afternoon, everybody. Michael Page with Operations California Incident Management Team 12. Quick update for the fire, or on the fire for you guys. So the biggest news today was going to be the winds. Starting early this morning, we did see some southwest winds, primarily at the higher elevations, really start to affect the fire area in a multitude of ways. First, starting over here on the east side of the fire, in the area of Scout Peak, Division Quebec, and all the way down in Division Romeo, the winds pushed the fire around in the interior heat signatures and did cause some activity. As of right now, we do not have any expansion to the fire perimeter. So what that means is that the fire has stayed within its current footprint. However, there are heat signatures inside, burning some of those pockets of unburned fuel within the control lines. The same story goes for on the north end of the fire, south of the Desolation Wilderness in Division Mike. Again, the same thing up there. A lot of some smoke production you guys might have seen in the area, but for the most part, we feel very confident that the fire has stayed within its current perimeter. Crews were very quick to react and were able to deal with a lot of the stuff that was threatening the lines. The winds also hampered our aircraft and aviation assets. We were not able to fly rotor wing or helicopters today due to the winds, and it also affected our suppression repair efforts as well. Due to the safety of working around the trees, having crews underneath them trying to drop some of those hazard and danger trees. We took a tactical pause on that for today and more than likely for tomorrow, just to help keep folks safe. And we'll pick that up again when it's safe. But again, a very successful day for the fire crews out on the fire line. They did some really great work, again, specifically on the east end of the fire over here, keeping the fire and for the most part, its current footprint. That's the end of the report for today, unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, Michael. Good news that things are still going well, and wish everything goes well through the evening. Our next update will be on the evacuation status, and joining us is Liaison Officer Ryan Toby.
All right, good evening, everyone. As you can see, the polygons have changed a little bit. We cleared up Grizzly Flat, Fallen Leaf, and Myers. It's now fully repopulated. Warning is Christmas Valley, and the only one that's in full closure is east of Christmas Valley up to Trimmer Peak. A little bit of the polygons will be explained later on by the agency administrator, Gwen Sanchez.
Thank you for that, Ryan. Next up will be Greg Olmos. He'll be providing an update from the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department. Greg?
Good evening. Yeah, Greg Olmos with the Sheriff's Office, El Dorado County. Currently, we are staffing the ordered areas as well as the warning area with patrol officers 24 hours a day right now with additional staffing. right now we're stable, and like they alluded to, the only warning we have right now is for Christmas Valley.
Thank you for that, sir. Next up, we're going to hear from Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit Supervisor Gwen Sanchez.
Good evening, everyone. Gwen Sanchez, and I'm the Acting Forest Supervisor for the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. I wanted to take just a couple minutes to share with you our closure area for the Lake Tahoe Basin and just to explain a little bit of the why behind it so that you all can kind of understand why we're asking you to stay out of the area. So if you would go to slide 1. So this is our backcountry wilderness closure portion. So it includes, as you can see, a large portion of that desolation wilderness area and the backcountry area. Really, the big reason for this closure is because we've still got active fire in and around desolation area that we're still working to contain. As soon as we see some further containment in on that fire line, I will be looking to reduce either the footprint of this closure area or eliminate it altogether. But until we've got active fire, until we don't have active fire or we have further containment in this area, I will be keeping this closure in place for the safety of our firefighters as well as you all, just because some of that area is hard to get to. And I want to make sure that we are keeping the public out of that. The other area, next slide please, that I'd like to talk about is the area south of Christmas Valley, the Mice area. And so this area is put into a closure really because we have a lot of fire line in there that we are trying to repair. So what we're trying to do is allow the space for the firefighters to get in and repair that fire line, put the dozers back, make sure that we don't have any other fire damage that we need to fix before we allow the publics in there. It's a tight area, and my concern is with all the heavy equipment that we have working in there, that we just don't want to get the public in there and try to be competing with the recreationalists. Again, with this area specifically, as soon as we can repair all of that fire line damage that we've had over the last couple weeks in suppressing the Caldor fire, I will be looking at lifting this closure. So again, this really is for your safety and the safety of the firefighters. It's just not a great combination to have firefighters and equipment and the public and recreationalists in these areas. And so as a result, I am asking that you stay clear of this area, allow the firefighters some space to get in there, clean up all of the fire suppression damage, and we'll get you in there as soon as we can. Third map. This third area is in and around the areas of Myers and South Lake Tahoe. So again, this area specifically is because we have a lot of dozer line that we had to put in as part of suppression efforts for the Caldor fire. We're in there right now working to repair those lines, mitigate the hazards that are currently in this area. The other area that you see on this map that you're probably questioning is the area in and around Tahoe Mountain. The reason for that, folks, is because there were some contingency lines that were put in place in that area just as a second line of defense as the fire was coming down into town. And so because we do have those dozer lines in there, we have to replace them or repair them. So even though the fire didn't make it down to that area, we do have dozer lines that we are working to repair, a lot of heavy equipment working in and around this area. And so I really am asking that the public stays clear of these areas so that we can get in, we can work on repairing those dozer lines, we can make sure that those hazards are mitigated, and we'll get those areas opened up as soon as we can. With that, I will be available after this meeting. If there are any questions, you can put those in online. The only addition that I want to remind you all is that El Dorado National Forest remains under a full forest closure. And so in addition to the areas that I described within the Lake Tahoe Basin, please note that the El Dorado National Forest remains in a forest closure area. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen, for that update. For those of you who have not participated in any of our virtual meetings, I wanted to let you know, as Gwen has mentioned, that we do have public information officers standing by. So in addition to our speakers here that are appearing in front of the cameras, You can enter questions into the chat or into the comments, and public information officers are monitoring those feeds and will pass those questions on to the appropriate person to try to get those questions answered during this event this afternoon. The next thing I did not mention at the beginning was our current statistics on the fire. We are currently at 218,876 acres. We remain at 71% contained, and we have 2,326 personnel currently on the fire. As Mike mentioned at the beginning, we are experiencing gusty winds across the fire today. Part of that relates to the work that's being done and also impacts some of the electrical service in the area. We are going to have an update now from Lee Kilbasa, who is the emergency management manager for Liberty West Electric, with an update on where things stands for power service.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, everyone. Do we have my slide up there? Yes, great. Okay, I'm emergency manager at Liberty Utilities, and in addition to fighting the fire, repairing the damage from the fire, we also want to make sure that another fire doesn't occur again. And so I want to tell you about a public safety power shutdown that is on tap for early tomorrow morning. We have monitored the weather. We monitor relative humidity, weather, red flag warnings, and of course the wind. And we have a consultant that does that for us. And subject to what we've kind of monitored, we've come up with, if you can kind of show the slide there. Yeah, in the area here of South Lake Tahoe, and I don't know if you can enlarge that, but we have several areas here on the north and west shore, West Verde at the top, going down to Floreston, and then on the west shore, Ward Canyon. They're going to be subject to a public safety power shutoff that'll take place starting at about between 12 and 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. And it'll continue until the winds subside tomorrow afternoon, and then subsequent to that, we have to inspect all our lines before we can turn the power back on. So we're looking at about a day to a day and a half of power off before we can turn it back on. And in addition to the areas I mentioned earlier, we also have these areas in the South Lake Tahoe vicinity that we're all looking at and talking about. We have the Christmas Valley area, Myers area, Upper Truckee area, and the Falling Leaf Lake area that you see all in orange there. And those are subject to public safety power shutoff. And I briefed these this morning, but since this morning, we've learned that our energy provider, NV Energy, who provides energy in Nevada that the lines connect to the South Lake Tahoe area, is also considering a public safety outage management. PSOM is the term in Nevada, and they're considering shutting off the line to the South Lake Tahoe area to prevent fire. And that will involve the yellow area that you see there, which is the entire South Lake Tahoe vicinity that encompasses the orange lines there. We'll know more when we have a more definitive forecast at 6 p.m. NV Energy is currently monitoring their lines on the ground, watching for wind, any type of damage. And if they do turn the power off, that'll be at 8 p.m. this evening. Now we do have several and then also, I don't know if this group is interested, but in the lower areas here that you see down there, the power will go off in Markleyville and Colville and Walker areas. We have community resource centers set up in Walker, in the Walker Community Center, a community resource center set up in the Woodfords near Markleyville, community resource center, South Lake Tahoe in the South Tahoe Middle School, and then and those are the 3 community resource centers. Those are places where we'll hand out water, snacks, we have some Wi-Fi available, and those types of things. And that concludes my brief, subject to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate you being here and giving us that update. Our next guest is the Senior Public Safety Specialist for Pacific Gas and Light. He will actually be joining us virtually. We want to welcome Michael Webb to our afternoon briefing.
Good evening, everybody, and can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mike, we can hear you. Yes,
hey,
Mike.
You guys have me?
We copy you loud and clear, Mike.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Hey, thank you for the nice introduction and the overview. Again, my name is Mike Webb. I'm the Public Safety Specialist from PG&E representing Alpine, Amador, and El Dorado County. And I've been engaged with the Caldor fire since the evening of August 14th, primarily and initially supporting our first responders. We operationally de-energized power lines during and coordinated with evacuations for firefighter and public safety. We were providing 24-hour make-safe responses to our first responders when we had fire-damaged equipment that would fall down and either block roads or cause other safety issues or concerns. Our troublemen and safety and infrastructure protection teams were out there securing those lines, making safe and doing standby so firefighters would not be utilized for those purposes and they could go fight fire. We've also been really engaged in what we call our make safe work, which is where we physically go in after the fire and we secure all of our facilities and equipment, burn poles, transformers, wires. Everything is cut out, dropped down, picked up, and hauled out before we consider that area to be made safe for the public. And at that point is also coordinated very closely with our vegetation management work, where with our vegetation management work, our crews will come in and basically, as the Public Resource Code and the CPUC regulations require, at that point we do have to clear all the fire damaged trees from our right-of-ways. Any tree that is damaged, diseased, or deformed that could impact the lines has to be removed at that point. And it's typically easy to do this work before we start our rebuild work and restoration work. So that's just kind of a quick overview of our footprint and what we're doing here. And I think the previous presentation also helped identify the fact that right at Echo Summit is essentially the service territory line between PG&E and Liberty. So right at Echo Summit proper, we do receive power from Liberty to energize our Echo Summit circuit, and then the rest of our electricity comes up from Pollock Pines. The powerhouse circuit comes all the way up to just about above Twin Bridges, right into Camp Sacramento. So that's where those two circuits kind of meet up, serving that whole Highway 50 corridor. So I'll go back. Obviously there were significant impacts of the fire in Grizzly Flats and far western part of the county, as well as the Highway 50 corridor. So currently in Grizzly Flats, we're working very diligently to rebuild that system to restore power to the 42 customers that remain in the Grizzly Flats proper area. Those customers' homes were otherwise undamaged or able to receive power. That rebuild is approximately 13.9 miles of hardened overhead power lines that are being rebuilt as we speak. When I say hardened, that is a steel or fire-resistant pole. It's composite cross arms and covered conductors. So that is the new hardened or futuristic overhead line configuration. This line may be temporary for some time while there are greater plans as the community recovers and rebuilds to either A, continue with hardened overhead lines, or B, provide underground services as allowed through land rights, through environmental reviews, cultural reviews, and other permitting processes. So we have a long ways to go to get to there, but our primary objective right now is to get power restored to those customers. So the other piece to that is I did get a report today that those crews are working up Grizzly Flat Road from the bottom, from Caldor Road up to Grizzly Flats. And at this point today, they were setting poles at Evergreen Road and Tyler Road, both off of Grizzly Flats. So they're making good progress and making their way up to the top of Grizzly Flats. Currently, vegetation crews have removed 4,353 trees with a total tag number or a total count that has been inspected and evaluated of 10,695. So all the immediate priority trees have been removed, and now we're coming back and getting the smaller, less impactful ones. So strategy there being getting any tree that could strike the lines first so we could start our rebuild quickly, and then coming back and getting the rest as that project continues in Grizzly Flats. So Highway 50. Along Highway 50, vegetation is our biggest challenge. We currently have approximately 8,725 trees marked. And coming up from east to west at this point, the tree count has been about 2,600 trees as of today, have been not all removed, but have been felled at this point. The challenge, what I'm hearing from my vegetation crews, which this is pretty significant, is just the pure size of these trees and the number of these trees have presented some really significant challenges, because anybody that's traveled Highway 50 understands we've got a wild and scenic river below, we've got a Prony Express trail above, so a lot of those trees have to not just be felled, but actually physically plucked and removed or decked up to the road edge. So it's a lot of work going on there. Our Make Safe work is ongoing, and those crews are out there today pushing really hard to get that work done as quickly as possible. And I did understand this morning that our redesign and engineering team has designed or redesigned all of the segments for the Highway 50 corridor, and that the crews are being stood up and inbound as of today. Those crews are actually building what I would call like a small camp or a yard at the Sierra at Tahoe parking lot. One parking lot is the yard, the other parking lot will be the heli spot or heli base, because a lot of this work, everybody understanding that country, the line right-of-ways are either up the hillside well above the road or below the hillside, well below the road. So very steep terrain, very tough challenge for our folks. A lot of those holes will have to be jackhammered and hand dug, and then the poles will have to be flown in to set the poles and flown in to hang the conductors. So we have a long ways to go. The Make Safe work is nearly completed, and we will be working closely with the team here to coordinate with our fire operations. We'll be coordinating with our other utility providers, and we'll be coordinating with our Caltrans, local OES, and everybody else, working hard with the ultimate goal to get folks back in their home as soon as possible. And then lastly, our public safety power shutoffs. PG&E is currently conducting public safety power shutoffs. However, Alpine, Amador, and El Dorado counties are not in the projected scope and are not in play for this current event at this time. So the west slope of El Dorado County will not be impacted by that public safety power shutoff that is ongoing and starting this evening. With that, I'll take.
Okay. So I think they probably restarted the stream, their broadcast. This has been a little bit of a troubled production. We're trying to listen to the Caldor community meeting coming up at 6 p.m. or some others. I was trying to look at the Windy Fire and KNP as well as we kind of listen to this meeting, because we still don't have any Broadcastify radio to hear anything about the KNP and Windy, even though it's kind of blowing up right now. And so let's try to finish the Caldor meeting.
It allowed that stuff to get a little more active and move around.
Going on with restore normalcy and to get everyone back into their residence as soon as possible. Then you heard the
Okay, so I think he was cut off in his broadcasts or whatever, but that was Pacific Light and Electric representative who was talking about power shutoff. He was talking about how the PG&E will do some power shutoffs, but not the entirety of El Dorado County, which kind of just blows my mind. It's in a red flag, so I don't understand their thinking. But apparently they just jumped to the next part of the meeting with a new representative. Mike Noble, Incident Commander.
Everyone back into their residence as soon as possible. Then you heard the the extensive work that's going on with the Liberty Energy Company and PG&E and the power safety shutdowns. So it's a really good testament to show the collaboration and the cooperation that all the agencies are doing to make sure we're protecting the citizens, protecting the firefighters, and doing all our due diligence to make sure we're getting you back into your homes in a timely manner. I want to bring a close to this, but I really want to just thank the community of the amazing support you've shown the first responders, the firefighters, and everybody involved with this. It's just been priceless to the firefighters to see the thank you banners, to see the folks on the side of the road cheering us on at 6 o'clock in the morning on the corner coming to fire camp. And then just the amazing conversations that you come across into the community, and just abundance of thank you, heartfelt gratitude, and just to think that a community that has been impacted by wildfire, that has been economically challenged due to the closures, still has the love and compassion to show gratefulness. And that's just a real testament to the kind of spirit this community has. And so the firefighters and the first responders are greatly appreciative of everything that you have done for us thus far. So appreciate being here, and we will continually to feverishly work to make sure the fire's put out, the lines are repaired, so people can get back into their homes, and we'll restore normalcy to South Lake Tahoe as we recover as a group. With that, thank you and good evening.
Thank you, sir. That's a great sentiment to wrap up our speakers. So that is our last speaker for the evening. We will now move into the question and answer portion. It appears that we've had several questions come in for multiple speakers that we had. So I think we'll go ahead and start with Operations Section Chief Mike Page and the questions that he's been given this evening.
Thank you, and hello again. So a couple specific questions. The first one, is there heat around Pollock Pines? And so I'll answer that specifically, and then kind of generally for everybody else. For the area around Pollock Pines, if you notice on the map, anywhere where you're going to see black line is an area where we feel that there is not significant heat around that would threaten that control line. For the area specifically around Pollock Pines, the answer would be yes and no. And the reason I say yes, you will come across, as the weeks and months go on, you will come across areas where you'll find a smoking stump or a smoking log. And so when I say yes, I mean, there's going to be debris out there that's going to be burning for months on end until we either get significant weather that extinguishes that, or until crews complete 100% mop up of the entire fire area. And so again, anywhere where you see black line on the map, that's an area where we, as the operations, the fire personnel, feel that there's no significant heat that's going to threaten that control line. That's when you get up here into the Desolation Wilderness, south of the Desolation Wilderness, that's why that area is still red. And so it's kind of a general answer to the question, but that's kind of the situation out there. And so when you see these fires burning in heavy timber, you will see smokes on these fires for months. Until you again see significant moisture come over the area, or until the firefighters have had an opportunity to really 100% mop up the fire. The other questions that I received were mainly around the high winds today. Like I said earlier, the high winds, specifically around the higher elevations of the fire, it did impact the fire in a number of ways. Again, it was For some of that interior heat, it did make it more active. It was allowing for the fire to burn a lot of the unburned fuel in some of the patchy areas of the burn. It allowed that stuff to get a little more active and move around. And that's what I was referring to earlier when I mentioned the crews were very quick to react and keep any of those heat sources within the current control and containment lines. The plan moving forward, and I'll specifically answer about how the winds were affecting a couple of specific areas. So the Trimmer Peak area specifically was asked about, and same with Echo Lakes. So again, in Trimmer, the winds were very, very strong and gusty up there today. We made a decision to really only insert crews into any specific areas where there are heat, where they can access safely. The winds did not move the fire around at all up there today. It looked really good. There were a couple smokes that were visible from the highways that you might have seen. However, the main impact from the winds up there was mainly keeping folks out of specific areas due to the high winds and the threat or the safety concerns that might exist because of that. Over in Echo Lakes, same thing. To the west of Echo Lakes, you do have the heat up there in Division Mike, but again, that fire really only moved around inside their current control and containment lines. There's nothing that's threatening the lines up in throughout this entire area up here. The plan moving forward for tonight and to tomorrow, where we do expect the same winds, would be to very similar to today. We're going to have folks tactically located throughout the fire area in those areas where we have prioritized based off of values at risk and success in regards to being able to quickly react to any negative impacts that the wind may cause to the fire. Tonight we will have tactical patrols. We will have folks around these areas between Echo Lake, down here into the Christmas Valley. We will have folks patrolling and not monitoring, but mopping up where we can, and they will be available to respond to any calls that they might receive. So hope that was able to answer your questions. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much for those responses, Michael. Next up, it appears that Deputy Sheriff for El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, Greg Almos, has a few questions to answer.
Okay, I got two questions presented to me. They're two-part, I believe from different folks though. First one's going to be, there are over 200 cabins in the closure along Highway 50. Please do not answer our when question with a why, and what progress has been made on Highway 50. The second part that's a separate question is, can we get more details on the Highway 50 closure? The press release was vague and we need to access our homes. So each day, we have a working group that's been put together that evaluates the opening of these closures, and that's in partnership with everybody involved in this incident. As you can imagine, this was a very large-scale disaster for El Dorado County. It affected everybody, as well as that main artery of Highway 50, which is an interstate, that brings a lot of people up here to Lake Tahoe and moves a lot of people around, not just California, but the state of Nevada and elsewhere. We understand, we're feeling the pressure, but what we want you to know is we cannot provide a win right now. That is coming. It's coming hopefully shorter than later, and we should have answers soon, but I cannot provide a win tonight. The why part of it is, I want to paint a picture to you. This was a very large fire, specifically up here on the east side, that took down a lot of homes. Those homes, as well as trees, are right along Highway 50, and those are people's homes, and we have to create a box when the incident asked us to keep people out. That box needs to be protected. We have to protect people not just from for their safety, but for their valuables and their possessions and what may have survived this fire. That's both on affected homes as well as the non-burned homes. Okay. Managing that is very difficult, and that is taken into consideration in that decision-making matrix on how and when we open this up. So soon. We are meeting tomorrow. We're going to meet again the next day, and hopefully we're going to come up with some better news in the days to come.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for the work you're doing down along the Highway 50 community. For our next set of questions, we go to Forest Supervisor Gwen Sanchez.
All right, a handful of questions here this evening. So first, I heard the Forest Service was opening on 9:30, but conflicting reports that they were opening 9:17. So let me try to explain, because you're right, it is a little bit complicated, right? So the regional forester had closed all of the National Forest System lands within California, and that full regional closure was set to expire and did expire on 9/17. So you were absolutely right. That full regional closure did expire. Having said that, both the El Dorado National Forest Supervisor, as well as myself, as a result of the Caldor fire, did implement further restrictions and further forest closures. And so if you have any questions specific to your area, I would ask that you would go onto either the El Dorado National Forest webpage or the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit Forest webpage and get the most up-to-date closure areas for the area that you're looking for or the area that you were interested in. So you're right, we did have a closure that expired on 9/17. However, we do have a couple additional closures that were signed after that. Did the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit closure order change? So I think I just addressed that. We did have an additional closure area that I just signed yesterday and today. And so for the most up-to-date information on those closures, please visit our forest webpage. You can also go to our Facebook account and get the most information, up-to-date information on those forest closure areas, as well as the maps. Can you please leave the dozer lines in on Tahoe Mountain? So I have a lot of concern with, the dozer lines that are currently in place. They were done in an emergency fashion in order to stop the fire spread from happening. There's a lot of potential for those dozer lines to cause some of our sedimentation concerns. We really need to work to secure those lines, really to eliminate or reduce the potential for further sedimentation towards Lake Tahoe or in the surrounding areas. And so I will be looking to repair those lines just so that I can make sure that that emergency stabilization process is completed. My concern, folks, is really about stabilizing that ground, especially as we head into this fall and winter months ahead of what hopefully will be a wet season. And so that's really why I'm not considering leaving those areas untreated at this stage. That emergency stabilization piece is so important. And so I will be looking to perform those activities on those dozer lines. When do you estimate that dozer lines will be repaired and or restored? So great question. There's a lot of fire across California and across the country that we are trying to repair right now, not just the Caldor fire. We are working as fast as we can with the resources that we have. Having said that, we do have a limitation on those resources because those resources are being shared across the entire country. And so we will continue to work diligently over the next couple weeks to try to get this area repaired. We are going through a prioritization process right now with the team to make sure that we have those areas of high priority identified, and we are looking to repair those first. I think it's a little too early at this stage to give you a really good answer on when that is. I do expect that we'll make a lot of progress over the next couple weeks, but it's not going to all be done, folks. We're going to live with some of these areas for the next weeks and months to come. And so I do appreciate your guys' patience. We are working as quick as we can, and I promise you we will get these lands open up back to the public as soon as we're able to. Can you give us the status of cabins on Echo Lake? So we have been working with the damage assessment report to determine what damage, if any, was involved in those cabins in and around the Echo Lake tracks. We have been working with our special use permits on the forest and our special use folks to work directly with those cabin owners, not only to identify what those areas may have received as far as damage, but also what does that access look like over the next coming weeks, and how we mitigate or how we work with those landowners to get into that area. So if you have not been working with your special uses folks on each forest, either the El Dorado, the National Forest, or the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, those folks are planning to reach out to you over the next couple days if they haven't already. And I do expect that we will have a lot clearer idea of not only access, but damage to those areas over the next few days to come. When do we get access to Strawberry to winterize? So again, we did hear about the Highway 50 corridor and some of the hazards that still remain along that Highway 50 corridor. We're working really hard, folks, but there are a lot of dead trees. There are firefighters still working alongside the roadway. We are still working to get utilities into a lot of that area. Again, we're working hard with all of our cooperators in partnership to make this happen. We know that that entire area is really important, and we recognize the importance of getting that open. The reason I speak to that is because Strawberry area is in some of those closures and may be limiting your access. So it's kind of twofold. One is, do you have access to those areas? And two, are you on public land or are you within a rec residence track? So if you're public land and it's about a Highway 50 corridor access point, we're working hard. We continue to look at that daily, multiple times a day, and we're going to open that as soon as we can and as soon as we're able to get you folks in. We're working hard to do that. If you are in a private in-holding there, once those county orders are lifted, you will have access. And if you were within a forest closure area and you were under a rec residence, I ask that you work with that rec residence specialist on the forest to be able to help you gain access and see if there are any exemptions that you might be able to file to get access for those areas. Okay, I think that's it. Wanted to make sure. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Gwen. Lots of questions for you, so thank you very much for following up and providing that information. We did receive a question for one of our virtual speakers. We'll now try to reconnect with PG&E's Mike Webb. And the question that was asked of Mike is, did he say only 40 homes remain in Grizzly Flats? Mike, are you available?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Did you hear the question that was asked of you?
Yes, I did. So to be clear, we are rebuilding 12.43 miles of overhead conductor to restore power to 42 meters or 42 customers. Now, how that relates exactly to homes, I do not have those specifics. So it was to restore power to 42 meters. That was the number that I have, and I could get clarifying information off the side.
Great, Mike. Thank you very much for clarifying that information, and hopefully that helps our viewer with their question. Sticking with the electrical and infrastructure theme, we do have additional questions for Liberty West Electric, Lee Kilbasa.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first question was, can you give a brief summary? Some of the audio dropped. Yes, brief summary. We're looking at two different types of outages. First, public safety power shutoff. That'll encompass the areas of West Verde, Sierra County, Florestan in Nevada County, Ward Canyon in Placer County, and in El Dorado County, we have the areas of Christmas Valley, Myers, Upper Truckee, and Fallen Leaf Lake areas. In Alpine County will be Markleeville area and Woodfords. Mono County be Walker and Colville. And those are all scheduled to be turned off tomorrow morning early between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. Second possible outage is the line from NV Energy that feeds South Lake Tahoe. And in the event that outage takes place, we'll know here in another hour or so. That will take place at 8 p.m. tonight and will encompass the city of South Lake Tahoe in addition to the areas that I already mentioned. Another question is will power be affected in Lower Kingsbury? Yes, it's not Liberty Utilities area, but the power shutoff that NV Energy is looking at 8 p.m. would affect Lower Kingsbury. There's a community resource center set up by NV Energy in the Hard Rock Casino. It'll be open between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. tomorrow. And it says, if you turn off the power, when will you turn it back on? Very good question. The winds are coming into tomorrow morning at approximately 50 miles an hour, and we're looking at shutting off between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. And when the winds subside, probably late morning, then we'll start inspecting all of our lines so we can turn the power off. Best case scenario would be probably Monday morning. If we do the NV Energy shutoff with all of South Lake Tahoe, that gives a lot more lines that we have to inspect before we can turn back on. So we could possibly be getting into late Monday, early Tuesday morning with that. Now, for information on the public safety power shutoff, you can look at libertyutilities.com, public safety, public-facing webpage. Gives a map, shows all areas that will be turned off. Also, we'll be notifying, or have been notifying, via Everbridge, Twitter, Facebook, and all the public media sources. And 4 hours before we do a turn off or shut off for public safety power shut off, we will give a definite Everbridge to all customers, so you will get a notice that the power is being shut off. And that concludes my brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification and summary, sir. This will conclude the English language portion of our program. We will have a Spanish language summary with our speaker, Adelene Negrete. Please join us again tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. as we will continue these live virtual community meetings.
Okay, that was the one for Caldor. We have one starting in just a few moments for the River Complex at 6. I keep checking back to look at the Windy and the K&P. Leary County Sheriff's Office has not issued any new evacuations since, they did about an hour and a half ago, which is the scrolling red information for Ponderosa and Quaking Aspen. I have been checking the heat detections. Yesterday we did have them already here in Longmeadow Grove, where the 100 Giants is at. Just because there's no heat detection right now, just means that the last time that was heat was flaring up there was more than 6 hours ago. That's all that means. So we do see that the Windy and the K&P are just kind of blowing up today. That as of 5 p.m. we are in the red flag warning for the wind. One little look at the wind plot button right here. And you can see how it's kind of flowing mostly to the east, but then kind of in different sections it's swirling around in different areas. So the western portion of the fire is just lighting up red, with meaning it's got very frequent heat detections for the satellite, because that's where the fresh air is hitting it. And I would expect that we would have more red on the east portion too. We have like a conflicting wind swirl pattern kind of going here. So these are microclimates. We have to remember the prevailing winds do one thing, but what happens when different winds, like from different little canyons, like right in here with the Kern River, it seems like a little bit's peeking out through this little pass here at Dry Meadows, and it's kind of bumping into the wind from the west, making a swirl. So who knows what the fire conditions are like over there by Camp Witsit, but that's been evacuated for more than a day now. I don't know if they're in there fighting it right there, or if they're still at Ponderosa. We know that they've been prepping Camp Nelson, and Quaking Aspen over here has already gone, as of almost 2 hours ago, into mandatory evacuation. Some others are under watch, but I have been saying for more than a day now, it's almost a guarantee that all of this will go into mandatory. Just it's a matter of time. So even if it doesn't, on the off chance that it does, the best thing to do is leave during daylight when it's calm. We're going to be losing daylight sometime soon. And leaving before you have to is always the best option. Definitely, I would not go to sleep on this fire downwind of it. The kind of knock on the door at midnight is a very uncomfortable kind of evacuation. And that just might be what happens for anybody who's just north of the Windy, in the whole Ponderosa to Camp Nelson area. So I know it's real hard. They went through this last year. And maybe they just started rebuilding from the SQF, but what a traumatic event to have to be evacuating again. Over here on the Windy, right before we go to our meeting, we also have plenty of activity, but I'm not sure how the battle is going for the Giants Generals Grove here. We see a lot of activity on the western end, due west of that, and the wind should be shifting around. I want to go to the meeting now for the monument and the McCash, I believe, and that would be over at the Klamath National Forest page, I believe. Yep. Oh, here's an update for the River Complex, but where is the community meeting? I may have the wrong Facebook page. Siskiyou unit. Let me check out my little note that I wrote down on which Facebook page it was. It was supposed to be live at 6. Facebook, U.S. Forest Service. Oh, Shasta Trinity. Sorry. Almost had that right. So, Shasta Trinity. Okay. All right, here we go.
Ready to give you an update on the fire and provide you some insight from the forest and also the county sheriff's department. To begin with, the monument fire is currently at 457,000 acres. We're at 53% containment, and we have just under 1,300 personnel on the fire. The knob fire still sits at 2,421 acres, and we're at 100% containment on that one. We have a lineup for you this evening. To begin with, we'll have the incident commander say a few words, and then we're going to have a gentleman come up and speak about weather and fire behavior. And then we're going to have an operational briefing from Brandon Chakowski. And then we'll have the local district ranger get up and say a few words. We'll have the sheriff, Tim Sexton, on from Trinity County, who will be available to answer any questions regarding evacuations. Okay, I'll hand it over to Doug Turman.
Good evening. Doug, did you turn this off? Nope, sorry. Good evening, Doug Turman, the IC for the Northern Rockies. A couple things, as I think we're about the 5th team. Luckily, one of them, maybe not lucky for them, but they came through twice. So, there's been a lot of personnel on this thing. Takes a lot of work, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of coordination. I mean, we came with three liaisons and probably 3 or 4 extra of this in the PI shops. And those folks are busy. And I guess where I'm at is I just want to, not only is it our effort, it's the community effort. And a lot of good work's been going on out there. And a shout out to you folks because every 2 weeks somebody new shows up and it feels like you have to start all over again. But a lot of us are all trained the same way, and there shouldn't be an issue. The other one is now the rain's arrived. It's just a slow pause, tactical pause, if that's what you want to call it. And, at some point here in the next few days, things will start drying out, and, we might seeing some smoke. Kind of wanted to end it with one of our ops chiefs. He always reminded the ICs that Mother Nature bats last. Sometimes she does bad things, and last night, it was the other way around. So I think we kind of won on that one. So anyway, we'll pass it on and hear from.
Okay. All right. We're going to have Tim come up and talk to us about weather and fire behavior.
Thanks, Kim. Tim Bumgarner. I'm the long-term fire analyst with the Northern Rockies team. And from the fire weather perspective, everyone knows what's going on. We took the edge off the fire because we've got some pretty substantial rain widespread across the fire. So let's go ahead and throw some numbers out for folks that live across the area. Start up here in Willow, we got 0.08, 0.8 of an inch. That's pretty good wetting rain. Coming on around, Backbone Ridge is a pretty important piece of the fire because we have these main 3 areas now that we're focusing on, and that's one of those. We got 0.7, 0.7. That's still a good amount of rain there. Coming on around to Weaverville, a little less. That's only about 1/3 of an inch. Down in Hayfork, we're about 1/4 of an inch. That's still a pretty good rain, and the way Doug referred to it, we got a pause, a good tactical pause. So when's it going to start ramping back up? Well, right now we've got a couple of days of cooler weather, higher RHs. We're going to have the relative humidity up to 100%, so that's going to dampen up all that really fine fuels and such. Also, we're going to have close to freezing Monday morning, particularly in the lower areas of the fire. So you can see we start off a lot lower in temperatures, so it's going to take a lot more to warm it up. And it's got to get pretty warm before it starts drying it out. Another part of that is the aspect. The south slopes are going to get more direct sun as things clear up first part of Monday and Tuesday. The north and east slopes, they're going to take much longer. So we're going to have this little bit of a variety of the slopes drying out at different times. We're kind of looking at up to 90 degrees come Friday. RH is in the teens, so we're kind of getting reset by then. However, there's this drying trend that's going to happen gradually. So we aren't really anticipating a lot of large fire growth, but we will start seeing trees torching out, some fire movement, and the smoldering stumps and the creeping that might be going on under the thicker canopy for these next couple days while it's wet is going to move into more of a active fire spread. Basically, we're going to have about 4 days for us to get resources moved around as we need to, get certain areas of the fire buttoned up, and then we're going to get into that increased fire behavior activity. But we aren't anticipating anything of significant growth through the end of this week. And with that, we'll take questions at the end.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, as Tim indicated, we'll take questions at the end. We're pulling your questions off of Facebook and Zoom, and we will give them to the appropriate person to answer those questions. So to start out with, we'll go ahead and have Brandon do an operational briefing, and if possible, we'll have him answer a couple of those questions afterward. Brandon, I'll take those.
Yeah, good evening, folks. Brandon Chkowski, planning operations here for the team. Just kind of get a rundown here of kind of where we're at. Coming up here in the Stove Lake Gap area, basically on the Backbone Ridge area between the North Fork of Trinity River and the East Fork of the North Fork. That's kind of an area that's been concern for us and concern for the team before us as well. And so we've done a lot of good work on keeping it on that road system. And today we're actually been evaluating with the change in weather and some aircraft use yesterday, is we might be looking at putting some direct hand line in off of the ridge down into the kind of where the Horn property is down there, and into the North Fork of the Trinity River area, and stopping the northern spread of that fire in that area. So as we continue down, of course, it came off of the Hobo Gulch Road before our team got here, and we inherited the piece there that a lot of good folks, crews and engines put a lot of good work into this area, putting in hand line, and you know, that's still held in place, and we patrol and monitor and mop up that and keep an eye on that and tuck it in. We come over here into the area of Canyon Creek, Dietrich, and Globe Mill. We're continuing in this area and all the way down towards the Red Hill area, putting in some dozer line, doing some masticating some roads. We've got some hose lays in there, and this is what we call our contingency here. If something, the fire were to be moving out in this area over here, we have something else over here to the east that we can use as containment lines. As we kind of move down, we've had some really good cooperation with CAL FIRE since we've been here, and all this stuff kind of from you know, kind of Weirville, Junction City area, as we come all the way down through in Hayfork, has all been looking really good since we got here and continues. So the resources there from CAL FIRE, as of today, we're down to was down to 3 engines roving patrol through this whole area here. So it's looking really good. So they're feeling good about it. So are we down in there. And one area there, you know, we're kind of helping out. They're continuing some suppression repair work that's down in here. And you know, suppression repair is basically it's fixing up what we did to put in lines to control the fire. So we do that after every fire. You go in there, if you have a dozer line, you can take and bring the material back over into that dozer line, try to put it back to as about a natural state as you can. That controls runoff and sedimentation and the movement of the soils in the area. So right now we're helping out down here a little bit in that area, providing some management oversight. As we kind of move around, as we come up to 08 Road, kind of heading up Butter Creek, up towards Butter Meadows. Right now, we're in a lot of heavy mop-up in that area. And that mop-up, not just from Mother Nature, but a lot of good folks out there on the ground. That'll continue, and you know, we have the containment line right now, and where it's at, and we look at progressing that past Turtle Pond and Butter Meadows, and we kind of probably bring that up into the Grassy Flats area here probably in the next 3 days. And that just means we're feeling really good with that and not very worried about any chance of movement. As we come off of Grassy and we come down the dozer line, that's looking really good. Doing a lot of snagging in that area. Snags being one of those hazards, the hazard trees, whether they're dead or alive, and come over and really injure firefighters. We have to spend a lot of time doing that. No different than we spend a lot of time here on the road to High and Palm, taking care of trees that come off the hillside and come down as well into the roadway, or mitigating those hazard trees by removal for safe transportation. That's all looking good over here, kind of in that Bar 7 area and the Miller Creek area. Miners Creek, excuse me. That's all looking good. We have a lot of good hand line in there. Resources been in mopping that up. For quite a while now, some places up to 2 weeks as we come up through the Patterson Trail and the Corral Bottoms. This containment line's been in there and it's been looked at, it's been mopped up, and hasn't been any movement. And so we're doing really good in this area, all the way past Burnt Ranch. And you know, a lot of the recent activity has been up around the Trinity Village, and so we come here into Cow Creek and the Hoboken Road up in this area. And as we kind of did there, kind of finished up so a little bit of burning there the other night into last night. These big steep slopes in here, what was happening is there was some trees that kind of kept coming down, rolling debris, and as it kind of kept coming down, basically we had to kind of keep up with the fire coming down the hand line due to some tactical firing there with our resources, and under some nice cool night conditions to be able to get containment and control of this area. It's kind of move on up around on the Denny Creek Road, basically up in kind of the Daly properties, and that's kind of where we had a lot of activity there. I believe it was 4 days ago, 3 and 4 days ago, where we did some burning, put in some hand line, and controlled that fire spread into there. And we've kind of tucked it back into, basically anchored it fire back into what was up in this area in the Trinity Alps Wilderness, which was a 2015 fire called the Happy Camp Fire, which hasn't had throughout this whole thing very much movement. It kind of made it into there roughly about, I think it was about a little over 2 weeks ago when it made a big push, and it kind of just stalled out in there as the fuels all changed. And one of the things over in here that we did too, about the same time we were doing some burning, especially when we came off of the road that's up there called the 7N 1 November road, is we did a lot of work with some aircraft in there, some air tankers, some large air tankers, and we laid in here retardant, and that retardant helped basically our control line and reduce the chance of when the fire did want to put out embers, and that retardant helps reduce the chance that an ember will take and start a fire. And a spot fire, we did get some spots up there, but it did help with that, the aircraft that we had in that area. Knob fire. The knob fire, also we're working on doing a lot of mop up in there as well. So, and that's actually doing really good. And you know, a couple things I want to talk about. We talk quite a bit about at this stage, whether it's Mother Nature or it's the firefighters on the ground, is mop up. And you know, we over time have had a lot of different ways that we look at mop up. And as far as how far we go in and the hazards and danger to our firefighters, when we talked about those hazard trees. And so basically we go in there off the edge of the fire line, and you know, firefighters a lot of times with water support from engines or water tenders, they'll go in there with basic hand tools. It's been the technique for a lot of years. And the basic principles of firefighting haven't changed, and neither is mop up. You go in there with some hand tools and water works great. You go in there and you dig up the burning material, whether it's duff, pine needles, leaves, logs with char on them. You gotta get this char all scraped off, basically get those pieces of burning ember all extinguished. And mop up can take a long time. Sometimes you're out there, if it's close to one of the control lines, like a dozer line, there'll be big stump holes in the ground. You know, there can be 2 or 3 of your closest friends working in a stump hole, just trying to dig that out, and those burning roots, they can go a long way. So sometimes that mop takes a long time. It can be very tedious work. So kind of have that. The other thing we want to talk about too is a little bit is this fire, as we get more containment, you know, more of the edge on the map turn to kind of that black color, where we feel that even under conditions and predicted conditions of, like you heard Tim talk about, increasing weather, more higher winds, lower RHs, higher temperatures, that we won't have a chance of anything spotting out of this line. That's what containment means. We feel very comfortable with that. When that starts happening, we work with our partners, and we have discussions, our main discussions with the Sheriff's office, and it revolves around where we're at with evacuation levels and repopulation, basically repopulating an area. You know, so today is at 12 o'clock, if memory serves me correctly, down here in the Drinkwater area, as we come down into about the 08 area. We went from a warning level, which when you see on maps is kind of that yellow color. We went from a warning to the green, which is considered repopulation, where there's we don't have that worry. We also took the area down here that would affect Indian Valley down in this area, and we took that from a mandatory evacuation, basically a red in color, to yellow, which is a warning. Basically, is folks that are down in that area, you know, it's, hey, there is still a chance something could happen in this area, because we still don't have a lot of containment on part of that area down there, especially through Turtle Pond area. We're not done with that yet. Another piece of that we did change is there was a piece in here, basically on the High and Palm Road, that kind of came out towards High Palm. That piece there was in a mandatory evacuation. That went to a warning today. So that's actually a lot of really good news in areas, and especially for the folks who live out in High Palm. What that really means is your threats get much less. You know, we got this fire over here through this area pretty well under control, that we can go from a mandatory evacuation to a warning level. And you know, we'll be working with the sheriff here in the next few days to look at reducing that even further to basically that kind of that green color, which is repopulation. So there's changes there. We also made another change. It was up here in the Canyon Creek area. And that went from a warning level into a repopulation, more of that green color. So we made that one as well. And in the near future, you know, working with the sheriff, we can anticipate some other changes. There's still some mandatory evacuation area here closer to the Backbone Ridge. And also when we get out here into some of the Trinity Village area as it extends towards Denny, we can probably expect to have some good coordination with the sheriff here in the next few days to see some change in that area to affect some of the residents out there. So, thank you.
Okay, folks, we've gotten a few questions that have come in, and what we're going to do is we're going to have Tara, our district ranger, close this evening after we've gone through a few questions. I've gotten a few questions from Facebook and Zoom. So I've got a few that I already have answers to. The first one is, are any homes lost in Hayfork? And our recommendation there is that you contact the Trinity County Office of Emergency Services. And what we're going to do is we're going to post that information on Facebook for you so that you have that contact information. Right now I can provide you the website, which is simply trinitycounty.org. So check with them and they can talk about any possible lost homes. Another question that we had was, has it burned over the Iron 44 crash site? Apparently that is a site where a lot of locals are familiar with, and after consulting with our agency folks and looking at the map, we have concluded that the fire has burned approximately 1/2 mile south of the crash site. So it's up near it, but it has not actually burned into that area. The next question that we had was, when will the High Palm Road open? Brandon kind of talked about it, the operational aspect of, you know, what we're getting done out there, and the fact that even though the fire has moved out of the areas where those roads are, those commuting routes are, there's still a lot of dangers in that area, like trees falling, crews moving through there. So, of course, we will be consulting with the agency, with the forest, and with the emergency services to determine the best time to open those routes for public access. And we'll be consulting with the agency to make sure that we have that pinned down before we allow public into those areas. So let's go ahead and have Tim come back. We had a question that I think Tim can answer best.
Thanks, Kim. So there was a question regarding the distance between the Monument Fire and the river complex. For anyone that's not familiar with that, that's the distance here. So as of this morning, it was a little over 4 miles, estimated about 4.25 miles. And along with that, the question is they going to merge? I can't give a real great yes or no answer, because the sad reality is the fire season is going to go on for quite a while here. Some of the projections puts it well toward the end of October. But what I can tell you is what I've been focusing on with the fire growth projections over the last several days before the precipitation was even predicted had the fire growing very little meaning a quarter mile. A lot of what's going on there in this part of the fire, and that's why we kind of talked about backbone, because we have the 3 areas of focus that we're looking at in particular. But what we have is Limestone Ridge, and that offers a real good barrier to push the winds over and across it. So a wave of wind coming over that, is going to go over and not impact these areas there as much. Along with that, there are suppression actions going on out there. They've got hotshot crews digging line. They've got the helicopters and the water scoopers. Yesterday, they flew them quite a bit. And to let you know that I'm interfacing with my counterpart up on the river complex, and we're communicating daily, and they're projecting their growth, and we're projecting ours. But I can say pretty comfortably, before the rain, it was projected it would take at least 8 to 10 days. Now we have this rain to kind of reset things. So don't have a real clean answer for you, but hopefully that gives you a little bit of information. And with that, I guess, do we have some more questions, Kim? Okay.
Okay, we're getting a few more questions in, and I have folks providing me answers here. So the next question I had was lost historic sites. Somebody was wanting a list of lost historic sites, pardon me. The key with that is that it really depends on what you're defining as a historic site. So what they'll do is, after the fire, and they go through kind of a summary of, the forest will determine what those historic sites are, what was actually lost. So that, I mean, it's hard to collect that information right now, but that's something that the forest will need to collect, and they'll be able to provide that information at a later time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce the district ranger. Tara's going to come up, and she's got a few questions that she's going to make reference to. And as she wraps up, we'll follow up to see if there are any additional questions that we can follow up on if folks have them.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First, I wanted to start by just touching bases with you all about the forest closures. As you know, the Shasta Trinity wide forest closure is ending, and it's being replaced by several fire closures. So remember, on the Shasta Trinity, we have, unfortunately, the river complex. We still have the McFarland closure, as well as the monument closure and the antelope closure. So unfortunately, it's been a very robust fire season for the Shasta Trinity, and we do still have those closures. The next thing I wanted to talk about, so if you have any, really quickly, if you have any questions, those same OES questions about structures, for anything in Trinity County, it's going to be Trinity County OES, the website that was referred to earlier. I want to let you know, even though we have those closures, it's very clear to us that this is your national forest. And please understand, we do not close the forest lightly. We don't limit access lightly. It's for public safety, for firefighter safety, and as soon as it is safe for us to open up those sections of the forest for you again, so you can go out and go hunting and go get your firewood in, we totally understand that, and that's what we want too. We want you guys out enjoying your national forest. We just want it to be safe for you. Speaking of safe, if you looked at our webpage earlier, you would have seen the pictures of the High and Palm Road. It took me a while to figure out what the fire ops guys were talking about when they said torpedo, but what they meant was a large tree up on the slope that would then burn through, and then bobsled down the hill at a rapid rate of speed, and then across the road and through the guardrail, and then start fire below. And we're talking a full-size tree that was about, from the part I saw, was at least 32 inches in diameter. So you can just imagine what that would do to a car, a firefighter, a hunter, any of those things. So those are the kind of obstacles that are happening out there. So I wanted to let you know about that. I wanted to thank you for all of the public meetings and for all of your excellent questions. It is clear that our communities know their forests better than any other communities, that's for sure. You guys know every back road, you know every fire scar, you know every dozer line, Jeep trail, you know where they held the last fire. And that information that you provide to these rotating teams and to our ops people and to our divisions is incredibly valuable, and we appreciate it. The questions you've asked have always been well-informed, well thought out, and super helpful. So I want to thank you for those engagements. I want to talk briefly about suppression repair. Realize, I'm sure if you look at our fire history map for this area, you'll see there's a lot of fire history. And so we're trying to be really strategic with our suppression repair. If there are fire lines on ridges that make a lot of sense to help us out in the future, we're going to absolutely make sure that those fire lines don't cause any sedimentation. We're going to address any potential erosion areas, but we're kind of going to leave it in a functioning state so that it can work as a fire line in the future. So I want to encourage all of you to stay engaged. Stay engaged with us. Keep coming to these meetings. Keep letting us know what's on your mind, what you're looking for on your national forest, your concerns, your thoughts, your questions. Because we've talked about, and I've heard it. We're not doing enough. We need to do more. Well, I want to hear that from you. I want to listen and hear what you have to say. So please keep coming to those meetings, and please keep sharing your opinions. They're incredibly welcome and valued. And I speak for the Shasta Trinity National Forest in this case as the agency administrative rep. Lastly, I want to let you know that throughout all of these team rotations, and you heard the IC talk about it earlier, the Shasta Trinity has maintained three people who have been consistently tied in with this fire, and that's been Carrie Otto, the agency administrator and deputy forest supervisor, myself as the agency administrator's rep, and also Kevin Osborne, who is our fire and aviation management contact. He works with us, talking in with ops, making sure that we're all tied in, we're all speaking the same language. And Kevin has been incredibly helpful. And the question that came earlier about the Iron 44 incident, it was Kevin that got us that answer so quickly. So really appreciative of Kevin's time and his expertise that he brings to this process. Lastly, I don't want to get done talking without mentioning I'm so happy that we got some rain. I know it's not a season-ending event, but it's some rain. And I hope that everyone got to go in, go outside, breathe some fresh air, smell the rain, and just take a moment and have a moment of just respite, to just catch our breath. Remember that we're getting closer to fall, we're getting closer to containment, and we're closer to the end than we were before. So thank you all for your patience. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Okay, and that was actually a good leeway into the next question that we had come up, which was how much rain have we gotten? Is there more to come? And at what point will we be at 75% containment? Will this rain lead us to that containment? So Brandon's going to go ahead and answer that question for us.
Yeah, obviously varying amounts over the fire of rain. The last report here right before the meeting, anywhere is from 0.5 to 0.8. I believe 0.8 was up over here on the Backbone Ridge area. So, quite a bit of rain in the area. There's a lot of canopy on trees, though, for it to get down through. So, and as it relates to containment around the fire, we kind of talked a lot about kind of the black line where we're going to have some more containment and 75%. Sitting at 53 right now. Even if when we come in here, this piece in here is going to actually, push us up around 60% containment. Hopefully here in the next, the next few days, next 4 or 5 days, if everything goes well. And we are looking at additional areas up over here for containment. So 75%. It's tough to kind of come up with numbers sometimes, especially when we have a lot of areas kind of a still heat that won't necessarily go out until we truly get a real season-ending kind of event. We'd really move through fall, that end of October prediction time. So there's quite a bit of places here we're going to be start to look at, especially where it kind of has come into the fire there. So it's going to be a little bit before we hit 75%, especially with some of that wilderness area that is out there. So.
Okay. Another question was some folks would like to have the overall closure opened area maps posted. Once we receive those, as those areas start opening up, we will be posting them on social media to make sure that folks have that information as soon as possible. So at this time, it looks like the questions have slowed down. I want to encourage people to please continue posting those questions. We have public information officers who are monitoring the social media. They will continue doing that, and they'll continue consulting with the forest to make sure that any questions, and the sheriff's department, so any questions related to closures or evacuations, or any questions related to the fire, we will continue to get those answered and get them posted for folks to see them. Also, a reminder, the forest supervisor has asked us to continue with the public meetings. So our next public meeting will be held Tuesday afternoon at Trinity Village at the fire department again. We'll continue with those meetings as requested. Make sure that we're having that face-to-face contact with those local communities. And we'll go ahead and look at possibly doing another one of these meetings next Saturday. So with that, I want to thank you all for joining us this evening, and we'll continue monitoring Facebook for any questions that you have and make sure that we get them answered. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, that was pretty good of them. The only thing that they kind of missed was they don't have a sign language interpreter for this meeting, but considering that they're, one of the smaller fires out there in the west, and they've got a really pro video setup. I'm pretty impressed with this. I got in my last question a little bit too late. I said I hope to see more fire monitoring cameras out there, because we're nearly blind as the public, and we expect to see more alert wildfire cams. So hopefully they'll answer that. Now, the next time they have another video meeting, they're saying it's going to be next Saturday for the Monument and the Knob fire here. Probably because they don't expect too much new fire activity until Friday. That's when the weather starts to dry out the fire again, and that's when it'll be active. They don't expect too much fire activity until next Friday, and then they're getting 90-degree temps because it'll start drying out the fire. So it's not over. This is a really, really good boon to the whole thing. Really helpful. It really helps turn the tide at the monument area, this weather, and the monument, and I'm sure the river complex as well. We have a river complex update from Dennis that we could look at next. It's not live. That was live. That was the Monument and Knob fire update, and they answered almost all of our questions. They got at least a quarter of an inch of rain so far. It's still raining. They are not sure about how much they might get tomorrow. We can only hope a lot. And here's our current look at the Windy down there. Oh, hey, Big Daddy, thanks for the kind donation. I was going to set up a new donation site. I've had the Dixie and the Caldor up for quite some time. I think it's now time to put links up so people can officially donate to the Windy and the KNP and maybe one other one. And I'll put that up a little bit later. But please think of donating to the victims. For the most part, I can survive and keep the stream going, just volunteering here without income day after day. I think this is day 67 of my stream, almost every waking hour, sitting here monitoring the fires. I'm pretty sick and I'm pretty fatigued, but I'm here. I had lost power earlier today, and I wish it was there when the wind picked up, but we're still pretty deaf to what's going on. We used to have comms for the French fire that wasn't too far away. We had comms and heard the pilots and others chattering about the new fire that was a little bit to the north, which I hear is under containment now, the Bayshore fire. It started out yesterday by Globe Rock, but we can't hear any communications hardly at all going on at the Windy and the KNP. So I'm checking Mariposa Merced County Fire. And it's mostly just going on random things going on in Madera County and Mariposa, which has nothing to say about Tulare County. So I can try and put on Tulare County. That's almost always just medical calls. So playing right now is Sequoia and Sierra National Forest in Kings Canyon. It just almost never says anything. Just like once every 2 hours we might get something. We continue to monitor the cams and the map. We see the red flag went into effect at 5 p.m. We have a whole lot of crazy activity. 2 different pyrocumulus clouds were started over the windy. It seemed to be on the west side and on the east side. And we have this swirling mix. Well, is that the radio?
At this time, I'd like to cancel the order for the fallers.
Cancel an order.
Cancel order for the fallers.
Okay, just canceling an order for fallers. I'm not sure why. But every once in a while we hear something like that, but we really can't hear what they're doing constantly, unfortunately. We can just sort of monitor the situation. We know that they did a mandatory evacuation of the couple hours ago. It's the red text of Ponderosa and Quaking Aspen, but I want to go now and check to see if they have done any more. This is Tulare County Fire Department, and they issued earlier today some pictures of them holding the line and trying to protect different communities. This particular one was, let's see, what was their title? This is on the KNP. They're over by Silver City right now, prepping the area in the chance that the fire affects it. That may not be until tomorrow or late tonight when the wind starts pushing from the north. We'll have to monitor the wind situation. But right now the fire was mostly spreading to the east and to the north and to the northeast because of the southwest winds. That seems to be the primary direction it was marching today. So we know about multiple groves being affected at the KNP and on the windy. That's right. We were going to check and see if there are any new evacuations. That's the Tulare County Fire Department. Where's Tulare County Sheriff's Office? That's what I wanted to do. No, that's just Siskiyou. Whoops, sorry. Tulare County Sheriff's Office. And that was just Ponderosa and Quaking Aspen, so we don't have anything new coming down the pipe from them, but we will continue to monitor it, of course. Now we do have a couple new videos concerning the river fire, and I was hoping we would get one on the Antelope. We can go back to monitoring the cams. These are pretty brief in general. So here, 1 hour ago was a river complex by a 2-minute video.
Good afternoon, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your evening update of the River Complex for September 18th. So real quick, depending on where we were at on the fire, down here, down by Coffee Creek, we got about a little bit over 1/4 of an inch. Up here in Division Mike, right about a 1/2 inch. And then out towards the west and up on Cronin, almost 1 inch of rain. One of the things that happened with the rain that we got and how quickly it came in, it actually came in a little bit faster than the meteorologist predicted, and it came in on a pretty heavy dose. As a result, out on the fire line and where the fire is positioned, it's on very steep slopes, and a lot of the fire line that we have been putting in is what's called underslung. So it's mid-slope. It's not at the base of a slope or at the top of a ridge. So there's a lot of rocks, a lot of trees coming down. So for safety purposes, basically no crews were engaged in fire suppression today. They were out in the line and taking positions that if something were to occur would...
Sorry, this radio?
Shore incident with 7 plus a pilot 2 hours of fuel en route to Patterson. Bayshore en route Patterson, 7 on board plus pilot, 2 hours of fuel, positive AFF.
Okay. There's some pilot chatter. Sorry, we have to, they rarely speak, so we have to pause what we're doing to listen to that. But we're hearing more about just them trying to mop up the Bayshore. Fortunately, they're not saying anything about the KNP, but we hope that they will. Let's go back to what Dennis was saying about the rain coming in early, and an inch of rain. Wow. Over here on the river complex, that's cool.
Is what's called underslung, so it's mid-slope. It's not at the base of a slope or at the top of a ridge. So there's a lot of rocks, a lot of trees coming down. So for safety purposes, basically no crews were engaged in fire suppression today. They were out in the line and in positions that if something were to occur, which nothing did, that they were in place to take action if need be. But between the slippery, muddy roads and the falling material, basically no suppression occurred today. It just wasn't safe to put the crews in there. However, this rain's given us a significant leg up, and they're reevaluating plans now, and it looks like we're going to do a lot more direct line construction, taking advantage of not only the rain today, but the moisture conditions that we'll see throughout the next day or two. It's really kicked in and taken out some of the fuels. However, looking in the future, we are going to start getting go back into a warming and drying trend. So we're going to try and take advantage and get as much direct line punched in before that occurs. So that's your evening update for September 18th.
Awesome. So that's pretty cool. I really like Dennis. He's got some really good communication skills. We loved his morning updates when he used to be with us when the Dixie fire broke out. So that was Shasta. Excuse me. It moved my Facebook page there. That was let's see, Shasta Trinity, and I'm just making a note there so I can go back. Shasta Trinity, which exact Facebook page? That one's on. I kind of get confused about Klamath, Siskiyou, Shasta, Trinity, and which one's which fire, the Antelope. So the community meeting that we just saw was for the Monument and Knob fires. I'm not sure about the Antelope. That would be under Klamath. Let's go back and check our cams for the KNP. This is our Tobias Peak cam. Still chugging away. If we do a 1 hour time lapse, I continue to be amazed by this thing. It just keeps going and going and going. Hang on a second. We might have an issue with the cam. Did it freeze? 1749. That was its last frame. But when it doesn't want a time lapse, usually it's because it's burping. Hope it's not my internet burping. Uh-oh. Let's see, 1759 military time cheat sheet is 5:59. Did we lose the cam? Did we lose Tobias Peak 1? That's odd. I didn't think we did. Let's try out Blue Mountain Kern. Yeah, 1846. Okay, we might have lost the Tobias Peak 1 cam, but the Blue Mountain Kern is here. This is the last 3 hours. Looking at the Windy Fire. Let's see, Husky Eagle says the KNP complex is at 17,857 acres and absolutely 0% containment. Yes, that is very true. Thank you, Husky, for that. So, yeah. We keep losing the Tobias Peak on and off. It's nowhere near the fire. It's significantly south of it. However, every once in a while it just burps for a couple of hours and comes back. I don't know what to make of it. But we have alternative views such as the Blue Mountain. When I was saying the two different pyro clouds that was trying to form is here and here basically. So let's redo our camera view. And also we've had here a third from time to time try to form. So that's as it's just getting this constant new supply of fuel from the southwest and west winds. So we know that the winds will be changing direction, the prevailing winds, a little bit, but boy, is that thing a beast, with the smoke columns almost going due east, but slightly to the northeast. Yesterday it was a little bit unnerving to see the smoke going directly to one of the lookouts, the Buck Rock lookout, but then the wind pushed it slightly to the east, and that kind of saved the lookout tower on the KMP. We can go look at the same cam right now, the Buck Rock 2 cam. That was that bright red color yesterday, or that red gross aerosol, that's danger smoke, was hitting it yesterday. When you see the bright red or the beer bottle brown smoke headed your way, that the aerosols, they're the maximum pollution. It means it's really cooking and really moving. Yeah, we saw it headed straight for the cam briefly yesterday, and what a far cry today.
Zero, duty up to Smith. Smith, 0. You should be responding across the street from Batterson, one report of a fall victim, possible broken leg.
Oh no.
Responding across the street from Batterson, report of a fall victim, possible broken leg. 1847. Sounds like it's in the Echo housing area there. We'll get back to you once we get a address and see if there's a need for an ambulance.
Oh no.
For confirming, currently no need for EMS. Unknown at this time, but it sounds like possibly. Let me get on scene here and we'll give you a shout back. Copy, 1847.
Oh, that's real sad. Every once in a while we hear the medical calls which go out to fire crews. That's a Tulare County radio that's labeled Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park. However, it seems to pick up a little bit of the other areas, like nearby counties. But we hear a lot of hikers and such getting falls and their rescue calls, as well as horrible traffic accidents. Somebody says, where is the Windy Fire? It's both these are in Tulare County, which are the biggest concerns in California right now, as rampaging out of control with 0% containment. Now, Tulare County is kind of like so in a rough kind of a box. So Fresno County, I think, is the border right up here that the Windy might eventually try to break into. I have to look at my map again. But the Windy, that the KMP will break into. The Windy is east of, let's see, let me just get something here everybody can read. Pull down the shaded relief layers. So I was hoping that it would show more. Okay, let's go to OpenStreetMap. There we go. So Porterville's the
3 Hotel X-ray. 3 Hotel X-ray here.
the largest big,
Copy, landing Batterson, 1849.
It's called Sequoia National Forest, and it's just east of where Porterville is. If you put on some shaded relief, you can see how it's getting into the high Sierras there, toward the southern end of their range. And it's still some pretty rough alpine-esque sheer vertical cliff faces, almost kind of a steepness, nightmarish terrain to fight a fire in. Very high altitude, peaks around 8,000 feet. A lot of the fire suppression work they're trying to do is above 6,000 feet in elevation, and it's a whole different ballgame up there with winds and how quickly the weather can change on you, and many little ravines and valleys. It's where the great sequoias are at. So the west slopes of both the KNP and the Windy are kind of like foothills, like sharply rising foothills with oak and grass and chaparral. But it doesn't take too long into the fires before you get into the heavy fuels. Some of the largest trees on the planet, the sequoias and redwoods and such, and it's almost like you throw a rock and you get the from grassy stuff into a heavy forest. So there's all kinds of canyons where wind can be blowing in delta winds can be going this way, and then desert winds can be going up through the canyons this way, and Nevada winds can kind of meet to go about this way, creating a very treacherous, kind of a hazardous situation. With any of these ravines can have wind blowing a different direction than it's, quote, supposed to be, like on a weather report. That really only takes into account winds that are higher elevations. So it's a nightmare to work in, and they have less than 1,000 people across the two fires. So they've called in more and more help, but it's expanding faster than they can get help. So with the K&P, we have explosive growth to the north today, crossing other drainages. This one's the Marble Fork right here, I believe, and it's going. It's just marching around towards Kettle Peak and Twin Peaks. It's really moving around. I think our wind change has just kind of occurred. Let me try to put windy on here and see if our wind change is in effect yet. So we have. It's easier to see if we kind of zoom out here a little bit. So what we can do is, let's see, is it Saturday at 7 already? Dang, how time flies. We can put the forecast on. This is how the wind is forecast to move. With the bluer colors, the lighter, and then green, this is the sustained winds, mind you. Now the fire isn't responding as much to the sustained winds as it is the wind gusts, and that tells a completely different story of the red flag fire danger conditions. So we are in that right now. So here, 40, the reds.
On scene with Battalion 18, we have the victim does have looks like multiple breaks in her leg and a little bit of head trauma from hitting the ground there. It will need an ambulance to transport.
Oh.
Victim appears to have head trauma and multiple breaks in the leg. Do you have an address?
Address is 43555 Highway 41. It'll be in the Echo community. That's just what the address is, and we could probably help them get in here, but it's their street signs. I'm at the intersection of Cedar and Aspen within the housing area there. That everything has a 41 address there, but they come into the Echo housing area there that we can meet them the place and get them in there.
Your copies, address of 43555 Highway 41 in the Echo housing area. Can direct in if necessary.
The houses are marked C1 and C2. It's a combined driveway. It's right there at the base of that driveway. We can always run someone out there towards the highway to lead them in if there's a need be.
Oh.
Housing displaying C1 and C2.
Now that.
As soon as Ron finishes his assessment there, we'll get you the patient information.
Your copy.
That's really sad. Hope that person ends up being okay. We hear medical calls breaking in through, but we have to leave that on because that's one of the best things we can hear about the fires. One of the few radio stations working is labeled Sequoia National Park, but very few information comes from the radio. Unfortunately for these fires, there's just not that many broadcasts.
Here, LUR 8160.
Dr. Smith, you're confirming with this be a mobile home park for a housing community.
Wonder if somebody fell off.
Smith, Sierra, on the phone currently. Parties inquiring if it be the mobile home park.
That's affirmative.
Okay. I wonder if somebody fell off a roof then.
Do you happen to have a space number? Would it be C1, C2?
That's affirmative.
Okay. So back what I was saying is why we're in a red flag and from starting at 5 p.m. today. So this is the wind gusts which tell a different story. So here's early in the morning.
LUR Engine 8160 is out of service. Mayor is on call.
Copy. 8160 out of service. Mayor on call.
Okay, so
Sierra Battalion 12.
12 Sierra.
I'm on scene with Duty Officer Smith. I've got a patient assessment if you're ready.
Copies on scene. Go to assessment.
Okay, I got a 66-year-old female, oriented ×4. Chief complaints, pain and deformity to the right leg, upper leg, femur area. Good sensation below the injury there. She also has facial lacerations, secondary to a fall. I see the priority red.
aw, that's really sad.
6-year-old female, ANO ×4. Chief complaint, pain and deformities to the right leg and the femur area, as well as facial lacerations, priority red.
Yeah, the only treatment being applied right now is just comfort care. We've not started traction, are not able to.
Clear copies. Additionally, EMS is en route and also sending a helicopter.
I copy.
Hope that person gets a fast life flight. So, as I was saying, why we are in red flag. Thank goodness, north of Tahoe, they're getting rain. Thank goodness on the monument and the McCash fire and that area. And the river complex looks like they've had at least an inch of rain, which is great. It's not going to put out the fires, but it'll slow them down. And they don't expect new fire activity over there until probably next Friday, at least on the monument fire, they said. So they'll have a Saturday community meeting. However, not so lucky. Hopefully on the Dixie fire they did get some rain too, but it's not so lucky for anything south of Tahoe where they're expected to get really little to no rain, but the winds anyway. So this big thing up here in the Pacific, you can see how it was coming in. So this was at 6 in the morning. This is the wind gust chart. Mind you, anything that's dark red is around 45 miles an hour. 50 or so is that darker purple, 55 mile an hour winds possible. And you can see how it comes in off the shore and it hits the coast here, Northern California, and the wind hits everything from Tahoe to Susanville. That was at 1 p.m. and by 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. there's extremely high wind gusts and such over by Boise and Twin Falls. They canceled some of the air show or toned it down at Reno because of the crazy winds.
Here, go for 12. He's got his hands full right now.
You can see down here in the Sierras.
Here, have EMS inquiring on the name of the patient.
So,
let me see if I can get it.
okay, I'm going to unmute them because we don't want to violate somebody's privacy. So, down here, we have oranges, which is higher than 30 and 35 mile an hour winds. It'll start to get little splotches of kind of reddish, which is the 40-ish mile an hour wind gusts. However, we know from National Weather Service and Predictive Services and multiple agencies that 50 mile an hour wind gusts are definitely possible over the KNP and Windy Complex. And as Dusty Smokes and other people were observing in chat, it sure appeared that was happening. So, now we get towards Saturday 9 and 10 p.m. like tonight. We're still having some wind. It dies down a little bit after midnight. So now we're looking at Sunday at 2 a.m. But look how bad Sunday gets. After 4 a.m. there's 55-ish mile an hour wind gusts around Tahoe, sort of. Down towards Mammoth Lakes, about 45-ish mile an hour winds. Gusts. These are peak gusts, mind you. Not sustained. If it was sustained, we'd all be in extreme trouble. Remember, we're on the wind gust map. And so, as 6 and 7 a.m. comes along, see how the high wind gust speed extend further and further into southern California on the Sierras. So it's just on the cusp of the 40-ish miles an hour wind gusts with the KNP and windy, with well over 45 and 50 miles an hour, right at the borderline of where the windy fire is. Remember, the windy fire is right around this section, and almost east of Fresno over here is your KNP section. So this is all speculation on what the weather does. And some days and some reports, Sunday night, Sunday morning has fiercer winds, and some reports and some days they say it's a little bit less. But either way, it's not good. Anything over 30 mile an hour wind gusts is really not good for a fire this dry. It's going to be critically dry, almost single digit humidity. And that's what causes red flag. It has to have high wind gusts, dry fuels, and extremely low humidity. We have all three. We have the trifecta, therefore red flag. So we can hope that this is more correct, that the worst of the wind gusts is away from both the windy and the KNP complex, but it's just going to remain to be seen. So that's what the issue is the 7 a.m., 10 a.m. on Sunday tomorrow, 2 p.m. It's still pretty dang windy all throughout Sunday. It starts to die down Monday after midnight tomorrow, Monday 1 a.m. So you still have some good wind gusts up there by Tahoe and such, but that should be wet enough to not be too much of a factor. So problem also is look at the wind direction. It's going to be out of the north. So in a way that's good slightly for places like Camp Nelson, that the KNP might, its rampage to the north might stop before it gets to Camp Nelson. It might. We don't know. And it might blow back on itself a little bit, buy them some time to do structure protection, or it might reach there before the wind finally changes and comes out of the north. It's really hard to say what the fire will do. It'll be very bad on the windy. If the wind's out of the north, it'll push it right down towards Johnsondale and the 100 Oaks Grove, which it may have already impacted, but either way, the main seat of the fire might just be pushed right onto it. So it's a big mixed bag. A north wind can also come and threaten Three Rivers and Silver City for the first time, really, and be kind of blowing it their way. That's what's so frightening about it today. So let's see if Tobias Peak 1 is back. That says 1749. So it's not back. That was its last frame. We can still see the windy on the Blue Mountain Kern. You can even tell that's the wrong time of day. So we were starting to get smoke in there, meaning the wind's probably dying down a little bit more right now. Hang on, we got more radio chatter.
Okay, really smoky in that middle port drainage headed up to Morro Rock. 5-1 was not sure if they were going to come out and fly your fire tonight, but he gave you some good intel and your ground crews up there by that giant forest. Everything else is pretty much still smoked in.
All right, good copy. Thanks, Alex.
Sir, no problem. And down by, we're going to call that, I think it's your branch still, out there by the creek that's west of Crystal Cave. Is that your branch?
Affirmative.
And help me remember that creek. What's the name of that creek again?
What?
Your retaliation quarters, North Fork, out of prison.
Copy, headquarters out of prison.
What are you saying, Husky? About Johnsondale? You can flip into different maps to see it. turn off firefighter activity. They said we got good intel. See, there's Johnsondale right there. We have heat detections over it, but what were you saying about this, Husky? I mean, it's right there on our map. Gone from the map, or gone like the fire killed it? Like, what do you mean? I didn't have internet for most of the day, so past 11 o'clock I'm just trying to get caught up on things, but I haven't heard that for sure. We do have heat detections over there, but they've been at structure protection for 2 days at Johnsondale. It's there at the southeast corner of the map. Yeah, Husky was saying they mapped the Windy Fire and half Johnsondale. What Husky was saying is gone? Are you saying that the structure loss happened, or what? Did they make that announcement? Just because you see a heat detection doesn't mean that structure loss is happening, because oftentimes they just protect structures and let the fire pass by the community. Remember, this is the margin of error. All of these squares is margin of error. Somewhere within the squares is a heat detection, and it could be something this big, something this big, something this big, or the entire square could be affected. Do you mean structure loss map? I mean, do you have a link for us, Husky? Because that would be extremely concerning. We know they evacuated it day before yesterday. They updated the map of the Windy Fire. Okay, which map? Just because something like this is done, the fire perimeter map, doesn't mean that structures are gone. Remember, even with this, the veers is more accurate, but the circles are the margin of error for each snowflake at the center. That was a bad drawing, but you see how the circles are margin of error? This satellite only comes around a couple of times. It only comes around a couple of times a day, and as you notice, there's this pattern. You see these straight lines? That means they've been backfiring. When you see straight lines, that's them running around with the drone, lighting backfires in order to prevent, to try to restrain a fire from going somewhere. We know they did a lot of that at Johnsondale to try to protect it. That would be very, very alarming to me if they lost some structures there. I just haven't heard that yet. But then again, I'm still trying to get caught up on things. So, yeah, that's the Google map. Thanks for providing that, KDoc. But I've seen countless towns like Strawberry. Strawberry was and Kybers were well within the Caldor fire perimeter, but they saved most of the buildings. The spelling is Johnson, JOHNSONDALE. So the ArcGIS map. Right. Basically, what CalTopo does is also pull from the same thing. The fire mappers. Yeah, that's done by a foundation that is not. I don't know how official that is. I pretty much stopped using this one because it could be so wildly inaccurate sometimes. I believe this fire mappers one is staffed by volunteers who get around to updating it when they can. That's the big caveat for that one. And you can't tell whether or not structures are gone based on looking at a fire mapper's map. That's what I caution people against. You have to look at an actual structure damage assessment map when they They either put it on Facebook and just say, hey, this or that's gone, but the official structure loss map usually comes days later, after it's safe for surveyors to come in. So unless you know for sure of a structure being lost, we cannot spread any rumors about a town being gone or not, because that makes people, that puts people on an extreme roller coaster of emotions we don't want them to be on. Just because fire perimeter has reached your town, that doesn't mean that the town's gone, or that everything is gone. What they have done as a strategy, which is one of the few things that they can do, one of the few options they can do, is they prep structures for the fire to pass over and around them. Meaning we sit in the driveway of some structures.
Returning to Halibase direct. AirTech 430 is leaving the fire. All aircraft are off the KMP complex.
Okay, all the aircraft are off. So that's one thing we can't just randomly say, is like this or that town is gone. That you have to back that up with a link, because that's a horrible roller coaster ride to put people on, and you can't tell via maps. So, for example, like last year with the fires at the KMP, I'm sorry, KQF, the castle fire that they called a complex, SQF. If you put on fire activity, fire history, excuse me, in the wrong spot on the map, excuse me, SQF, we saw heat detections head right for Camp Nelson. And so there's speculation Camp Nelson is gone, this and that's gone, and they saved most of the town. They lost some of it, but the detections, the GOES satellite, his margin of error was like everything was red here. But they saved most of the town. Now, if the fire sweeps through the whole area, the fire crews, what they've been doing is wrapping buildings over there at Johnsondale. It may show. What they do is wrap individual structures and prep those areas for fire and wet them down, and the fire can sweep through almost every square inch of the town and burn up the grass and burn up the landscape and maybe torch a few trees, maybe kill a few outbuildings, but sometimes they're able to save, the smaller the community, the more often they're able to save and protect it. So the thing that I tell people about is don't despair and don't celebrate. Just based on the fire maps. Now here we know that they lit a lot of backfires. This is a burn scar of last year as well to the northwest. So if you go to fire history, see that burn scar actually it's 2016 Meadow Fire. But there's still a lot of the landscape that was kind of charred, so to speak. So they still have some dozer lines that they probably spruced up. And they did some back burning along that burn scar. So they were saying they had that as a possible advantage. I don't know what kind of advantage that is for Johnsondale, but don't despair until we see for the most part these straight lines for heat detections. That's their desperate backfiring operations, trying to burn off that landscape so that when the main fire hit, it would hit scorched earth and maybe not spread to here. That seems to be their strategy, just looking at this pattern. So let's look at the wind right now and see if it's changed and see if there's any evacuation. So here's Tulare County's fire department, and they're here. They've got pictures. Okay, we have a new road closure from the Tulare County Sheriff's Office. They said the M99 has been closed just north of McNally's Fairview Lodge at 7300 Kern River Highway, going north towards the Shearman Pass. The Windy Fire continues to move southeast, and firefighters are working in that area. So please refer to Sequoia National Forest website pertaining to the forest road closure. 3 hours ago, there was the evacuation order for Ponderosa and Quaking Aspen, but nothing else that's new. So, yeah, Valerie Klein, they've wrapped up the Sherman tree in a diaper. They did that about 2 or 3 days ago. So, there's probably an ongoing battle right now to save the trees at the General's Grove. We see all kinds of heat detections all over it. And today's big wind pushed and blew it up. But we have almost no cameras that clearly show the KNP. Because the incredible amount of the smoke for not only the KNP but the Windy kind of came up towards the KNP and obscured it from almost all of our cams. So Tobias Peak 1 is down. Went down a few hours, and that shows us the Windy. The only view that we have on the Windy now is going to be a little bit hard to see until it flips over to night vision, and then boom, we will have a crystal clear view. That's the current view. As the light fades, we still have pretty active chugging away fire and smoke because of the wind. This is our Buck Rock 2 cam, one of the few somewhat clear shots we've had of the KNP, but the others just show just like straight up smoke, and we won't see much until they flip over into night vision. So yesterday we saw a bright orange and bright red smoke headed straight for this fire. Look out, look all the dead trees right in front of it. But it veered off towards the northeast because we had southwest winds.
Positive contact with Fresno. I'll be closing flight following with you. 1917.
Okay, so here is the KNP, but you see all the smoke from the Windy is kind of obscuring it. It was burning to the north, to the northeast, pushed by the crazy wind gusts today of the southwest winds. Then sometime tonight we'll have a change in the wind coming, so that it comes from the north, and we'll blow it to the south and to the southwest. So Three Rivers and Silver City are now in danger because what we don't want to see, but is forecast to happen, is the Paradise portion of the fire will crest Paradise Peak. So the images we had today was them at Silver City and the Cabin Cove area. The Tulare County Fire Department is preparing those structures for wrapping and structure defense. We can turn on the structures button, and you can kind of see them in orange. It doesn't really want to show. If we switch to scan topos, you can now see the structures. And this is all very, very old ghost town type stuff. So I hear Silver City is like a perfectly preserved ghost town, like a Wild West town, and so is the whole drive from Mineral King here. And so it's quite a steep canyon. I haven't found any good photos to show the public, but the big issue with wind from the north as it's forecast tonight and into Sunday morning is that this is an uphill climb. Didn't even need wind to be climbing it. It's been inexorably every day kind of getting towards Paradise Peak. That's the Paradise Ridge. That's why this portion of KNP was called the Paradise Fire. And once it gets over this ridge, flaming debris is going to start dropping off and rolling down the slopes. And we don't know exactly where it will go. I mean, you could have Silver City and the Cove get lucky if it just, we don't know if it'll go this way, this way, this way. If the wind is fickle, it might go that way, race along the ridge and then go that way. We have no idea what it will do eventually, but they have been for days now, prepping each structure, wrapping it in the aluminum foil. They've done that for a lot of the trees. The ongoing battle right now, the colony portion, meaning the northern portion of the KNP, was all inside of General's Grove, which is right here. These are the big trees, the biggest, oldest trees of the world. And we see the fire all in it today. So we have to wait for some updates. I was hoping we'd get some 7:30 community meetings or something, but today they're going to be fighting the fire so much. I don't know that they'll be able to be free enough to do a community meeting or some sort of video update until at least tomorrow. And tomorrow's not going to be a picnic either. So we can only hope that the fire's going okay, that the battle's going okay. But we have lots of red all over that place. So red means the last 15 minutes, significant flare-ups. We're just waiting for the nighttime cams to kind of see it. So, yeah, Rhonda says KTLA just announced red flag conditions for the Southern Sierras and not a peep about any of the current fires. What? That's it? Yeah, mainstream media. If they could be relied upon, I wouldn't be here. I would just be tuned in like everybody else and satisfied with the info. But I'm not. I'm not satisfied. That's why I did this research myself and I decided to go live last year when I realized it's hard for everybody to get this info, the critical info they need about the fires. It's just, I don't know why they make it hard, but the media decides to keep up with the Kardashians instead of show us the info we need to know. So, makes me tear my hair out. Let's go to Zoom Earth, get an idea on what our winds are doing. Let's turn on fires and wind. We still have winds sort of out of the southwest. They'll be switching around, and I don't know which time they're supposed to. We should consult a few weather sources. Let's hit the play button. And this is the moisture index, is this colored stuff. So if it'll just play, this is from starting at 1 in the afternoon. It's now 7:24. And you see the nighttime line shift over. That's daylight ending.
Sierra Bayshore, IC.
Look at the smoke.
Bayshore, IC, Sierra. Fresno 4 and Fresno 3 will be the Bayshore incident and en route to Patterson. And Brush 39, same traffic.
Yeah.
Air copies Fresno 3, Fresno 4, and Brush 39 off the Bayshore en route Patterson. 1923.
Never mind what wind forecasts do.
Water temperature 23 as well.
Never mind.
Copies water temperature 23.
Never mind what wind forecasts are. The best way to see things is where's the smoke going. And you can see that wind shift starting right about 5. See the wind of the KNP and windy. The smoke was going like that throughout the day, and it's just started to shift where it's going like so. The wind's now starting to change. As this front thing moves in this way, it's pushing the pressure from that direction, out of the north, sort of. So we can't be psychics and know exactly how that front comes in, but this helps illustrate.
Porterville engine 32.
At right about 7 o'clock, it's now starting to
Just checking your status.
push it south.
Sorry, headquarters Lakeshore.
So we can now see.
Headquarters 1926.
We can now see primarily growth on the southeastern flanks of it. But we got to stay tuned. We got to remember that each one of these little canyons is kind of like its own microclimate, and the wind can be doing its own individual thing. So looking back at there's Hayfork, Hayfork Divide. The only KNP cam we have that's really good is Buckrock 2. It's not black and white yet. We got a moonrise. Let's see if that's any others. Oh, Mackenzie Ridge has now gone black and white. We can now see a little bit. Yeah, so that's the KNP distantly. You can still see it's got its plume going. It is not stopping. It is not stopping. So we'll continue to look at it. So looking back at the chat, I hope the other cams will click into this. I hope we'll get the Tobias Peak 1 cam back. Sorry, what's buzzing? That's the radio. That's the radio we're listening to. I wish I could stop it, but it's not me. It's the it's Broadcastify. They could stop it if they flip some switches. You know, I kind of watch the bouncing meter. Every once in a while I've got the worst offender turned off, the one from Merced County.
Return to flight side to look 1 at 1927.
That one I can't stand. That was basically about the Bejor fire, only the little itty bitty one that poked its head up yesterday at Globe Rock. But right now we have Sequoia and Sierra National Forest and Kings Canyon playing right now. So it constantly hums, but that's not as bad as some constant radio noise. If I get more money and donations for the stream, then I will definitely invest in some an external sound card and see if I can get some software that would take that away from us, because I can't stand it either. Maybe noise reduction software. Might have to take a couple mini online classes or something, but yeah, I'm just going with what I got. So the okay, so Mackenzie is now in nighttime. Let's see if any other cams have switched nighttime mode. Let's see. Buckrock 2 is not quite yet. The Fresno Bear Mountain.
Patients loaded being transported. Show myself and Battalion 18, not Battalion 12 cleared me.
Drop these patients loaded, being transported. Yourself and Battalion 12 clear.
There was no good visual today from Colville Mountain 2. Just too much smoke to see the K&P from the west. But now that it goes into nighttime cam mode, we might see something. I hope. We've mostly just been able to see the windy and occasional glimpses of K&P. We're kind of dependent on their updates. So, Randy McKendrick, hi, says, currently in Fort Jones, 55 degrees, 65% relative humidity and breezy. Had enough rain this morning to make puddles. Might rain later, may not. Oh, I hope so. So we can barely see it. Look at that little poof at the very end. Poof. That's the K&P from quite a distance, by Visalia. Our best cams, our Buck Rock, kind of has a nice sort of a sunset look to it. And Mackenzie Ridge. So we'll keep looking at the K&P. We've got the poofs here, and I think that might be the windy way down here. The windy making a cameo. Remember, infrared sees light and heat and fire, all as a white color. Light, heat, and fire. So we're seeing the tops of the hot clouds and hot smoke that the windy is doing over there, and that is the moon. Every once in a while, people say, "What is that UFO?" That's the moon. And we made a joke about that. Somebody insisted that the UFO was visible on cams last year, and I said, "But that's the moon." And so Amber came up with a funny joke called, "I want to believe in the moon." So, if you ever hear the X-Files theme play, you know, when the moon shows up, that's our running gag here. So, hey, welcome back, Terry. So we just had the cams go. What you missed is we just had the cams go into that infrared nighttime version.
Firefighter 353, engine 353.
They're life flighting the poor.
Yeah, Kevin, I just just wanted to make sure that you grab some waters and Gatorades when you're down at Batterson. Copy that, will do. Anything else we need? Let me know. That's a negative. I believe everything else is being brought up logistically tomorrow, but just so that you know, we're going to need a couple of cases. Copy. Gatorade water.
Wait, so to clarify, Mountain Mike, we know that there's heat detections at Johnsondale. We know that. So the problem was Husky says to somebody, Johnsondale is gone. Okay, that puts somebody on a wild roller coaster. They expect to see rubble, burned to the ground buildings and rubble. That is not what we can confirm. All we see is heat detections on maps with a gigantic margin of error. You have no idea how tiny Johnsondale is. Tiniest communities are the easiest to defend. We know they've been prepping it for defense for days. So just because you have a heat detection over the area doesn't mean jack about whether or not structures are destroyed. Because you know what? They've been lighting some of these fires on purpose in the area to protect Johnsondale, and the only we know that they announced that. We heard it a little bit on the radio, and if you put on fire activity on VIIRS, you can clearly see straight lines. Straight lines are where they made backfires on purpose in a Hail Mary pass to try to defend the town. They've been doing that for, I think, 1 or 2 days now. So just because the main fire shows up, here's the heat detection somewhere in this line, and somewhere within here. When we're on VIIRS and MODIS, this is the whole margin of error. This is like a baby bottle and a nipple. The circle around each one of these is margin of error. So you can have them burn off this hillside and light up that whole thing. You can have them burn this hillside off and have it light up the entire thing. It doesn't mean that the structures are destroyed. It's a tiny area with the eternal source of water here in their big lake pond thing. They may lose outbuildings, but just like Markleyville, they saved it. Smaller your community is, the more likely it is to be saved. A lot of these buildings don't actually exist anymore. This is a kind of an old map. A lot of these are like RV lots and such. It just kind of depends. So they've wetted them down, they've splashed the area with retardant, and they've lit backfires. So just because you have a heat detection doesn't mean jack about whether or not structures are lost. We have to restrain ourselves from saying that. My policy is never tell somebody a structure is lost until we confirmed it. I don't see why we would speculate. I don't see what the good in that is. Why would we tell somebody, hey, oh, your town burned down, when we don't know that? Oftentimes there's a lot of hope. I mean, everybody kept coming in here saying Strawberries burned down, Kybers has burned down, everything else is burned down, and it never was true. So all we can do is wait until they decide to come up with an actual report. We can be very concerned. I'm very concerned. We know a fire is impacting the area, but what is still there or not, we had no idea till they say. And so that's against the rules. You can never tell anybody that something is gone. That's against the rules here. You can say there's a heat detection here because that's factually accurate. Assuming what a town being gone or not is an assumption. And we can't just imagine somebody says, hey, dude, your house burned down. And you're at work and you're like, what? And then you find out it didn't. Like, would you like that person? You know, that's just not nice to do to somebody. So, that's all. I just need to make that correction. I never said that fire wasn't impacting the community. I said we don't know how badly. But there's always cause for hope. They knew about the wind direction. They knew it was going to impact that community. They knew about Silver City. They knew about all these. They announced that they'll do what they can. We know that yesterday they raced their lights and sirens on to try to help the community evacuate and help prep the structures. Look at all those straight lines. They did a lot of back burning, it appears, at which time we don't know. But they announced to the community we don't have a lot of time to build lines, so we're going to do a lot of desperate backfiring, basically. Desperate is just, it's a Hail Mary pass. If the fire's coming anyway, try to burn it off in the still of the morning when you can, when it's going to be really a low intensity fire, and burn off a lot of fuels ahead of the huge wind event that was coming. So I bet they did this probably yesterday morning, because the red heat signature is less than 12 hours ago. But the cool thing about when I started the stream at 4 in the morning is I saw that the fires laid down and were really quiet. That did give them a nice window of opportunity to do some fire back burning. So fingers crossed that this worked. We don't know what's saved and what's not, but fingers crossed, we can only hope. So Tulare County Fire Department has a road closure. That's about it. Here they are over by Silver City doing this kind of work. This is what they're doing at what they were doing at Johnsondale too, moving debris, digging around the bases of structures, wetting them down. If there's just dirt around the base, then nothing can really catch. They'll do that with hand line. They'll run around with their engines patrolling for spot fires. They'll drag away, dead stumps and stuff and get them away from structures. That firefighter's probably helping himself to some pears. They'll go into structures and just do what they can. It may be that this person's entire yard burns over to the left and the house is okay on the right. You just never know. But when they prep a community well enough, they stay in it and let the fire pass by them. If they think it'll be, not too bad. Especially if the fire passes by a community at night, then they'll stay and defend it. Remember Christmas Valley? How the Caldor went in there and they saved almost every structure. That was pretty remarkable. If they've got the opportunity, they will. So we can check out that's Tulare County Fire Department. We can go to the Forest Service, the Sequoia. That's Sequoia National Forest. There's Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park is 8 hours ago they had an update about it being the KMP being 17,857 acres. It's got to be a heck of a lot more now than that 8 hour ago update. So there's nothing new here except 11 hours ago they had their meeting exploring the map. We could look at what they said 11 hours ago, but I don't know how useful that's going to be. Maybe they talked about backfiring. We could watch this. Let's see how.
Good morning.
Yeah, that's 7:30. Sorry, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We might as well watch this. This is what they said this morning about the KMP. So let's take a look.
John Wallace, Operations Section Chief of the Southern Area Blue Team, with today's morning update on the KNP complex. We no longer have a Paradise Fire and a Colony Fire. We now have one fire that grew together yesterday. So let's talk about the actions that are being taken right now. And still, kind of in my mind, that primary action is the protection of the people and the infrastructure here to the south and west of the KMP fires. And with that, we're counting on our partners with CAL FIRE. They know this ground. They've worked in here forever, and so they are putting in dozer lines along Paradise Ridge. And once they get down to that General's Highway off of Paradise Ridge, they're also working up Shepherd's Saddle to the northwest. Old Park Road, popular mountain biking place. They're going in there, cleaning that up with dozers, removing the brush with masticators, and then once that work is completed, they're going to use ground-applied retardants, the red stuff that comes out of planes normally, to treat the outside of that, so it will effectively make that line much wider when they use those retardants. So from there, we're still assessing these road systems going up to the north. There's an old Jeep trail that goes up through what we're calling Division X-ray along that North Fork. So I think in the next few hours, we're probably going to also begin work moving north along this way to really try to contain this entire western perimeter in fire lines that can be defended as that fire moves out to them. So from there, let's go down along the road into Mineral King. We're doing a lot of work protecting the structures down there, working really close with Tulare County Fire Rescue, working really close with CAL FIRE. We're augmenting the resources in there with our firefighters to really help out, really boost that up. We haven't seen a lot of spread here of the fire to the south that could impact that Mineral King Road, but we know that that fire is eventually going to begin that slow progression, or that progression down toward Mineral King. So we're steadily working and getting ready to augment those resources going into Mineral King. And so now let's move up to the giant forest, the piece that a lot of folks are really interested in. Yesterday the fire made a pretty good push. We have one fire now instead of two. The fire grew by about 6,000 acres yesterday. And so with that fire growth, we did impact the westernmost tip of that giant forest, an area where the 4 guardsmen stand. There's 4 trees that kind of flank that road there as you move into that giant forest. And so those 4 trees were impacted yesterday. They had been cleared around. They'd been raked around to remove the duff from around the bases of them, and they'd been wrapped with shelter material, structure protection material. And so we've got a hot shot crew in there now assessing the conditions to see if we can start moving our firefighters back into that area after that really high intensity run to the north and northeast yesterday. Once that hot shot crew gets in there and clears the path, we'll move all of our firefighters back in, and they'll continue work in that giant forest, again clearing that duff away from the bases of the trees and trying to remove some of that vegetation that would increase intensities up close to those trees. You know, we've talked about protecting the trees, and I saw some comments and heard some questions last night at the community meeting about how this is a fire resilient, fire dependent forest type. And so, you know, what we're really worried about in this giant forest is not that the sequoias would survive the initial pass of the fire. It's the cat faces. It's the scars on the sides of those trees that when we're doing prescribed burning in here, those scars catch on fire and have to be put out by firefighters. And so you can imagine conducting a prescribed fire on 100 acres and then having to put those scars out for 5 days or a week after that prescribed burn is done. Then imagine the entire grove having fire in it and the hundreds of trees that would have to be, you know, have those scars put out. And so that's, you know, what we're really focusing on. Those trees would likely be just fine, but those scars and having so many of them on fire, and then that fire actually moving into the center of the tree, that's what we're really wanting to avoid, because that would increase the duration of the event dramatically. And it would also, once you get fire burning inside the tree, that would result in mortality. So paying a lot of attention to that. The area up around Lodgepole, also another area we're paying attention to, but these park resources up here, these park structures are really, at this point, taking a lower priority to the people in Three Rivers and the surrounding communities for that matter, and the giant forest. But we do have folks in here actively working, setting up structure protection at Lodgepole, and then up into the Stony Creek area even. We got spot fires yesterday And so now we have fire that's really getting established further to the north. So a lot of work to do today, but we are steadily getting more equipment, more crews, more supplies, more resources to help us fight this fire. We think that the air is going to clear out today, which will allow us to fly aircraft. And as soon as we can get that air that's clear enough to fly aircraft, you're going to see helicopters coming in and out of the lakes around here, drafting water and taking it up there and putting it on the fire edge. We may even be able to fly some retardant aircraft this afternoon. We're just going to have to assess how clear the air is and how safe it is to conduct those operations. So with that, thank you for coming out to the community meeting last night. It was a pleasure to see so many of you in person, and we'll give you another update tomorrow. Talk to you then.
Okay, so I was hoping for a nighttime update, but they're in the middle of fighting the fires, so I didn't particularly expect one. So we see currently they're doing some. We see currently, with the heat detections going on and then the wind switching direction, coming more out of the north at this point in time, that there's still vigorous activity on the fires. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze. Okay, or I don't. Okay. We see a lot of heat activity. The wind's still going, but as it switches to come out of the north, we'll probably see more of the things that previously weren't as in danger, in critical danger now, such as everything along the Mineral King Road, Oak Grove, maybe even now Three Rivers, and he just said protecting Three Rivers, the community, is a priority over the trees, and that he said that we wrapped them anyway, but we're not as worried about them. So they've survived a lot of fires before. That is basically all they can do, is wrap them. If a crown fire starts where embers land in the tops of them, the fire crews can't do anything anyway. So it's like, it doesn't make sense for them to sit there and babysit trees. That'll probably be okay anyway, if the fire is going to roar towards a neighborhood. So I do concur that they've probably done pretty much everything by this point that they can. They'll probably leave a small amount up here to make sure that spot fires aren't showing up, but they really did work to remove stuff away from the base of the trees, pine needles and such. They've had many days now to do that. They wrapped them. He was talking about tree vulnerability, which I had already done on the stream. The trees that are missing bark in chunks at their bases, that's where they're vulnerable to fire. But other than that, they have fireproof bark. So that's what the wrapping is for. And they just don't want it to get up into the tree, like burning inside of it. Then you lose the tree. But he was talking about places like Three Rivers being vulnerable, and for the first time, it is much more vulnerable than it has been ever since the fire first broke out, because the north wind has the potential to do this, I'm not a meteorologist, but push wind down towards Three Rivers, especially here over at Paradise Ridge, and so Mineral King Road has a lot to worry about. But usually diurnal winds rise and kind of keep Three Rivers in the clear. That's just a typical daytime pattern, and southwest winds today were blowing it kind of away, but as it changes to having a north wind to a northeast wind, you get more of this potential action, but we don't know what the wind will do. We just know in general that's the prevailing wind direction as it changes throughout tonight. So we can go back to windy. I was already showing you guys the wind gusts and how bad that is for today, and going into tonight, like after midnight, and into Sunday, like Sunday at 9 in the morning especially. The red flag conditions are still in effect because the red is like 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And you can see our windy fire is just kind of like so. And the KNP just kind of like so. Will it dodge it? The worst is at Mammoth Lakes and just east of Bakersfield, but you know, that's another big question, like, will it materialize? We do know that some of these are really high peaks, the 8,000-foot peaks and such, where both of the fires are. Could definitely get 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts just easy, just 45s and 50s, no matter what this map says. That's as they have said time and time again at like predictive services.
Water tender 23 on channel 4.
But those are just a couple of peaks. Those are just a couple of peaks.
You know that I've started to make my way out down Bayshore Road. Just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah, copy all. And additionally, we'll see you at Patterson for the food arrangements.
This is funny. Every time I talk about the weather, I get interrupted by this radio station that never speaks at any other time. So that's the kind of funny thing. I just, all I need to do is explain the weather event, and they'll just start saying, "Oh yeah, food." But what the good news is that they really have done a great job with that fire that broke out yesterday, the fire by Globe Rock, and that's the one they called the Bayshore, which is just east of, I think that was Merced area, pretty far north of the KNP. But this radio picks up chatter for occasionally the KNP, but mostly for that. So that's something that's good. Can you imagine if they didn't get a hold of that fire and the new wind event burned it out of control by Yosemite? That would just be nuts. So we can count our blessings where we've got them. So, but like I said, we'll have to figure out what goes on. But tomorrow afternoon, there's quite a lot of wind. So that's Sunday at 5 p.m. And that's what the red flag is about, because teens and single digits humidities plus these wind gusts. The sustained will only be around 15 miles an hour-ish to 20-ish, maybe. When we hit sustained, it's under speculation. It might even be really mild as far as sustained winds goes, of even lighter winds. But different story when you click on the wind gusts map. And gusts are what have been driving around the fire and steering it today. So if we go back and take a look at the bigger picture, we see that this stuff in the Pacific Northwest is causing this event and this change. The good news is an inch of rain at the monument and some rain over on the Dixie is what people have been reporting. Maybe even some more tomorrow. I don't know about Tahoe. Said it is getting a little bit. I wasn't able to verify that. The problem is south of Tahoe, there's almost nothing. Nothing in the forecast. No moisture that we can really expect unless there's some sort of a miracle surprise. So it is a good event for the North fires in general. It is a terrible event for those in the south. South of Tahoe.
Italian 12, King 2.
So let's see if we've got the Tobias. It's back. It's back. It's back online. Let's see what's been going on for an hour. Okay. Tobias Peak 1.
Unit call, Battalion 12.
Finally.
Battalion 12, King 2. Wanted to pass on some information that tomorrow coming up, Bayshore break. Toppings is going to be having 2 cattle trucks around 8 o'clock making their way up towards their loading chute. So just have your fire guys be advised when they're coming up the road, there'll be 2 cattle trucks coming in and out.
I copy.
Oh, Eric Nelson. Sorry, I should have looked back at chat.
Sure, I see. Copy direct.
Randy says, I have bones that predict weather changes. What are your bones saying right now, Randy? Chris says, oh, thanks, Chris. Eric says, I'm in Cedar Grove, AQA. It was terrible all day with the inversion layer. air quality index. After the wind picked up this afternoon, it improved here from hazardous to very unhealthy. We are yet to evacuate. Tonight, though, the winds might really put Cedar Grove in danger. We can try and look at the very best that we can. If you stay ever downwind of a mega fire, I would definitely say sleep in shifts and have somebody monitoring stuff all the time. Radios if you can, like the radio comms of the chatter. I thought it was under mandatory evacuation order before, because for the first time these areas are much more in danger than they were. The southwest winds, like I was trying to explain, mostly have kept the fire pushing it towards the north, towards the northeast. We have just started having a reversal just around 7 p.m. It's now 8. North winds and northeast winds are going to start pushing it that way. I don't know how much, if any, they were able to put lines above Oak Grove. Is that where you said? Oh, you're in Cedar Grove. I'm so sorry. I just confused it with Oak Grove. Let's look at Cedar Grove. So sorry. If you were here at Oak Grove, I'd say beware, because I don't know how many lines anybody's been able to get up here, if any, because the steep terrain is crazy. Sorry about that confusion. Let me go to Cedar Grove. Is that by Camp Nelson? Because that's not a place I've been able to go to on the map. Am I thinking KMP Camp Nelson area? I was looking at the map a little bit, and there's a bunch of repeating names, and I'm starting to get my groves confused. But the Three Rivers, but continuing the point I was making, Oak Grove and Three Rivers now might be a little bit on edge tonight as the wind starts changing direction. Now that could help the Camp Nelson area. Excuse me, which is down at the Windy. Let me go back to the right fire. The Camp Nelson area, as it was trying to go north to it. Where is there it is, Camp Nelson and these surrounding parts. They already have, I know where Cedar Slope is. That was devastated last year. If you look at the fire history, it was just taken out. Very few structures were not impacted. If the wind coming out of the north might buy them some extra time to prep the structures at Camp Nelson. I think they're still on a watch, although we should go and make sure with the new evacuation map update. So when we go to K&P, they have this really awesome site. It's almost one-stop shopping for the whole complex. And that is, let's see here.
Bayshore IC, duty officer.
Tulare-County.ca.gov/emergencies. This is
Duty Officer Smith, Bayshore IC, go ahead. Step in a position to make a phone call. Driving down Bayshore Road right now with 2 crews in tow and other resources, probably not. Can I meet you face-to-face at the office? Yeah, if you're on your way, that'll work out fine.
Let's see, where's Camp Nelson? Under watch? This isn't the world's best map that they have. We've got Peppermint Creek. I wish we could switch map view. Well, it's better than nothing. But the Ponderosa area is under mandatory evacuation, which is over here. It's a little bit difficult. You can't really see individual community names, which would be very helpful for an evacuation map, but there you go. The Count Topo, it's a lot easier to see because you can switch to community names and this and that. But in order to cross-reference these, we have to see there's Slate Mountain and just Slate Mountain here, and you can draw a straight direct diagonal line across this ridge, and you can see where Camp Nelson is, and that's kind of the way I need to go back and forth and orient myself on it. So let's go back. Slate Mountain. Unless there's a magical button to push. Yeah, it just says orders and warnings. Where's our Slate Mountain? I just saw it. There it is, Slate Mountain. Aha. So, draw a line. There you go, Nelson Creek. So it's under warning, and I imagine that would go red any day now. But, this gives them a little bit of time that the north wind's going to reverse.
713.
And they have a perfect opportunity to light backfires like this in that direction, and the fires would go to the south if they wanted to do that, to try to protect the Camp Nelson area, just with wind, if it's going to be nice and steady in a certain direction. That might be part of their strategy. I was hoping they'd kind of elaborate on it, but we are not getting the same kind of level of community update as we're getting on the others, the same amount of detail. So, looking back at the chat, sorry about this, I should do that more often. Exactly, the Early Forest Service did not have the tinderbox of 175 million dead trees because of the bark beetles. Yeah, I do hope the KNP can get solved soon. It really won't be, with this amount of people on it, not even 1,000, it's not going to be people who are able to make defenses and stop the fire. That's not enough people. We unfortunately just ran out of firefighters to send. Even after the Dixie, there's almost no firefighters to send to other fires. And now the Dixie has had drawdown of several thousand off of it and redispersed to others. But there's still the monument in the river going, and the Caldor is still going. And they're still having trouble around Echo Lakes. The Antelope is still going. I'm hoping that with the rain they might temporarily reassign some people, but we have heard nothing about that. They really need all that time to get ahead of their fires. They can't spare anybody. If they do, it's going to be bad for them. So it's this huge catch-22. They called in teams from the rest of the country, and it would take more than a week for them to arrive, and some of them are just now arriving. Rocky Mountain crews, for the most part. So they'll do what they can with this crazy small amount of staff that they have. But, they'll do what they can. So, oh, hey, Jan, yeah, welcome back. Where is Cedar Grove? Because I'm not placing that. I know Cedar Slope, but let's see. Old School NOE was saying spot fires. Which spot fires? I'm trying to read the chat. At least we have our Tobias Peak. Now this is the windy looking from south to north. And let's try and see how smoke changes direction. It went down earlier, and so we skipped ahead in some hours. I think maybe doing a 1-hour time lapse might be a little slower. Let's try it. Hopefully we get it the rest of the night. So the Dixie Fire meeting had just ended. We could go back and look at it. They were saying mostly, what were they saying? Oh, hi, Chris. I'm so sorry about not seeing your donation if I haven't thanked you already. I think I typed a heart earlier, but they were talking. But thank you so much, Chris. Let's see. Buckrock 2 cam is showing the hot spots. Yeah, we'll go look at it. Looking at windy. I don't think we see too much as far as the wind changes, that it's going more to the southeast instead of due east. So it can take a little bit of time for the wind to kind of shift. And earlier the wind was more more of a due east. Now it's starting to do its shift like so. We can probably expect something like this to happen as the hours go by, you know, and then eventually like so. But which hour this happens, and then perhaps even this, at which hour this occurs, we don't know. Can check windy forecasts and try to get an idea. Let's put on regular wind. But east of Porterville, plant that flag like so. And go to miles per hour. Okay. So we're going to reach almost a dead calm for, you know, prevailing winds, not surface winds, but prevailing winds. Any moment now, but with 26 mile an hour wind gusts. And from now until 9-ish, that transition is going to be occurring. So it might actually be even quicker than I expected. And it was forecasting the wind going almost to the, the northeast wind going almost to the west. Excuse me, to the southwest. Right about now, which we're not seeing. We're not seeing that on the fire, the fire's smoke column. And then by midnight-ish, the winds, let's see, let's go to gusts. Yeah, it just won't animate in a way that we can see very well. It's saying the wind will die down after 11. I hope so. To about 10 mile an hour wind gusts, facing the opposite direction, trying to face west. So that's an odd prediction for the mountains right there. But as you can see, the prevailing winds coming in like so out of the delta means north winds in general. So I would expect that the fire spread would mostly be to the south, but it could really be to the west, southwest, and southeast. Either way, being that the mountains are a bit of that microclimate. So we'll see what happens. I like to mostly look at the smoke columns, and that tells you something. As we have been observing, what the winds do is they have, especially visible on Tobias Peak and others, is that we see the winds on the ridge tops, which is here. We have different layers of winds down in the canyons, and then different layers of wind. We've seen this before. We've seen a layer cake of some of the winds down the canyons being a different direction than the one at the ridges, being a different direction than the prevailing winds of the atmosphere, in a totally different direction, even higher in the atmosphere. So I trust the cams more than any sort of a program like that. Let's go and look at our KNP, McKenzie Ridge, and the Buck Rock. Wow, there's the moon. I want to believe in the moon. Alright, let's do an hour time lapse. Alright, try and look back at chat, catch up on things. I think I'm about caught up in what people are saying in chat. Let's see. Where is Cedar Grove? Going back up to... is it Fresno County? Is that why I couldn't find it on the map? I kept typing in Tulare County. Yeah, Big Dog, current wind speed at the weather stations is reporting 3 miles an hour to a dead calm. But who knows where the weather stations are? And as Dusty was pointing out, it's a far cry from like where the actual fires are at the high altitudes. Remember, these are above 5,000 feet. So I just remembered something. The cool thing about windy is you can click on the nearest weather stations And I think this will take us to where they are. I was hoping it would list them on the map. And if they're at the lower elevations, you know that something very different is happening. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet taller. Remember, you have sea level down at almost at Porterville, and then you have 8,000 foot peaks that the Windy is currently on, and the K&P. So, and as the crow flies, that's less than 4 miles, and 5 miles away from each other. So that's one heck of a hard climb. You want to take a nice, robust car with a good engine on your way to the Sequoias if you ever drive up there. I do remember that drive. It was pretty nuts. So, why doesn't it map the state? Okay, so it kind of does. So there's one. I'm hoping for a midnight miracle or a late night miracle where we have the winds die down for a bit. That would be cool. That would be cool. Big pauses in between wind gusts would be excellent. It would, but speed bump the fire, so to speak. But I thought we had maybe it was Weather Bug. We had a weather station that showed the weather stations where they were located. I mean, this sort of is. That's southeast of Porterville on a peak. Yeah, that's south of the Windy Fire. I'm looking for one north of it. That's no good yet. So we're just kind of poking around blind here. Well, we could let the flag up there. Hit the nearest weather station. Wish I knew which mountain was which. Here's Kauai weather station. But that's over by Three Rivers. That's at the ground level almost. Three Rivers Museums. Oh, you can mouse over it. Okay, I think I see what we're doing. See how they're mostly down at the lower elevations? Now, that one's starting to get the higher elevation. But I don't want any forecast. I just want to know current weather. And that's what I hate about Windy, is it's hard to tell if you're in a forecast mode or some sort of a, report mode. So let's look back at our cams. Here's Tobias Peak. I'm hoping that we'll get a time lapse that'll start showing us where is the smoke going. That'll be where the fire is going. Kind of got confused about daytime versus nighttime mode there for a second. I'm seeing spread towards the south. Just look at the last frames. You see it kind of coming over these ridges. So if I can turn your attention to right there, that's actual fire. The bright white spots, that's actual flame. Same thing as here. That's not heat, because you can see how it is silhouetted against smoke drifting in front of it. So let's keep going. You can see it erupt. Looks like a spot fire erupts right there. Let's forward some frames. Really takes hold. So yummy, I found some fuel. Here we go. At the same time, you see the wind drift that way. A spot fire erupts there. Another one erupts there. Let's fast forward some more frames. And this is within the last, 15 minutes. And we see that it's on the southeast portion of this portion that we can see. So it's doing southerly spread. I would imagine the embers being pushed up over the ridge by the wind. And remember, this is a microclimate, or it could have just climbed it. It's either or. Fire likes to climb, so it can go down and up and down, and then up over the side, and then down and up over the side. No matter which way the wind's blowing, it can always roll down a slope called rollout, and flaming pine cones and flaming trees pieces and flaming logs that roll down a steep slope hit the bottom of the slope, and then fire can climb it no matter which way the wind's blowing. So that's called the rollout, and backing activity, whereas the head of the fire just might be way off there, you know, being driven by the wind. So, yeah, see how the fire is. Sorry, I gotta go back some frames. See the light we have back here. This is where the head of the fire was today, and these portions further to the east. We're just seeing the western half. We're seeing the western half because the camera is about to go and crop our vision to here as it zooms in. So whatever's going on over here, we can't see. They're going to be the Johnsdale stuff, that kind of drama. We're seeing over here towards the lookout, the Mule Peak lookout, which I think is that peak or that one. I couldn't be sure, that we were looking at earlier. So you'll see how it crops, and we're just looking at the western portion of the fire. Yeah. So it's going over ridges where we haven't seen it spread before. So Big Dog says the town is down in a hole, which is probably why the wind speed is so low. Yes, exactly. Most weather stations happen to be by where little towns have been historically. A couple are located up on high peaks, but they're so hard to maintain. They get destroyed by avalanches, snow, and they have to be accessed by helicopter. That you don't have a lot of those. We have very deceptive weather station reports. Everything from temperature to wind speed can be really off and really different than and not really reflect reality based on where the majority of weather stations are at. So you can say, oh, all of California is extremely hot right now because, well, most of the weather stations of California are in the extremely hot valley with the extremely hot reflective asphalt, and with the vast majority being at airports, which are extremely hot due to the tarmac, you know. Not so much do we have weather stations in the middle of nowhere in the forest where it's way cooler, with the forest cooling off the landscape due to evaporation and other factors, and, well, more winds and elevation, of course. So let's look at other cams. Here's another look at Windy from Blue Mountain Kern. It's just a slightly different view. It's looking to the northeast from much further away, and we can do a 1 hour time lapse. I'm waiting for a little bit more time to go by, then I think we'll see the smoke column shift around, and that'll tell us if the wind change is complete. The funny thing is the whole north wind thing could either affect these fires massively or not as much as we even think, because surface winds and the wind along the ridges can always be a bit different than the prevailing. And right wherever you have fires that are right next to slopes like so, like we had on the Dixie as it was going towards Janesville and Milford, we saw that characteristic pattern. It kind of does its roller coaster going up and then plunging down thing. And we see that pattern at night. It gets pretty eerie. It looks almost like have you ever seen a dolphin not quite crest the waves? It's just under the water, but it's going really fast. And right where its blowhole is, right on top of its nose, it's making that it's distorting the water in front of it as it moves like a torpedo at high speed around like a porpoise underneath the water. It's not breaking the water, but it's distorting it like that. That's kind of the way the wind is. It looks like that, like the mountain is the porpoise, and then you see the water kind of go over like that porpoise effect. See, it's a porpoise. You know, sorry, just trying to get visual here with you. But there's a phenomenon for that. There's a term for that. I wrote it down somewhere in my notebooks. I hope Susie comes back. She's the meteorologist who comes in here, and she told me what effect that was on wind patterns. Gosh darn it, I just can't find it in my notes. But she's recovering from surgery, but she'll be back whenever she can. So yeah, looking at cams, we're not seeing a 3-mile-an-hour wind pattern. You know, we're seeing something a bit more robust. Most of the weather stations are down here. The vast majority are down at that elevation. Maybe I can find that out. Let's do map of weather stations of California. Maybe we can go find some. I was hoping there'd be an interactive one. Remote automated weather stations interactive map. Well, don't you know it? Oh yeah, cool. National Weather Service at NOAA. Oh, we can't zoom? What do you mean we can't zoom? No. Oh, okay. So, oh, okay, all right. I see. So we can go to, there's Mammoth Lakes, there's Visalia. Okay, see how few we have up in the high elevations? See what I mean? There's plenty down there by Fresno and Visalia. So one of the very few we might want to trust is this guy, Rattlesnake, California. Elevation 8,600 feet. So what is it? It's wind reported speed right now. Calm. Cool. 52 degrees. Hey, it said accumulated precipitation? What? 4 inches? That can't be right. I'm pretty sure there's not 4 inches of snow or rain there. 8:11 p.m. Okay, my confidence just faltered in the weather station. It's saying 4 inches permanently since September 16th. I'm just going to call that one broken. We're reporting wrong. Let's see. Wind direction is west-northwest. So it's blowing to the east-northeast. And relative humidity, 18% at 7, 25% at 8 o'clock. So it's increasing a little bit, but they are forecasting poor humidity recovery overnight, so that won't be too helpful. The fire should burn still pretty actively. So speed and wind gust. Yep, it's showing today it had a big peak at this weather station, recorded at 18 miles an hour earlier today, and it's calmed down now to, oh, you can zoom in on this portion. Oh, this is neat. It is having 10-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the moment, this particular station, and the current weather hazard is red flag. Is there a way to go zoom in exactly? Oh, here's the Latin Long. We can find out exactly where this is. Perfect. Okay, now we're cooking. So let's go to the Latin Long. It's there at the Kern River. Here. Almost due east of it. Oh, you know what? It's down in... okay. It's better than nothing. It's kind of on the opposite... It's kind of on a cliff precipice in this little microclimate. And it's better than nothing. Let's see. Activity. It's kind of not exactly where the fires are at. So, let's find another one. Okay. There's Fresno, Visalia, Porterville, Black Rock. That's pretty far east. That is 8,114 feet. And the wind gusts have been 16 miles an hour. Earlier today they were 21 miles an hour. Recently they were 16. So let's see current conditions. 6 inches of accumulated precipitation. Is that a yearly total maybe? That would make more sense. West-southwest winds gusting to 17 miles an hour. And humidity of 30%. Up from 24 at 6 p.m. and a measly 15% at 1 p.m. Okay. So, current temperature around 51 degrees. So, like I said, there's not really too many nearby stations that can give us a clear view because the windy is right here. It's almost due east of Porterville in this little spot. We've got no weather stations in this entire area that would give us an exact view, an exact picture. I'm of a mind that we kind of need more of these. That would be good. So we have a trimmer peak, but see how for Porterville we have a Johnson Dale weather station reporting 15-ish mile an hour wind gusts that have been dying down. 62 degrees, 3 mile an hour calm, gust to 12, wind direction west-southwest. So the wind going to the east, to the southeast. And red flag warning. 7 days. Okay. Alright. So let's look at K and P. Let me look back at chat. How did today's rain affect the fires? It was great, Steve, for the monument. They got an inch around the monument. It might still be raining there. I haven't looked at Dixie yet. I think I got a little bit up there. I lost power part of today, so I've been online for the last 3 hours trying to figure out exactly what I missed in the afternoon as the red flag winds were hitting. So I'm still trying to catch up on the Dixie. We watched the Caldor's update. We watched the Monument Fire and Knob update. We watched the update for this morning for the KNP and the Windy. But we're waiting for some sort of a nighttime update, which usually happens around this time. Even I hope they type something, a written update I could read to you guys. So I'll check social media in a second to see if they've done that. But I don't expect any sort of video update tonight because they're all busy, really busy fighting the fires. It's real active right now. We lost the cams a little bit earlier today. On the Windy, and Tobias Peak just came back online. So we're trying to figure out the actual wind speed and actual wind direction, but the Windy doesn't have any nearby weather stations to give us the accurate picture. So people were confused. Why do the weather stations report very low wind speed when both the meteorologists for the incident and the National Weather Service and the special bulletins and predictive services, why do they say that there's high winds today? That's because they're over there using their instruments from teams on the ground, bringing their instruments into the area and looking at satellite and modeling data. We don't have any permanent high altitude weather stations anywhere near the Windy itself. Just a few on its periphery. So that's why I keep telling people for mountain fires, I look at the smoke direction on the cams to get the best idea of what's happening there. You can kind of look at forecasts but things like Windy and other programs, but they don't accurately represent. Because guess what the programs on your phone do, or like Google weather and all that. They're taking the data from the weather stations that are nearest and telling you about them. They are not telling you about reality in that area. That's the main point. So, yeah, Steve, they said Dennis in his River Fire quick update, he said they didn't do active firefighting today because they had so much rain, it got a little almost flash floody on them. So they kind of retreated. I don't blame them. This is when giant boulders and trees can roll down on them. They're going to delay opening Highway 50 for the same reason at the Caldor, because they got some massive wind gusts today. They'll probably get some really massive wind gusts tonight and tomorrow over at Tahoe, like at 1 p.m. So, yeah, that's right. We should try to look at the Dixie update. We need a little bit more time for a time lapse. These cameras have just gone into nighttime view, and we need a little bit more time to see the wind direction change. I expect the southern portions of both fires to be really super active now. Southern, southeast, and maybe even southwest portions if the wind change does complete itself. So, yeah, C-Probe says northwest winds 25 to 35 miles per hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour possible. Absolutely. Let's just read the special weather statement. These are a lot more accurate, like I would say, than like what your phone might say, or a program like Windy. This stuff is a lot more important. Predictive Services announcements and National Weather Service special statements. So at 7:21 Pacific, thanks so much C-Probe for the link. A low pressure system will bring gusty winds along with low relative humidity to the areas of already dry fuels. Saturday through Sunday, increasing fire weather risk. So,
Sierra for 10, close back in quarters.
Nice to see it. That's what I'm talking about. Every time I read the weather, I get interrupted by the radio.
Sierra, Bay Shore, I see. Sorry, Sierra. Alpha and Fresno 4 have arrived at Batterson.
Copy, drive Batterson 2032.
Okay. Now this is 7:21 p.m. Urgent bulletin.
Copy, drive Batterson 2032.
Urgent Fire Weather Service. Bulletin from National Weather Service. A low pressure system will bring gusty winds along with low relative humidities to areas with already dry fuels Saturday through Sunday, increasing fire weather risks. Remember how I said when it was a warning the other day that I'll be a monkey's uncle and eat my hat if it's not a red flag? Well, it was updated to red flag. Red flag warning remains in effect until 8 p.m. Sunday for gusty winds and low relative humidity for fire weather zones 593, 594, 95, and 96. Affected area, Sierra Nevada from San Joaquin River southwards through the Tehachapi, or however you say that area. Wind, northwest winds 25 to 35 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 possible. So that's talking about sustained. Yikes. Yikes, 25 to 35 mile an hour sustained with gusts up to 45 possible. Now that doesn't mean it's constantly that fierce, but that's in general. Humidity. Relative humidity will range from upper single digits to upper teens. With poor overnight recoveries. That's bad, bad, bad. Like on a scale of bad, that's horrendous. That's, oh no. On a scale of bad, this is very bad. And impacts. Combination of parched fuels, gusty winds, and low humidities. Increased chance for rapid fire spread and dangerous fire behavior. Outdoor burning not recommended. Oh gosh, they really need to get a little bit more bold in their statements and say forbidden, or outdoor burning is only for insane people. A red flag warning means critical fire weather conditions are either occurring now or will shortly. Remember, warning means happening. In the weather, a watch means probably going to happen, may happen. That's what a watch means, like tornado watch. There may be a tornado. Warning means tornado is touching down. Warning means happening. That's what weather warning means. It means in progress, happening now. And what do we see on our cams? We see reality reflected in that. Those are winds chunking away. That is not 3 to 6 mile an hour winds. This is why you need to listen to the bulletins and to the predictive services and the fire weather people at their meetings, because we just saw in our map, we do not have any weather stations up there at high altitudes reflecting reality. The weather stations are dotted around mostly at low altitudes and stuck in little valleys where the winds are not fierce. The fire is up at the high 8,000 foot altitudes where the winds are always fiercer than anywhere else. I mean, that's what pilots will tell you. The higher you go, it's a very different story. You can take off with the windsock really lazy at the airport, climb a couple thousand feet, and start hitting a bumpy ride. The winds are so unpredictable that this portion of California is considered the pilot graveyard, the Sierras up here towards Tahoe. There's pilots that they take off from LA and such, and they go, oh, this is so nice, and they come and drift towards the mountains, and they've never been flying in the mountains before. They've just gotten their pilot's license, and they're not prepared for the crazy crosswinds in different directions and things coming off the slopes. It just throws them down, and they crash, and sometimes they're never found, but it's a thing that happens pretty regularly, and it can even happen to experienced pilots. They're shifty and they're treacherous off the southwestern slopes of the Sierras, especially. Yeah, and even when we had calmer winds, we had the full-blown pyro clouds, and so, gosh, what we could see if we had like tomorrow's forecast, really big winds. Yikes, yikes, yikes. The only good thing about nighttime is winds are worse during the day because solar radiation actually helps them get worse. Don't ask me how, it's just ask a meteorologist, that's what they keep saying. So at nighttime, it's tamped down a little bit from as bad as it could be, but as soon as we see dawn, and especially noon, that's why we're getting them blow up. So, yeah. So, wait, did we lose the cam? Why is... We lost the cam. Dang it, Tobias Peak got knocked out again. Its last transmission was at 8:01. Crap. Okay. Well, let's go to Blue Mountain Kern then, and let's do a 3-hour time lapse. And come on, go to nighttime. There we go. See, that thing is chugging away. Those winds are going. Wish we had an accurate, actual weather station there right now, but we just don't. We just don't. We can just eyeball it and see, yeah, that's not a dead calm. That is not 6 mile an hour winds. If we had 6 mile an hour winds and only the occasional 10 mile an hour gusts, like Wendy was saying, based on its weather station reports from mostly way down there in the valley, mostly the reports way down in the valley and deep into a couple of valleys, we would not have this. We would have smoke blanket cover everything. The fires would die down, we'd barely see them, but we do not see that happen. We see that chugging away. Let's do the 1 hour. I wish we had something in the foreground, like some trees whipping around. Jeff Jones says they just added a weather station this week to the Vogelsang area of Yosemite. Not sure when it'll be available. Oh, that'll be cool. They definitely need a couple more in there. It would help pilots too to not be taken by surprise. I figure that's also why pilots are taken by surprise. They get their iPad, they listen to the weather reports, but they look down and they see the misleading stuff that the iPad tells them from things like Windy app, because Windy is just taking data from the actual airports and the actual weather stations. It's not giving you the special reports. It's not giving you the special statements. And if they skip listening to the NOAA radio, it can be a very bad time for them. There's still missing pilots in the series we never found. And occasionally we find them about 20 years later. It has a website to look at. Cool. So, Vogel saying Yosemite. Okay. Let's check it out. We're saying weather station. If you guys have a
2041.
A different website that's kind of like Windy, I'm looking for an alternative. It grates me the way it's set up. If we have something a lot more clear, that would be great. Yeah, I just went to Brandenburg, Germany. That's definitely not the weather station that we were looking for. Maybe there's an alternative like windfinder.com. Yeah, let's just see if it has Visalia, California, or something like that. Visalia Airport. Yeah, Visalia Airport is currently reporting. What? It's saying something about tomorrow? Well, that doesn't make any sense because it's not tomorrow, it's the 18th. I really hate that when it's confusing. Just current data versus forecast. Is it too much to ask? Okay, it's stuck on forecast mode. Let's put it on report mode. Okay, current wind speeds at Visalia are what? 10 miles an hour northwest. Based on our forecast model, screw you. I don't want your model. I want the actual wind report. So I'm not using Windfinder. Okay, let's go to the next one. Weather.us. I don't know why it's so hard. Just tell me, what is the current wind? Do you pilots have a special app that you like the most? I really like my radar. But I don't know if there's a search box. I could go to the NOAA weather app. My radar has got a beautiful interface. But trying to find places could be a little difficult. Let's see, looking at the phone. This is the current time lapse of the Windy Fire. We'll look at the KNP in a second. And maybe we should check in with Daniel Kern, the cosmic being. You would know what's going on in the Devil's Punch Bowl. And we'll check on the heat spots in a second too. Give me a moment. Let me look up something on my other screen. Hang on. Okay. It's got a couple of videos on how to use it. Yeah, hang on. Let's watch this video on how to use my radar.
Notice that location arrow. You have two options here. If you click the magnifying glass, you can type in a location. Let's do Seattle, Washington.
Okay.
Hey there, how's it going? I'm meteorologist Mike Linden from My Radar. And today I'm going to give you an overview of the basic features in the My Radar app to get you started and tracking the weather today. So let's jump right in together and take a look. Now, first of all, looking at the map, if you pinch with 2 fingers, you can zoom in and zoom out. If you also want to, you can double tap any location and that will zoom you right on into the map. Notice as well, wherever that crosshair is over, you can pull down from the top, at least here on an iPhone. You can do the same as well on Windows Phone and Android, and this will give you a very detailed forecast for what you can expect in the hours and in the days ahead. You just swipe back up to go back to the main map. Now, on the bottom here, you have the scrolling bar, so you can pause the radar data. You can go to a specific moment in time if you want to, so we'll keep that going. Now we'll start with the buttons on the bottom here. Notice that location arrow. You have 2 options here. If you click the magnifying glass, you can type in a location. Let's do Seattle, Washington. There we go. And that will take you.
That button isn't there. Ah. So I have a location button that takes me to my geographic location, but I don't have that magnifying glass. Is there a way I get it? Where is it? Let me run to its settings real quick. I find it a million times easier to just look at my phone. This app is so easy to use. I wish it was for I wish it was online, just like Windy, because we would see everything just so much more clearly and so much better. If I have to, I'll find a way to stream my phone. That might be pretty cool. So let's. Thing is I don't have that button that he's talking about. I have a geolocation button that takes me to my own location. So he's saying click something that doesn't exist to get the location. So dang it.
Washington. There we go.
So I'm holding it down, long pressing. It doesn't give it to me. So I could do it the hard way and move around the crosshair button like he was talking about. But I would rather just type in something like Visalia and go there. Well. So currently what I'm seeing on my phone is that there's wind basically doing this. It's going from here at Porterville and it's kind of climbing at a slow rate of speed, and once it hits this ridge line right here, it's plunging down like so, and it's picking up speed in this little band. And I wish I could show you that. And then it's also doing that off the ridgeline here towards Nevada, whereas the wind kind of slowly climbs. It's doing like a roller coaster. And Windy doesn't show that very well, but it shows perfectly well on my radar. And you can see where the winds are finding their way to Nevada. And at some points, it's doing this. It's doing a curve like this. Okay, why is that the big pen? Okay, it's doing a bit of a curve like that. So it's going up and then down, and up and then down. So will the fire go this way? It can. Even though the winds are supposed to be north winds or west winds, you can see it spread up before it goes down that way. Kind of like a microclimate thing. So, no, you cannot get it for Windows. I am so disappointed in that because it's so dang beautiful and so easy to use, except for the missing button that I have. In fact, I'm going to go see if I need to just update the software because maybe that's just like a bad update that I got. I have my Radar Pro. If it is worth it. Yeah, it says it has an update. New feature, air quality notifications, diagnostic fixes for crashes, improved location awareness and widgets. Okay, the missing nowcast for some languages. Fixed. Okay, so it has a bunch of bug fixes. Let's see if that button is there. But I recommend it. It's on Android and Play Store, the Google Play Store, and the Apple Store, whatever that is. Where's my YouTube video? Did I close it? Tell me I didn't close it. Going insane. We were just playing a YouTube video, folks. What did I do with it? What? Did I just close it? Reopen close tab? No. That's my favorites. What? It's hiding. It's hiding. Isn't it? There! Oh, it was under a G. Okay, whatever. We can watch it on YouTube. That's better. Now we'll show. Alright, let's keep going. So,
you have two options here. If you click the magnifying glass, you can type in a location. Let's do Seattle.
Do we really have two options? Are you supposed to long press? Okay. I'm going to reopen the app. It just updated. Let's check it out. Button ain't there. It's not there. Why? Why? Okay, kind of feeling like an idiot. Did they move it? I'm long pressing. It ain't doing anything. Anybody else have this app? It's Hey, Dusty. You could see that effect clearly on the device cam before it went offline. Yeah, smoke poked up the hill from the valley. As soon as it gets to the ridge, it took off. Absolutely, it's doing its roller coaster thing. Welcome back, Dusty. Oh, you got a link for me? Hey, Big Al, how are you? But I could get an app, I don't know how quickly, and just show you my phone. Oh, that's nice looking. That's nice looking. It's not quite as nice as my radar, but yeah, that's soothing. Nice and clear. So we can hit a play button. And it goes from, oh, is that forecast? Well, that's forecast for Sunday going forward. Okay. So our place in question. Huh. Funny how we have this happen in the future according to this app. That's an interesting one. Watch it go. See? See how at 2 p.m. tomorrow it's showing that happen? The two winds meet each other and go north. Like that. That's an interesting one for 2 p.m. tomorrow. I thought we were supposed to have north wind tomorrow. I'm just gonna... Okay. So this one's called Ventus Sky. Okay. Altitude 10 meters above the ground. Oh, it's in meters. Boo. Let's put it back in America. Alright. So let's go higher motion speed. Maybe that'll be a little clearer. There, that's easier to see, isn't that? This is kind of cool. Okay, border color, inches, units, temperature units, Fahrenheit, height units in feet, snow is inches, speed is miles an hour. Okay. Then why is it in meters? Oh, that's... Okay. Alrighty. So, why is it in meters? Looking back at it. No, there aren't only mods in the chat right now. I hate it when people say that. Terry in England just went to bed, who was in the chat. A whole bunch of other people are in chat. My mods are the ones that constantly give me information. They're part of the reason that I promoted them to be mods. So let's, whoops, I just moved things. Okay, there we go. Whoa, this is wild the way it wants to zoom. Okay, is there any way I could, change altitude to American? Wow, at extremely high altitude. Wow, look at those winds at 12,000 meters at the edge of space or whatever. Wow. I mean, I like the fact that I could change altitude, but the whole meters thing. So, where is it in settings? Oh yeah, let's go to maximum resolution. English. Animation settings. We could have more lines. I like more lines. I need more lines. So it's fewer. That's more. Okay. We don't have to, whatever is clear to people. Okay. Yeah, Tiernan is, most people mostly listen to the stream. They come in here and they ask questions, and then they mostly are doing their thing and listening. That's why I have that pressure to speak almost all the time. We have the Sequoia and Sierra National Forest radio still on. I'm surprised they haven't interrupted me, because every time I talk about the weather, they usually do. Keep scrolling down to here. Okay. Snow, borders. Speed units, speed currents, pressure units. Height units is in feet, so why is it in the meter? Multiply meters by 3. I know, that's why I don't like that. I don't want to do math just to figure out height. That's the issue a lot of Americans have, is just we're too used to measuring everything in a foot. That's why it's unappealing to switch to metric. We just don't want to start having to do math where we didn't before. And metric is very appealing for other reasons. Like, I just can't stand using a ruler and measuring a room by tenths and eighths and 24ths and stuff of an inch. I hate that part. But we're not used to thinking about things in meters by any means of a thing. So I'm sure they do. They're easier to calculate with the whole 10 thing. But we still, if there is metric feet, and that's the way building height and atmospheres were, and sea and depth in the sea was measured, we'd embrace it right away. We just adjust to whatever a metric foot is. But leaping from 1 to 3 and making us do math in our heads all the time it was completely unappealing. Other than sports with like the 100-yard dash, like we just don't do yards, and yards are approximately a meter, just whatever. You do realize I have dyscalculia, the math disability, right? So that's especially unappealing to me. So the 2,500 meters would be around 8,000 feet. Okay. All right. So now we finally have what's supposed to be more accurate. But why doesn't it just show what's going on right now? I don't want your forecasts. I just want to know what's going on right now. That's where I hate these apps. Can you is there a now button? Now. Show present forecast. Oh yeah, if that's it. Show present day, not forecast. I want to know what it's doing right now. Okay. So this says today 8 p.m. Okay. This doesn't seem particularly accurate though. Maybe my motion speed is a little bit too ferocious. Opacity. Oh yeah, I love this, being able to change stuff. The meters button is broke though. Okay. So there's our Visalia. Now let's see if this lines up with what we got on the cams. Here's our Tobias Peak. Let's do our 1 hour. It seems to be going towards the southeast. The wind's blowing to the southeast. Doing the porpoise. It's doing the porpoise. And seems legit. You can see active flame on these ridges, and that ending shot right there is it finding new fuel, right? Burning intensely. Remember, the rest of the windy fire is over here where we can't see it. It's off screen. This one cut over to just the west side. So the Blue Mountain Kern has the much bigger zoom out, but we're looking towards the northeast. We have to remember that this is north. And I don't know what kind of good viewpoint we're really getting at. I'd say that looks pretty much like it is burning to the east. Best we can tell. Husky says, "You're 40 minutes early. You're back here in the flesh. Welcome back. Welcome back." So, C-Probe says, other than surface reporting weather stations and the occasional airborne report that are real time, all those winds aloft are numerical forecasts. That's very true. I thought maybe they would launch some balloons during fires. They did that on the Dixie. That was pretty impressive. We saw a couple of their balloons being let go. But Northern California, over by Chico, has got some super balloon research stations. I've got a funny story about how my car was almost hit by a weather balloon. It wasn't funny at the time. Those things are huge. Imagine just driving around 65 miles an hour, or cough, maybe I was doing 70, late at night, not another car in the road, flat ground, la la la, la-ti-da, what is that ahead of me? And bouncing around on the highway is something that looked like an alien craft, changing shape and shifting in front of me like some sort of a transparent ball of foil being bounced up and down the highway like a basketball with an invisible giant pushing it towards my car, crumpling it up. It was lit from the inside, expanding it, crumpling it up, expanding it, bouncing it towards me. I had no idea what it was. I slammed on the brakes, veered off the road. It bounces over a fence, goes into a field and bounces by me. And it itself was going about 60 to 80 miles an hour, trailing behind this weird little thing on a string that kept getting caught up on rocks. And when it did get caught up on rocks, it would whoosh, it would open up completely, and then it would dislodge the thing on the string, and then it would snap to and go boinging across the landscape like, you know those little, you ever play ping pong? But then there's the rubber balls with the string on the ping pong paddle, and you can just boing, 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 you know, that little toy? It was doing that across the landscape. And if that, whatever it was trailing behind it. It was not really like kind of like a gondola, but not for people. It had instruments on it. If that thing had hit my car, I bet I'd be dead. It looked like it was the size of a refrigerator. Probably wasn't that heavy, but it had something that was towing. I pull over at the side of the road and call a breathless 911, and they're like, "What is your report?" There's a giant balloon that almost hit my car. You mean like a party balloon? No, like a big balloon. Can you describe the balloon? You know, like a hot air balloon. A hot air balloon almost hit your car in the middle of the night. Yes, on the highway. I think it's a weather balloon. And she goes, "Oh, okay. Can you describe the weather balloon?" And I'm like, "I'm sure they're gonna, you can't miss it, okay? It's big, it's lit up, it's bouncing around 65 miles an hour to the north. It's traveling at a rate of 65 miles an hour, yes. In which direction? To the north. To the north." That was one of the stranger calls I've ever made. And she's like, "What color is it?" "I don't know. It's like gray." But they were, it was all kinds of scary. If I had had a dash cam, that would have been one of those viral things. Alright, going back to the chat. You ate ravioli and it was good. Awesome. That sounds awesome. Oh, Smitty is here. Just here trying to keep up with the house and the bird. I have to go paint before the rain starts. Well, I don't know that the time for painting is now. Big Dog says, "Are you saying that Americans are lazy?" We just like things the way that they were. We're traditionalists. I'll put it that way. So I love that Dusty says, "I'm not a mod, I'm a poser." Wow. Okay. So that's a good, I like this overall. This is a good site. Look at a UFO right there, guys. It clearly is a UFO because you could see it swing back around. Did you see it? I wonder if we did see a meteor that one day on the hay fork, and I swear I haven't found it, but I woke up from a nap when I was sick last week. Yep, see it turn around. There's that UFO. It's probably an airplane. The rocket launch happened and it was caught on one of the alert wildfire cams. Was it out of Anaheim? And you could see the booster falling back down to earth on the alert cam. That wasn't that long ago. We don't have fireflies in the West. That's a southern thing. That's definitely a craft. It's probably just an airplane. One of the scout planes. But this is our last look at the Windy, and you can see some of the emergency vehicles in the foreground. I bet that's a mapping scout plane. You know what? It's doing the characteristic zigzag pattern thing. I bet you if we look on flight radar right now, we're going to see it. So let's do it. Let me log into flight radar off screen. Okay. One moment. I'm feeling a lot better today. That truck flu is pretty bad. A flu that makes you feel like you're hit by a truck. At least I feel a little bit coherent. Aha! What do you know? See what I mean? It's flying at an altitude 17,700 feet. Aero Commander 500B. I was hoping we would be able to hear something. Maybe I could try broadcastify Kern County. I haven't heard of anything. We heard the French fire radio traffic from pilots. They won't talk constantly, but eventually, when they're done, sometimes the eye in the sky will give an alert to the crews on the ground and say, this is what I can see. Now, Kern County isn't too far south. Kind of right on the border with Tulare. We have Bakersfield Fire EMS. California Fire Special 1 is offline. Northern California Air Tactics is offline. Darn. We could try it.
Reported to be 14, just south of 178. It's 2 vehicles, possibly 7 occupants, total unknown patient count. I got 77, Battalion 1, medic is a 19, and 14 around on Kern 5.
Yikes. A car accident with seven victims at least?
7, copy, we'll continue that response.
Ew. That sucks. Oh, Chris says, I screenshotted the space junk falling that night. Cool. Yeah, so they're doing their mapping, their nighttime mapping. That's good that they can tonight. Is Tobias Peak run in operation? Okay. We could try to figure out which ridge we're looking at. The foreground ridge seems to rise. So we could try to figure out where we're looking at in the fire. It's a pretty characteristic bowl thing on the windy. I think.
14 needs to be Kern 1. 14, go ahead.
Yeah. We tried this before.
Video Kern Airport, we have a team at ETA to Indio Kern.
I'll try and check in with Daniel Kern.
Traffic accident, possibly 7 patients. 14 just south of Highway 178, just outside of Ridgecrest. Would you able to handle it?
Okay, here's our Tobias Peak lookout.
Copy.
Alright. It's elevation 8,280.
Copy, I'll keep it back on standby for the time being.
Okay. Frogman of Cabin.
Releasing 75 equipment, add them to the response.
Sheriff equipment completing. I'll show them out to 14 to south of 178.
Lion Ridge. Alright. Elevation 5,000. So, since Tobias Peak is looking...
75 equipment are out. Coming out.
Okay.
Grass fire in 73's area. They are at 178 and 14, clearing now, and they'll be around to the traffic accident 73's. Copy, then cancel 14. As far as you need to see, complete. 14 complete.
Could it really be zoomed that far?
The battalion 1 back in, also cancel engine 19. 19 is two section 13B boy, 336 Roberts, 1914. That's a low disappointment. Difficulty breathing. Disappointment 14. There was a medical aid off of Dynamere Court that was enabled only towed to 10 minutes ago. They were out from custody.
That's quite a zoom. So, where we're at, that's Kern County. I really don't think we're going to hear anything related to the fire. I'll leave it on another minute, but I'm trying to get oriented. I think we're basically seeing it come over the ridge line from where it was at Mule Peak, probably over by Table Mountain. I bet since we've seen it last, we now can see the bit that lit active fire. I would imagine, Dusty, it's right here at Table Mountain, cresting over, and if it went back down, it would affect 100 Giants.
Beach Avenue, Fresno, for something on fire for the reporting point. Small in size.
Or could be looking more like so. But what we can do, boy, it's raining hard out there where I'm at. We can put the target. Hey, it's doing the dolphin swirl already. See that? It's doing the dolphin. Okay. Satellite map, street map, hybrid map. Again, we don't have a lot of good choices on this one. We know it's not looking all the way to Camp Nelson. Yeah, it is fixated right across.
Control 75, engine 75, we're on 25.
That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the fire, I believe, go right here. Finally on the peak, right above the 100 Giants, with Mule Peak in the background.
Wow.
Wow. There is a torrential downpour outside right now. Okay, this is pretty horrible that it's coming towards the Giants, but they've had a little time to wrap them or do whatever they needed to do. The wind's still blowing to the southeast, so the Giants could be spared by it being pushed mostly to the east, or at least that could buy them a little more time. But they should be located as somewhere right down in that hollow, if I had to guess. So, okay, going back up to look at the chat. See the wind doing the dolphin thing? It's kind of spooky when it does that. What I'm talking about is the head of the dolphin and like down up, you know. The wind climbs up like the roller coaster, and it plunges down and goes whee, and it climbs up and then it plunges down whee. Remember, most of the windy fires over there. We can't see it. We can refer back here to a more
5912 Archdome Avenue across the High Peaks Drive, Trinity.
For a zoomed out view. I think what we can see in the Tobias cam is just this. And there goes the airplane running around doing the mapping. Okay. Jan Shan says my radar is one of the most powerful, accurate, precise weather tracking apps for Windows. This all-in-one suite comes with multiple features and accurate tracking data, but they don't have a...
Really? 19, we released from the Freeman incident. 19's complete assignment. 1119 released, completing at 2121.
Where? If it's for Windows now, I will be shouting, yeehaw. Really? Download? What? Yeehaw! No! See, it's the Play Store. It's not for Windows. Wait. I got tricked. I got tricked. Why you do this to me? Jan, how could you? Ah. It's just for the mobiles. You can buy t-shirts now.
13 Charles at 12510 Andrews Avenue, across the Rushmore Drive.
Get it.
Refer to panel for lockbox.
Get it from Microsoft? Get it from Microsoft? Really? Really? Yay! Yeah. Get. Okay. Okay. Yeah. When did this happen? They didn't have this a month ago. That's it. Okay, no more of that. I'm turning that radio off. No more Bakersfield, or wherever that was. Okay, guys. Let me try to get it. Okay, install. Okay, it's downloading it. Yeah. That'll be good. I expect that this is pushing the Windy straight towards Johnsdale. This is a nice app too. Better than nothing. Seems legit. Okay. Launch. Yeah, launch. Okay. It has ads. Alright, whatever. It's hang on, I'm configuring it off screen. I'm going to set my location to somewhere near Visalia. Oh. Okay. I set my location into Sequoia National Park. All right, neat. Okay. Cool. Let's see now. Where is wind? Tropical update layers. Okay, so here's our my radar. Yeah, I put my location as east of Porterville in general. And we've got buttons to push now. Different kind of maps. Oh, it has ones for pilots. And now we have layers. So you hit winds. You can do clouds if you want. Here's our winds. And then, well, wildfires are good to track too. Fronts. Okay, zoom out. It's really not as pretty as the app on the phone. Yeah, we'll take it though. You do temperature map. That's kind of beautiful. Okay. Kind of laggy. Let's turn on a different type of map actually. I was hoping it would have better contrast. It has super nice contrast on the phone. Forecast or Fresno, but for Tulare County, air quality, hourly forecast, kind of on the borderline unhealthy air. Whoops, accidentally pressed the wrong button. 5-day forecast for precipitation or wind. Now usually if there's a warning, you gotta configure it. You can click on the you can click on the area. So like right here, you click over here, it says gale warning. Point Piedras Blancas to Point Sal. See how it has like an area over here. There should be a red flag warning to click on. There should be a red on the Sierras. So maybe that's something I need to configure. Watches as well. Yeah, give them a certain opacity. Watches and warnings, but I don't see why it's missing the red flag. Maybe we have to put wildfires, hotspots. Smoke hazards is mostly for airline pilots, you know. So this is a very primitive version of itself, way better on the app. But I'm a little disturbed the red flag warning isn't there. Like you click there, it says fire weather watch. That went red flag a while ago.
353, firefighter 353.
Hey, there's a firefighter chatter.
For engine 353. I'm about 35 out. That's why I had to turn around.
And they're talking about Bayshore.
Kevin, you're coming in a little broken. It sounds like you said you're about 35 minutes out coming up Bayshore Road.
and it has a primitive version of modus and veers. But this is not nearly as high contrast as it is on the phone.
You're still coming in a little scratchy, but I can hear you.
I still think I should just stream my phone. I'm disturbed. Let me see if on my phone it has the red flag warning, because if it doesn't, that's news to me. It's super reliable for that. Yeah, it's missing from the phone too. It's supposed to be in effect from 5 p.m. to 8 tomorrow. Isn't it already in effect? So let's go to, where's my red flag map? Red flag warning. Yeah, the 18th. It's until tomorrow at 8. That's the Chagupla Plateau. Is it really called Chagupla Plateau near Mineral King? Mostly clear with a low of 38. Wow. North wind around 10 miles an hour, gusts as high as 15. With a special weather statement. Of course, we know it's a bit different. By Lodgepole, which is evacuated. Sunny. Sunday, sunny with a high near 53. Breezy. North winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts as high as 30 over there by Lodgepole. So, forecast discussion. Cooler and breezy through Sunday as weather system moves through Northern California. Strong gusty winds will bring a period of elevated fire weather conditions in the southern Sierra Nevada and Kern County mountains through Sunday. Warm and dry trend for much of the next week. Smoke from Sierra fires moving east away from the valley due to a southwest flow aloft ahead of weather system over Northern California. The onshore flow has resulted in cooler temps across the central California interior. Winds should strengthen tonight as a cold front approaches the area, leading to critical fire weather in the southern Sierra and, how do I say this once again? Tehachapi Mountains. Somebody gave me a guide and I totally forgot to write that down. The stronger dynamics will move through Northern California into the Great Basin Sunday. Models show a more organized front falling apart as it moves into the north sectors of the Central Valley. A few light showers will be possible towards North Yosemite early Sunday, but the widespread precipitation will remain north of the district. No. A front will move from north to south across central California with winds increasing and turning northwest behind the front. Winds turn more north Sunday night and offshore Monday as a surface high pressure builds in the Great Basin. This will bring a rapid warming and drying trend starting Monday and Tuesday. A ridge of high pressure in the EVAC builds inland thereafter, bringing above normal temps for the remainder of next week. Boy. So air quality issues, unhealthy for sensitive groups in Sequoia National Park and Forest. Certainty. The level of certainty for days 1 and 2 is medium. Level of certainty for days 3 through 7 is medium. Red flag warning remains until 8 p.m. on Sunday. So that is our last update that we've gotten for that area. Sunny and breezy. Now is it back? It is not back. Tobias Peak. Wait, is it back? It's back. 15 minutes of Tobias Peak. Okay. Tehachapi. Alright, thanks, Smitty. Thanks, K-Doc. That's how Google claims that you say it.
Tehachapi.
Is that correct, Smitty? You almost wrote the Devil's Punch Bowl. Whoopsie. Let's check in with the Cosmic Being, though, guys. As Daniel Kern made a post today. Good day, dearest ones. I'd like to inform everybody I'm going weekly community gatherings at historic Taylorsville Hall every Friday with social hour and potluck. Oh, that's really cool. Bring the community together. Awesome. So, it's talking about CAL FIRE fuel reduction treatments, how they made a significant difference in Tahoe. Yay. Okay. So, other than the 15th, we haven't had a video from him. Oh. Okay. Well, I hope he does more daily updates. We can go to the Lassen National Park evening update that they did that I missed. Or, sorry, Lassen Modoc. Wait, that would be West Zone. East Zone's Lassen Park, isn't it? Okay. Lassen National Forest, I meant. The park is the volcano. So here's the evening operational update. They had a community meeting, and then they had an operational update. So, there's some pictures. 88% containment, 963,301 acres on the Dixie, 2,264 personnel on it. Today's crews responded to calls for service near Greenville, Genesee Valley, Milford, and Janesville. All the reports were well within the interior of the fire. Despite today's high winds and increased fire behavior, fire has been held to the current footprint. Tonight's wind and red flag conditions will continue to test containment lines. Firefighters continue to tactically patrol, mop up, and perform suppression work, repair work around the fire. At 4:30 p.m., light sprinkling of rain occurred at Mount Huff. Oh, just sprinkling? The increased acres are not due to perimeter growth, it's due to interior islands burning together. The pictures are Crystal Lake and Mount Huff Lookout were provided by Operations Chef Section Chief Mario Gomez. Oh, how nice. That's above Quincy. Cute little fire lookout up there. Top of Mount Huff above Quincy and Powys. And the Mount Huff Lookout. I don't think we have a cam up there, do we? There's a mop up. What is mop up thing? Let's check our K&P cam for Buck Rock and see if we have a better time lapse. That looks pretty active. Wow. Alright, let's do an hour because that changed a lot. That changed quite a bit. Alright, let's actually do a 3-hour time lapse for the Buck Rock 2 lookout. Wow. Looks like that was some rollout, and the fire spilled over the ridge and rolled down the hill. Straight towards the cam. That's within the last 3 hours that really started. Yeah, we can go back some frames. So the time was what? 7:34. That pink was showing up on the hillside. Visible just as the smoke started to clear. Way more visible with the infrared. And you got fire spread out in multiple directions. That could just be rollout type spread, where the fire likes to climb, so it climbed the hill from the other side, and rolling flaming debris went down the other side of the hill, and that can be against the wind, but look, we do have some wind at higher elevations going straight towards the camera after a bit. See that shift right there? So, look at the upper atmosphere winds shifting to go straight towards the camera. So now it could be fed by some wind. You just never know with these microclimates. The rest of the plume is still headed off that way, whereas the upper atmosphere starts headed this way towards the camera. And then the plume follows suit. So just at the end here, we got winds going to the north. I mean, towards this camera. I could draw the arrows the other way. You know what I mean? Towards us. Towards us. That just shifted within the last hour. Interesting. Okay. Yep. So we have a split. So where the K and P is at, we've got some winds going up towards the north and northeast. And then over by Visalia and such, you got the winds doing that. It's just interesting where the windy is. Kind of crazy. Right, that would explain the anomaly that we're seeing. Okay, so let's skip the community meeting for a second and let's just get the latest operational update on the Dixie.
Good evening, Carrie Gilland, Operations Trainee for California Incident Management Team 1. I'm going to start where we've had a pretty significant amount of work. We had resources working from Indian Creek all the way up to Devil's Punch Bowl, trying to make sure that that portion of red continues to stay secured through the winds. Today, everything looked really good in there. As we continue out towards Grizzly Ridge, resources continue to patrol and mop up all along Grizzly Ridge. We've got roughly 300 feet of mop up. As we continue out towards Lake Davis, just past Turner Ridge, fire looks really good. We've had limited to no smokes in this area. Resources continue to patrol and mop up. As we continue out towards the eastern portion, towards Horton Ridge, as well as Dixie Mountain, resources continue to patrol and mop up. Right in this portion of Dixie Mountain is where we had some heavy timber that was burning on the ground. For the last 3-4 days, we've had some heli-tac crews as well as hand crews in there mopping that up. Everything along the Beckworth fire scar has stayed within the existing footprint all the way out to Highway 395. Everything along 395 continues to be patrolled and mopped up, coming all the way back to the Walker fire scar, where we've had no additional growth and no areas of concern. Everything within the Milford spot, all the way going back around to 395 towards Honey Lake, we continue to have resources patrolling and mopping up. As we progress up towards Fruit Growers, everything along here continues to be patrolled and mopped up. Resources continue to work down in down in Taylorsville, as well as Genesee Road. We did have several smokes within the Genesee Valley store that were called in today. They were well interior, no threat to the existing lines. Everything within Taylorsville, as well as Indian Valley, resources continue to patrol and mop up this area. We have had additional smoke checks within this portion, We've had resources respond to those, and they've been well interior, and they've mopped those up. As we continue out towards the Butterfly Valley Botanical area, resources are continuing to patrol and mop up. We have started suppression repair throughout this area, as well as Bucks Lake and the PCT going all the way back towards Story. This little area is an interior pocket within the existing Chips fire scar. We did have increased activity in here several days ago, and the interior pocket of green vegetation that was burning is what increased the acreage of the incident. However, it's still within the existing fire footprint. We have had additional smokes throughout the community, Greenville, as well as stuff within Genesee Valley, and those areas will continue to smoke. We will have resources throughout the day and the evening to respond to those smokes. If there's any potential threat, we take care of that. However, a lot of those have been well interior, several miles, up to a mile. Thank you.
Sorry, friends. I went over into the other room, and here I am talking away. As I get back to the main room, I hear beep, beep, beep. And it meant that my headset was reconnecting, so I had walked away from the range that it has. So sorry about that. So that is so awesome. I love hearing news that the Dixie East Zone there is buttoning up nicely and well within. I know they had not just a spattering of rain, if any, on the East Zone over by Doyle and Janesville and Milford, and yet everything held today in the winds. That is just awesome. I hope that everybody can start breathing a sigh of relief, because they've been going through like 90 days of crazy fire stuff. So, I'm sorry, I have to dash out of the house right now. I just realized the corner store is closing in 10 minutes. So I will be back in just a little bit. I've got to get some provisions. I'm going to leave you with Tobias Peak 1. And I will go back down and check on the stream from my phone. But I'll be right back as soon as I can, guys. It might take half an hour. The radio is still on. Please hold the fort for me. And I'll be right back, guys. Thanks.
Sierra Battalion 12 out of service.
Copy, Battalion 12 out of service, 22 direct.
Hey friends, sorry that the screen froze. I didn't expect to be that long. So I'm trying to get set up here still. The store closed 1 minute before I got there. And I thought, well, the nearest store that's open is like a 15-minute drive away. But I'm already on the road, why not? So I headed over there and got everything I needed, I think, for the most part. Excuse me, I muted it there so you guys didn't hear the sink. So let me try to get what I need out of the kitchen. I'll sit back down here and you guys can get me up to speed. I did not mean to take that long, it's just torrential rain. I decided to go out the parking lot, park closer. Oh, somebody's on the radio. Guess not. I got excited there for a moment. Somebody might be on the radio. At least I have most everything that I need now. I can maybe stay in a few more days. I like to try to go when there's not that many people out. Fewer people to meet and who may have COVID or something. I'm feeling a little bit better at least. I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, more so than yesterday for sure. Okay. Alright. Gonna go back over to computer now. It feels nice to have rain. Oh, I wish I could send some down to the fire area. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I left my food in there, dang it. Okay, I'm not back. Okay. Okay, for real now, I'm back. I've got coconut milk sago. It's supposed to be a soothing drink made from the pulp of some sort of a palm thing in the South Pacific. Then I get some pumpkin spice yogurt. That sounds...
53 is here, just inquiring on your status. Checking to see if we're going to bed down for the night or if you got a need for us. Your copies will be bedding down, confirming good with us going out of service.
Yeah.
Your copies, good night.
Okay. That sounds more like those people that are on that, the Bay Shore fire, that little bitty one by Globe Rock. I assume.
All units are out of service for the evening. Dispatcher on call, available to the end of service. Time check 2318.
Has there been any word on the Windy or KNP? Yeah, I am feeling way better. Still not 100%, but instead of a truck hitting me, I feel like only a golf cart hit me today. Ouch. Okay, let's look at Tulare County. Okay, nothing new but the road closure. So no new midnight evacuations or anything. Let's check out Buck Rock 2 cam. 6-hour time lapse. Check Sequoia Facebook page. There is an update now again. Okay. By the way, hi guys who are still here. The new mapping update happened, and it's actually half mile away from Johnsondale. Well, the wind has been pushing it right towards it. We can, temper our expectations. Hopefully it continues to get lucky, Husky. That'd be good. We're looking at the KNP though here with Buck Rock. Let's go to Tobias Peak, and Blue Mountain Kern 2 has the full. Well, it's actually zoomed in. I was going to say it has the full fire, and I just looked and it's zoomed in. Let's do a 6-hour of our Blue Mountain. The Windy is sprawling out now. To a much wider pattern. But active and vigorous. It's got good airflow on it tonight. Pretty grainy footage sometimes. Don't know what that's about. Got that characteristic wind swirly pattern. It's very active tonight. Windy. Let's check. There's Hayfork Divide. I wonder if it's still. Whoa. I wonder if it's still raining out there. Or by the Monument Fire. They said it got wet enough that they don't expect that the fire will be active until next Friday, after it dries out next week. But unfortunately, we're going to have high temperatures and drying out next week, which sucks. So, yeah, that wasn't the corner store. They closed right before we got there. HR says, I know politics frowned upon, but how do Californians keep voting in Newsom and his PG&E fires? Because they don't know about them, HR. They don't know about them. Wish I had a big wide audience to let people find out that PG&E is basically responsible for the deadliest and most expensive wildfires of California's history. And of the top 5 largest, I'm responsible for 2 of them. They just are blissfully unaware. A lot of media outlets are just too chicken to take on big power and big money. Media outlets have to be on the good side of some politicians in order to have access to them and interview them and show up at press conferences. Otherwise, they get barred from those sorts of things. Very few are willing to do that. Plus, if you're not careful and don't say verified things, you get big millionaires threatening to sue you for libel and slander, and even just filing something against you could ruin somebody financially. In the state, the monopoly power company is generally not somebody you would want to anger. What if your business needs them? It's the thing about monopolies is when you don't have choice, you need them, and they know that. So, is the South Tahoe fire out? The one at in the Dixie? No, they're not out at all. Nothing will put these fires out until heavy snows of winter. Even then, under a few logs, underneath a few stumps, it'll be burning until spring when they'll figure it out and put them out. They're called holdovers. If you can believe it, some of the worst fires will burn underneath 8 feet of snow and deep in the root system. Thank you, Sari. Thanks for the pat on the head. Yeah, Dusty was explaining those holdovers, and so was Cogito and the firefighters in here. They briefly mentioned them, but that's what the word holdover means. A snag, like a dead tree, for example, can have its inner wood burning underneath the bark and between it, smoldering and burning extremely slowly through the entire winter. It's like hot coals of a fire that never really go out. Exactly, Big Dog. The media is also intellectually lazy anymore. A couple like ABC 10 have taken them on, but they're little guys. They don't have the big reach. I was so disappointed when things like San Francisco Chronicle come out of the woodwork and say, recalling Newsom would be a mistake, and I'll spat my drink out. Cowards. He screwed over the people of paradise. And I don't care if there's a D or an R before your name, that is corruption. To say a company that has pled guilty to manslaughter and the deaths of almost 100 people, you and I, we would go to prison for life for that, causing billion-dollar disasters one after another. We would never see the light of day in prison. We'd never get out. Signing legislation to protect them and limit the amount of money to pay back the victims that they have to do so their stock goes up, that is absolutely horse pucky. Denying the victims their fair payout, allowing them to raise the rates on the victims to pay the victims, and keep gambling with people's lives by just hand slapping them whenever their rickety lines that are falling apart and not maintained start a massive wildfire that spans across 5 different counties. Hand slaps. Oh, don't you do it again. I can't comprehend it. The thing is that was news to me when I found out about the Cascade Fire. The way I found out is my friend died in it when PG&E lines went down. That woke me up. It's woken up the people of Santa Rosa and Bangor and Loma Rica and Paradise and, everybody near Redding with the Zog Fire. But unless you've experienced PG&E destroying your county, the majority of Californians don't have any clue. People living in LA and San Francisco may not have any clue that PG&E is a felon, a convicted felon corporation that pled guilty to manslaughter and is now on probation and being overseen by a judge. And Newsom helped keep it that way. They were bankrupt. They were going to go down. They were going to be broken up. He signs legislation to bail them out. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. You do something like that, I don't like you. We are not going to get anywhere in fire progress if the power company is allowed to make California's biggest wildfires. The reason that the Caldor got big, the river complex, the monument, the McFarland, all of those got bigger because 25% of the entire nation's firefighting crew was on the Dixie. 6,000 people were on the Dixie. There was nobody else to send to those other fires. They could have been put out like that. They started out slow and not too ferocious. Even the first day of the Caldor wasn't that bad. But then the wind hit. Even the Tamarack, too, could have been put out immediately. There was nobody to send. They were all in the Dixie. The Tamarack, for most of its time, had nobody staffing the southwest side of it. There was nobody to send. Look at we're going to lose sequoias because of the stupid PG&E, because we still have thousands of firefighters required to be on the Dixie that can't go help down here on the Windy and the KMP. And these fires were polite. Remember, the lightning started them on the 9th, and for more than a week they just sat there on burning really slowly. Not really expanding, not really having any wind. But they had to send for fire crews from the Rocky Mountains who said, we'll be there in a week. So they just arrived. Well, fires just broke out of their cage. The wind arrived too. We may lose entire new neighborhoods and towns and sequoias because of them. It's the same thing as last year. We lost towns, and we had fires get huge. Because just when they were starting to get a handle on other fires, like the August Complex and others, the Zog breaks out, they drop everything, and they have to run off to Redding. And that was a PG&E started fire. Here I am listening and covering that live, and burn victims are crawling down the street next to injured, crawling animals that are on fire. And they don't make it, they die. That was PG&E. Pled guilty to manslaughter again, nobody going to prison. I don't know what to call that other than just horrible, hideous corruption. Exactly, Smitty. The reason that CEOs are not in handcuffs is there's no law that allows us to do that. But you and me, if we did that, if we were negligent and reckless, if I did something stupid like flew my drone into power lines and didn't report the fire for 5 hours, like PG&E didn't report the Dixie fire for 5 hours, and I burnt down a town and killed 85 people, I wouldn't get a hand slap. I would never get out of prison. They got a $10,000 fine. That was it. A $10,000 fine. They make more than that per minute. Those salaries. I don't know. But you vote for the same, you get more of the same. I'm for ending corruption no matter where it is, no matter what party you're in. People want to know what the channel is about. It's about educating people so we don't have any of these more mega fires, because we can prevent them. We can save lives, save property, educate the public, and then change our policies. These mega fires are not a new normal, they're a new abnormal, because we've done a whole bunch of things to screw up the situation. And out of the 35 reasons for these mega fires, 34 of them we can change. A lot of it's just stroke of a pen. Fund firefighting, hire more people, get more helicopters, get more stuff. But guess who's in charge of budgets? It's governors. And Newsom seems to have lied about what he did this year. He claims he increased the fire prevention budget $500 million, and he goes lottie-dying, saying that he did that, and then NPR and Hap Radio do a little digging and investigating. It turns out he slashed it by $150 million, and he shut down 8 fire training camps this year, resulting in understaffing. There was supposed to be a hearing about that, but all of a sudden that gets canceled right before the recall. I find that interesting. We just look at ABC 10. They're trying to tell the truth about what's happening. Watch their firepower and money special and see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Now that is Sierra at Tahoe. Now, I think the camera is shaking in the wind. But the trees look a little bit battered. Is it wet at Sierra at Tahoe? I really hope so. Look at those crazy winds. Wow. Yeah, Big Dog says the court case on the Dixie fire is coming out shortly and should be interesting. Well, yeah, but what I've been hearing, that PG&E may have pressured the witness, their employee, to change the story. We don't know. But they didn't allow cameras at the hearing. Isn't that interesting? But ABC 10's Brian Rittiger went in and reported on it, and he could report, he tweeted what he saw. And that seemed to be his report. Rhonda, do I have to ban you? Do I have to ban you for using... Rhonda. We have to come together, the left and the right. Read the chat rules. We don't blame groups of people, left or right. Nobody is to blame, but ourselves for being asleep at the wheel. When we blame ourselves for not taking enough action, that means we can change something. The left and the right has to come together because we both want the same thing, to stop these fires. Division is how we got here. Pointing the finger and blaming, left or right, is immature. We've all made mistakes. Extremists on the left, extremists on the right, primarily got us drinking Kool-Aid and believing the crap that they said. We need to stop listening to extremists, and that's understand each other and work towards the common goal we have, because we will either unite on this hill or we will die on this hill together. There's not that much more of California that hasn't burned up yet. I'm sorry, but it's true. It's time to stop the bickering, the finger pointing. I'm not going to tell anybody who to vote for. I don't get political. Guess what? Justice is not political. I don't care if there's a D, R, I, or something else in front of your name. If somebody in any sphere is causing California fires to get worse, they have to go, including those who just won't take action. Whoever you vote for, exercise your right. I'll tell you this, a leader does not point fingers and blame other people like Newsom did. He blamed everybody but himself. He blamed Cal Fart's CO2 emissions and the president's blah blah blah, and just argued with the president instead of being like, well, we should do something different. Didn't take responsibility for his own policies that resulted in the manpower shortage in 2020. He blamed everybody but himself. And he didn't even blame PG&E, of course. Didn't mention that. So a leader is not going to blame somebody else. A leader will take responsibility, have a plan, and unite people towards the goal. So whoever's going to do that, that's who you should vote for. I don't know who that is. But think about, long and hard, your elected officials at the top and the bottom, even at the community level. A real leader will stand up, unite people, get things done, have common sense ideas, listen to expert advice, formulate a plan, and have fires as their #1 priority. Because California can't function with these fires happening. Let's see here at Tahoe. They're having some high wind problems. Let's go back and look at Tobias Peak. And that's just not getting political. I don't care what anybody says. If anybody gets up and says, hi, I'm good on this issue and good on that issue, you got to butt in and say at the town hall meetings, okay, but what's your plan on fire? How are you going to keep the community safe? If, I don't know, is the answer, you have to say next. I'm hoping it'll be somebody in the fire field that'll want a political career, who knows what the heck he's doing, or she. That's what I'm hoping for. But anybody with common sense really could do the job. So the rules here are we don't blame groups, or like this party, that party. We can blame the actual problem, and political corruption is a problem. These fires happen on his watch. He's not doing anything about the situation to improve it, so he's a problem, he's got to go. Lying to the public, or fibbing, or exaggerating, or whatever the heck you want to call that, and actually defunding and de-staffing fires and fire prevention, whoever that is at the top has to go. So be thinking about the next election. That's all I gotta say. Unfortunately, who is at the top matters a lot. Its cause and its effect. It'd be nice if we could just elect people that are great on other issues, but not fire, but we can't afford that right now. Fire affects everyone in California and everybody in the West. Yeah, people think that wildfires only happen to people in the country. Well, people in Santa Rosa and Oakland, they beg to differ. When the Diablo winds hit Oakland, I was talking to a firefighter on the scene. Those buildings, a new structure was lit up on fire at a rate of 1 every 1.5 minutes. It spread like crazy through an urban area. I mean, Pasadena got a wake-up call with the Bobcat fire, but it was kept out of Pasadena, but just barely. But when Pasadena people were told to pack their bags, boy, they woke up. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to check on the bill signs and, yeah. The good news is that now that Tahoe just barely made it, mostly because of luck and the rest because of heroism, the firefighters putting themselves in harm's way in front of a mega fire and taking the opportunity when they got so lucky with the weather. At least the back east politicians have woken up. People asked me which president to vote for, and I refused to answer last year. I said, well, whoever talks the best game about wildfires. Maybe that. And I watched the debates, but didn't mention them. And the wildfires were still burning in the West. I just couldn't believe it. The West is kind of forgotten about by back east politicians. But you know, they all have $1 million resorts at Tahoe, at least many of them do. Yeah, they're awake now. And at least there's that. Last year, you know, they didn't even give it a name. I called it Red September. I don't know why it doesn't have a name. A once every 75-year wind event where all 3 western states get 75 to 100 mile an hour winds at the same time. Oregon, Washington, and California, plus Idaho and Nevada. And massive fires broke out and swallowed much of the countryside and the mountains. You would think that would have a name, and there'd be disaster movies in the making about it already. There will be in the future. But the press kind of covered it on the nightly news, and they went back to showing daytime talk TV. I jumped on the computer to give people evacuation info for places like Clackamas County, Oregon, because on a snow day, they have that scrolling bar thing, you know, the scroll like this, you know, and it shows which schools are closed on a snow day. But when more than 50,000 people were told to evacuate on the West Coast, the mainstream media went back to showing Matlock at noon. Meanwhile, I looked out my window and saw wildfire after wildfire breaking out and huge columns of smoke in the sky. And I saw 168 house and vegetation fires break out in my county in the course of a day. And constant sirens of the fire trucks running back and forth. So that's what I did last year on the 6th, on September 6th. I got online to tell people their evacuation info, and it all started that way. I have no idea. I have no idea why this stuff isn't. These are some of the worst fires that will occur in the next 100 years. Maybe the next 200. Later, they'll be appreciated for that as the freak monsters that they were. But don't ask me why. That school snow days have information like this scrolling down, and mainstream media went back to Matlock and reruns of what constantly plays Law and Order and stuff, daytime TV. Journalism's not the same anymore. So looking back up here, you were there, Husky, at the Bobcat fire? Man, that must have been just freaky. Tell me about your experience. Big Al says, I have a cabin in northern Minnesota. The past 5 years or so, the smoke from the fires out west have smoked out the sky for a lot of the times that I've been there. Yeah. It's been bad since 2014. I was woken up on October 13th, 2017, when a family friend, I get the bad news that he's burned to death in his house. October 12th, everything was fine. Power lines go down just sometime after midnight by Bangor and Loma Rica. At the same, because of Santa Ana type Diablo winds. And PG&E did not turn off the power, even though they had rickety lines all over the place, and they had been starting fire after fire after fire during previous years during those wind conditions, because they just don't maintain their lines. It's not my supposition. During the criminal investigation in the company, they found their emails, which was just like the Ford Pinto thing. Well, we could spend the money to refurbish the lines which are in critically bad type condition, but we could just let them fail, and that would be more cost effective. There could be some fires when power lines fall on the ground. However, we calculate most of the time there won't be, because they tend to fall over in high windstorms, and those tend to have rain. That was from their emails, just like the Ford Pinto memos. Well, we could replace this cheap part on the car that's faulty, and it makes families burn alive even at low speed rear end collisions, because it destroys the gas tank and sprays gas everywhere. But it might be more cost effective just to pay out the victims' families with the insurance we have. That's just psychopathic. I mean, dozens have died. The prior governor could have done something about it too. I mean, that was 2017. That was the year before Paradise. My friend died at Loma Rica. The same night, Santa Rosa was burning down, because PG&E started more than one fire in that night that killed people. It was the same night. They start multiple fires in multiple spots when these nights get bad. If you average it out, it's once per day, but they don't start a fire once per day. That's an average. They usually start multiples when there's high winds, because their lines fail all across Northern California on the same night. So Santa Rosa got all of the attention. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people are no 911, no evacuation notice, no reverse 911 call. All they did was wake up in the middle of the night because rocks were hitting their windows from their gravel driveways. There was an orange and pink glow in their window, and then they heard the roaring fire coming towards them. And our family friend, his last phone call was, we can't get out because the car is already on fire in the driveway. We're going to try and defend the house with a garden hose. Out of desperation, not because they wanted to stay. They couldn't get their garage door open and get past the car on fire in the driveway, because even if they open the garage door, the car's on fire in the driveway. That was the last phone call. And others didn't make it out. Same time Santa Rosa's burning down. There's video of that. There's some video of the Cascade fire online that I show sometimes, but it's one of those forgotten ones. But year after year, hand slap, you killed more people, PG&E, hand slap, you did it again. You're legally obligated now to turn off the power on a red flag night, but you don't do it. Hand slap. Oh, you did it again. Oh, man. I think people, if they knew, they wouldn't vote this way, but they just don't know. Here we have Blue Mountain Kern. Yeah, D. Thomas, that would be good. I'm praying that Oregon can free up firefighters to go south after the rain. Yes. They need help down there. Oregon has already sent Walton Valley Fire and Rescue and such to the Dixie. They would be serving more than one tour of duty, so to speak. So D. Thomas says, I've been to so many wildfires in 11 western states. They're not... Many have been... Me and Dad's stopped every year. The drive-through tree on the coast on the way to see Grandma. Oh, yeah, that tree. My grandma and I drove through that a long time ago. That's a classic. It's still there. So, I hope a lot of these trees survive. So, we still have just active, vigorous activity. Let's check our heat signatures. And our mode of severes. Fire perimeter. Yeah, I guess that's when the airplane flew over about, an hour and a half ago that they've updated their map. Hopefully Johnsondale makes it. The, what we're seeing here, though, kind of live with that Tobias Peak cam, is we're seeing, as I was pointing out, the fire crest the ridge where it can roll out this steep slope and roll down. The flaming pine cones and pieces and embers can go down. It's a very steep slope to 100 giants, so there's probably a battle to save them right now. 100 giants is somewhere down in this pocket. This, I believe, is the ridge. Because this was Mule Peak back here. So 100 giants is either there or there. It's really hard to make it out exactly what we're looking at. But so far, in the days prior, the Tobias Peak camera was showing the Windy Fire as being north of that ridge. And from the best of my abilities, looking at maps, I think that's what we're looking at. So we were hoping the fire would burn a little bit to the east of it. It may be that they just lit backfires to save it, and that's what those heat signatures are, but I don't know. It could be that the 100 grove is down in that. So let's see, we just got an update, somebody said to check on Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park. Do you want to receive the daily written updates on the K&P complex via email? You can subscribe to the Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park's Fire Info mailing list. Cool. I continue to be impressed by their public communication. This is awesome. I don't think I've seen this on any other fire. Okay, I'm going to do this right now. I'll just send a text to... You start up your text message app. You do the plus sign to make a new text. And you enter the number 22828. And you press next, and then start typing your text. And all you type in is KNP send. And it's okay. If there's a pop-up that says you might get charged, you say allow, because they just have to do that for legal reasons. Sometimes people have a phone plan where they pay for each text message. Not that many people are, but Neat. It says, hello. Please reply with your email address to receive email updates about fire in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park. Cool. So I'm going to type in kathryn.davidson.wildfires at gmail.com. Let's see if this works. I just got a text that says, thank you. You are now subscribed to the Fire Info mailing list for Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. Cool. Okay, let's do that refresh. Wow. Okay, evening update on the K&P Complex fire. Minimal fire growth today. Really. Smoke cleared up in the afternoon, allowing air ops to resume direct attack. And steep terrain inaccessible to fire crews. This includes the area on the southern perimeters of the fire nearest the Three Rivers community. But that's primarily when I lost power today, otherwise we could have seen the airplanes. Despite the fire reaching the 4 guardsmen in the giant forest, fuel removal efforts by the firefighters combined with structure wrap, which was applied by crews to the base of the iconic sequoia trees, successfully protected these national treasures. Yay! But they're not out of the woods yet, I would add. Get it? The trees aren't out of the wood. Okay. Photo by Matthew Maley, incident meteorologist for National Weather Service. Please note the Sequoia Park remains closed to the public. Explore a map of the areas under evacuation warnings and orders. Okay. With that link, the K&P complex has been a full suppression incident since the discovery of the smokestone warning of the lightning storm. And I believe it. I believe them when they're saying that. I believe they just didn't have enough people to go take care of it when they were small. The Southern Area Blue Type 1 Incident Management Team is managing the K&P under the leadership of Incident Commander Mark Morales. So, the reason I'm saying I believe it, and that's only 4 trees, by the way. They're talking about saving 4 trees. Not the whole shebang, but that's still a really good job they did there. The fire there at the base is probably them wrapping the tree and then burning around a protective circle of nothing can burn now. You know, probably on purpose, which is good. To get all the pine needles away from it. It looks kind of cute, like they're wearing diapers. Sorry, you guys can't even see this. Okay, let me get a little bigger. There you go. But that's a good sign. It's a good start. Now I think the K&P probably didn't get as fierce today as it could have, due to the incredible amount of smoke by the Windy that was blown over the K&P, kind of reducing its air. When we saw the time lapses of like Buck Rock and such, during the day it looked just like completely smoked in. That's a strange irony. Look at all the smoke coming from the Windy, excuse me. The K&P is just out of our view. Then you start seeing it. Once it's here, now we can see the light of it. It's burning to the north. At least this little section is. But aircraft had a lot to do with that, I bet. They're the number one thing in turning the tide. If it's not going to be the weather, it's aircraft. So, Big Al says if you zoom in on the picture of that tree, you'll see that it did take damage. There's a hole near the base and a burn scar at the right side that is smoldering. Well, I did notice it was blackened, but The thing is, they have pretty fireproof bark that may not be damaged. Rather, just a side effect of doing a control burn. I mean, it could have been a spot fire. But if it was a spot fire, that's super scary. They did say that part of their technique, so to speak, was to burn around the duff around them, like rake it around. And now, if that was a spot fire, that's super scary. I'm hoping that they could have like a meeting and kind of explain it. Some of these trees have been looking black like that for the better part of a century. I remember when I was looking at the sequoias, I was like, oh no, that poor tree daddy got hit by lightning. I think I was 8 or something, you know. And he's like, yes, dear, that was in 1920, but they saved it. You know, the park rangers saved them all the time. And there was a plaque showing a park ranger like photo of them in their like World War I looking uniforms. You know, with the boots and the gaiters and the cavalry pants, you know, and the mule in the background and the shovel over the shoulder. They used to patrol with well, mostly hand tools, and seal them up with a clay to fire protect them in the past. Now we got fancy diapers for the trees, but that's scary either way. If that was a spot fire, that's super scary. Do they have an update on InstaWeb? Maybe they'll talk about it. Okay. We definitely know somebody has a picture of it, like from last month, and it's not blackened. Then we would know. That's for sure. Okay, we got a picture slideshow. Oh, some Sikorsky's working it. Oh. Okay, neat. I like this picture. Let me show you. Crew's pose with the diaper. General Sherman in a diaper. You know what? They may even be kind of recreating those 1920s pictures like I was telling you about. It was really similar. But that's where the Sherman's vulnerable. Just at the base is where it had that missing bark. And that's what'll kill the tree, is if it gets up inside of it, you know. The funny thing about sequoias is they can lose a lot of their limbs. I mean, a crown fire would be catastrophic and would hurt them, especially if it got down into their bark from the top. However, a sequoia can burn to a blackened crisp and look like a completely burned up French fry, like a vertical French fry that's black. And next spring, by God, it has little green shoots coming out of it. I encountered that at Paradise. A couple trees looked different in the neighborhood. And they had gone, they're still doing it to this day, removing all the dead pines and the dead firs, the occasional dead oak. But mostly the oaks, the next spring, they looked completely dead and they started sprouting. And these two giant blackened trees in a neighborhood sort of on the east, central, northeast section of town was a blackened crisp. I walked up to it and flew my drone near it. And sure enough, it was sprouting green at the top. It had a little ribbon on it, meaning don't cut me down. That was the this tree is good ribbon. So even if some of them look dead, there is hope. Hey, Vanessa. Oh, Big Al says, just looked at a pic of the guardsmen from a month ago. Lots of low growth around the fuel, so they must have done a lot of work up there. Good, good. Do you have a way to upload that for us? Or send it to my email, Big Al? I see it. Vanessa spelled Big Al's name. I'm a big girl 007. That's classic, Vanessa. You win the prize. You win the prize. Man, I don't know how they make the General Sherman tree look this small. If that guy got in the crack over there, like he would. The scale is so weird with different camera lenses. He's in front of the tree quite a ways on this big thing. If he got in the crack over here, his body would suddenly be about that big. It's just a perspective kind of trick. He's a little bit in front of the tree. But it's a huge, like depression, like from here to here. It actually goes deep back into the tree, you know. I was so disappointed that when I took my pictures with my little paper camera when I was a kid that I either couldn't fit trees in the frame or they didn't look the proper size. Ugh. Wow, isn't that taken from the same spot the original panorama was? Oh, do you guys remember the panorama where the colony was here and the paradise was over here and there were two fires on either side? And it was the fire lookout from not the Buck Rock one, but the other. That other perspective. Vanessa says, I don't have tree diapers on my 2021 bingo card, but here we are. Wow. Opus says the Keebler elves live too there for cookie's sake. Wow. Hey, you still win the Kathryn prize? Okay. I don't know why somebody's aren't really loading for me. Okay. Yep, we saw that one. Seen from a helicopter. Okay, it may not be the exact same perspective, but I thought I recognized those rocks. Backing fire seen from the Sequoia entrance sign on the 14th. Whoa. I bet that's a trip, Big Al. Seeing, you probably saw this vista when you were at the Sequoia entrance sign. Just seeing the fire creeping up towards it. It burned the area in the foothills. Ugh. Foothills from the Morrow Rock, looking through the smoke today. Is he dipping out of the creek? That would be pretty amazing. I wouldn't think it would have enough water right now. It could just be kind of an illusion. But yeah, guys, check this out. Text KNP to 22828, and then it'll ask you to put your email in, and then you can get your email updates. That's awesome. Opus Singer says you still have power, knock on wood. Yeah, did you see the Sierra Tahoe cams being buffeted and slammed by the winds? This is Sierra Tahoe flapping around in the breeze. Here's a 3-hour time lapse. Look at this. Dang. It's like snow going by, but it's chunks of ash. You guys got a little bit of wetting rain, right? Otherwise, this would have been insanity for fire spread. Just these winds getting slammed. I mean, those trees getting slammed by the wind. Some of those gusts are pretty bad. Did you get significant rain today, Opus? And Big Al says Laurel Rock was where the other panoramic pic was taken from. Yeah. Let's look at some more stuff around Tahoe. Hawkins Peak, 1 hour. Yeah, the clouds moving by pretty quick. It's kind of a neat image. There's no trees in the foreground to give us an idea of wind speed, though. Here's that mobile one at Tahoe. We don't really have much in the foreground here either that's alive, but here, the Tahoe Basin, I'm finding out, it's ironically sheltered by the wind, because if you look at the peaks and where 50 comes out, a lot of the times the wind keeps going on that way, funneled through some of the wind tunnel canyons going towards Nevada, which is west. Sorry, east. And that's part of what saved Tahoe when the fire blew right out and over the top of Echo Summit, is there wasn't that much bad wind in the basin. It was kind of a freak anomaly that right here was pretty sheltered when it was whipping through 50, and I think the wind mostly did this because it was whipping through here. They said over at Minden that it was really high winds, but see these convenient escapes for wind that way and right through these passes. And so when it came off Echo Summit, it jumped over here and tried to climb this way, which is the path of least destruction. And the fire kind of lost steam a little bit because the wind died down right here in the basin. That was so incredibly lucky. Otherwise it would have hopped right over. It would have been on ridges. It would have gone marching towards Carson City like, hi, I'm coming this way. It would have been spilling out that way. That was incredible. The fact that it also happened at night, when there's less wind, in general, allowed them to save Christmas Valley right underneath it. A lot of firefighters remark places like Kivers and Strawberry, sometimes if you have a compact little thing, sometimes the fires kind of go over your head, and go skip from ridgetop to ridgetop, and then a little bit rolls down into the canyon. But if they're there to catch it, like at night when it wasn't so windy, and the fact they did fuels reduction there before with some controlled burn and some effort meant that they were able to save the day. Just absolutely incredible. They didn't have to be there. They could have been like, well, that's a hazardous situation. For our safety, we'll pull back. But they decided to get in there. Well, that's why they're heroes. Opus says smoke hasn't been too bad either. Luck of the wind direction. Yeah. The Sierra was earlier, but it seems relatively isolated. No rain in Tahoe. I see. Hope I took a mental break and watched the sunset on the Zephyr cam. I did not. I went to the grocery store and not the one I wanted to. They had just closed down. I went, oh. I am taking the occasional mental break, though. Let's see if the Zephyr Cam has still got it. This one has the sweetest sunsets. Oh yeah. That's a nice one. Not quite the golden molten ball of gold that the sun was yesterday in a strawberry daiquiri sky. But I'd still rate it a 6. Yeah. Vanessa says we've had enough rain this month. Only the 2 Arrowhead region counties are still under burn restrictions. The rest of Minnesota has lifted the burn ban. Wow, that's good. That's good. I mean, it's red flag in parts of Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Eastern Oregon right now. I'm kind of wondering about Oregon's the fire by Paisley. It's not out. Let's take a detour for a second. Heat detections. None north of Tahoe. Hey. I don't see any active heat detections for Eastern Oregon either. I wonder if they got rain at Paisley. Well, I hope it was wet for them. Goes shows pretty active fire still. What we don't want to see is the fire crest the Paradise Ridge. Every day that they have more time before it does this means it's looking better for Silver City and Cable Cove and everything along Mineral King. And we want it to do something like this. If it has to jump it down there, we don't want it to spread up here before winds blow it over right towards the places where there's more buildings. We would want it to kind of skip over an area that didn't have them, preferably. Because this is a death trap to try to have some sort of a line right here. There's no way out. There's no trails. It's steep. There's no way out. I don't believe they can do that. They can't put ground crews in there. I wouldn't think. This is just a. Is this a what's dotted in dashes? Is that just a boundary marker? Ooh, Empire Mine Mill ruins. This is what I want to film. The other Empire Mine. There's all history and historic structures here. And Silver City, the ghost town that's preserved. Okay. Hold on, little town. Hold on. Okay, let's see. If there's no heat detection, I don't think we need to check on the town. Paisley, I mean, we can kind of, if you want to see what I'm talking about, Paisley has dodged bullets year after year. That poor town. The Cougar Peak fire started out not too long ago, but they got pretty lucky with it too. The day that it charged forward at nighttime, they were able to go direct and kind of keep it out of the flatlands. And they had the burn scar right there. Puzzle piece kind of deal from last year's fire. And they had a whole bunch of contingency lines just kind of like this. And so the fire puzzle pieced where their lines were from last year to protect and contain the 2020's Bratton fire, which I covered a whole lot last year. So the tiny town of Paisley keeps getting protected, even though the fire burns up to its doorstep year after year. Same thing with Summer Lake Hot Springs, which is over here. We're like, go, Paisley, go. It's like a town of 70 or something. And they're the little town that could, kind of like Hayfork. So I asked during their community meeting, how did you guys save the town last year? And they said basically they, as we were supposing, they went along this line, the highway, and they lit the steep slopes on fire again, carefully, and made scorched earth so that when the fire finally came up over the ridge, it was throwing embers down, but not really taking. And then they patrolled all down here. And so they almost lost Summer Lake Hot Springs a bunch of times, but they could patrol this whole highway and kept it at bay. But it's been hairy. Look how much of California has burned up. Red and orange are the last couple of years' fires. Okay. Now, hopefully the north wind, it might do bad things, but hopefully it blows the windy south away, at least temporarily, from the castle fire, also known as the SQF, away from its burn scar, because it's a powder keg. If it really reaches it, gets established in there, that's like the trail of gunpowder, and the flame follows it to the powder keg. Then it can go boom in here. We have so many dead trees from dead, massive sequoia trees from last year. And it just started to push into it today. And they were slamming the area with bucket drops and VLATs with very large aerial tankers. Were putting a protective ring around Ponderosa and Quaker Meadow and those areas. Hopefully they can withstand it. But I've heard that they've already taken some structure loss around Slate Mountain. I just don't know exactly where. We just have to wait for the report. And gray is a heat detection with a color code, the last flare-up being somewhere between 6 and 12 hours ago. So, the 100 Grove here, the fire may be going over the ridge, and I think that's what we can see. I think that either this ridge or this ridge is what we can see in the Tobias Peak cam. Right here. So, the 100 Grove might be right down there. It's really hard to say, or right in there, or right in there. But hopefully diaper wrapping and that sort of thing is something that can help it. Okay. Husky says, I'm looking at fire history on UCAN-R fire map. There's a fire and it's been carbon dated from the year 1100 AD, and its given acreage is 3,614 and 12 acres and 21 acres, which is 5,641 square miles. Hey Husky, can you share that? That sounds fascinating. Yikes. Oh, cool, Big Al, you just uploaded more of your trip to the Sequoias. Sweet, thank you. Let's take a trip with Big Al. Big Al was at these Sequoias last month. What a lucky fun trip you had. Here's the 4 guardsmen. Whoopsie. What did I do? Stop, YouTube. I meant to make it bigger. Oh, that's really good filming. Nice. So this was last month. These are the 4 trees that were saved today. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, there was a lot of brush at their base. I can see that. Yeah, that's not good. Glad they got rid of that. But you see these snags? The standing dead trees, there. These getting on fire the fire will race all the way to the top and burn for days, even more than a week before they shatter apart. And they'll throw pieces of flaming debris like grenades all over the place. They'll shatter apart and even hit the living canopies of the other trees. That's why you can't have standing dead trees. And if they're just let to burn, which sometimes you have to let them burn when they start burning, it might be 2 weeks later, then it goes and it throws embers everywhere. Or if it's just burning there normal, like chilling, all of a sudden you have 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and those pieces will just blow into the canopy all over the landscape. It can go miles away. Chunks of bark the size of your fist could be thrown 5 miles away. And that was the craziness. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's astonishing, the amount of brush growing at the base. That's bad. And now we can see how a clear before and after. Man, thank you so much for posting this. Here's the after. See all the stuff flaming down at the base. Maybe that brush wasn't removed. Maybe they wrapped it and the brush was still there and that just caught fire, and maybe that's why the tree has a scar on it after all. I mean, wow. Maybe I was totally wrong about them raking this up and lighting it ahead of the fire. Wow. So that's a really sweet before and after. They've got their work cut out for them. Look at all the standing dead trees just everywhere. You do want a couple for habitat. You do want, woodpeckers to have a home and some species that need them. But you don't want them littering the landscape like that. That is a huge fire hazard. Vanessa says, Kathy, you mentioned how some fires can smolder over the winter. Have you thought about doing any stories on the coal seam fire from ghost towns? Oh, you mean Centralia? Why, funny you mentioned that. There's a movie. The beginning of the movie is two guys walking through Centralia, like, before they tore down most of the buildings. They're pretty much torn down now, which is so sad. But some of the holdouts decided to not sell out to the government and just stay there. And that's one of the craziest things I've ever heard of. That's worse than living on top of an active volcano. That is worse than staying behind in a wildfire. That's way worse when the fire's under the ground beneath you, and at any time the ground can open up, swallow your house, and swallow you into a pit that's on fire. I would be the first person to pack my bags and get the heck out of there. But it's true. In Centralia, was that Pennsylvania? They had a garbage burn day. I guess that's how towns used to deal with garbage. Is they had just a garbage dump in the open air. And thanks again, Al. You're so awesome for sharing this. The before and after is pretty stark. But yeah, that's one of the classes of ghosts called a disaster ghost town, and they're usually one of the few that get abandoned overnight. Most people think of a ghost town, they think, oh, everybody picked up and left, and that's actually extremely rare. Most ghost towns die over a period of at least 60 years, 20, 40, or 60 years, with the population just sort of mostly leaving after most jobs leave a town. The exception is the disaster ghosts, where there's been a cataclysm, and most of the population just goes. That's either nuclear accidents, You have fire, flood, quake, and occasionally underground fire, which is a special kind of a club with very few members in it. So I don't know when it was. Was it the 60s? At Centralia, Pennsylvania, pretty decently sized town. They were burning their trash. They just assembled, they got the town's trash, put it at their dump, and they lit a fire, and it was okay. And then it wasn't okay because sort of a hole opened up in the ground and burning trash fell in it. And then they reported that there was a coal fire in the coal mine that was kind of underneath the outskirts of the town. I believe in an area that they didn't generally mine anymore. Whatever the case, it got established before they could do much about it. And it didn't seem to be too bad at first. Well, we will put it out somehow, right? Right? But then they realized it was really, really established. And they thought, well, maybe we could seal it up or something. But it kept breaking through to the surface and finding air that way. And so they kind of went, And the town kind of knew about it. But then children on the playground were just doing their thing, and all of a sudden there's a scream and a girl disappears into a hole in the ground. And there's smoke and the smell of burning coal, and they pulled her out. Thank God. But it was a wake-up call to the community that the fire's really established and spreading throughout the coal seams. And then they realized there's no way to put it out. I'm still flabbergasted at that one. It seems to me like you would just pump in CO2. No matter how much it takes, just do it. CO2 is heavier than air. It's getting its oxygen from somewhere, so if you put it in the hole, it will eventually just fill up with CO2 and then go out. But apparently they had engineers look at it and say we can't do it. To me, what I'm hearing is it's too expensive to do it. They decided eventually to just evacuate the town. And the government stepped in eventually and said, everybody out. And they did the thing just like the Tillamook burn, where like 16 communities burned to the ground in 1933 west of Portland. And for the most part, nobody wanted to buy. Like, you could sell to a private party, it just, nobody would buy it. Why would you buy a house with it? It could fall into a fiery pit at any moment, right? That's a bad investment. And so the government was offering decently fair prices as far as I know. And some of them said, nah, I'm cool. It's cool. We'll just chill here. I can't understand that. But there's an instinct in every creature that is territorial, including humans, which is to defend your home and feel safest where you are most familiar. Humans are kind of scared of the unknown. Whatever's familiar feels safest to us. It's an instinct. And, well, a lot of people stayed, or at least some did, and so they were living in this completely deserted ghost town, except for them, of course, and they just kept going about their business until recently. It became a bit of a grim tourist attraction. But they couldn't even maintain roads anymore. They finally had to say nobody can drive on it because the asphalt would split open in several spots and smoke would just start pouring out of it. And eventually they decided that they would bulldoze the town. I don't know if they've completed it. But there's a movie. I don't know if the movie's any good, but I saw it on YouTube. The entire intro, the credit roll, is two guys walking through Centralia, and they're walking past, the chasms and the pits, and there's just cracks all over the ground randomly where the coal fire smoke is coming out. But yeah, if I had the funds, I'd go and film it. And can you imagine the emissions coming from that? A coal fire underground since the 60s. There's another one in, was it Kazakhstan or Tajikistan or Turkmenistan, where they had a massive natural gas well explode, and then a sinkhole opened up and everything fell in, and it's called the entrance to hell because it's still on fire. And it happened in the 60s or something too. And they say there's no way to put that one out either. So, yeah, Vanessa says it was 1962, I think, and as of 2020, there were 10 people still living there. Yeah, you can't move in, but apparently they couldn't kick the old timers out. Yeah, Vanessa says, I read about several other coal seam fires in the United States and in China, but I don't remember the details besides Centralia. Yeah, same thing here, as I kind of researched a little bit, and that's about the most that I know. I would love to go and interview those people and be like, "What's up? You're the last people of Centralia. It may be that human beings can't live here again for a few hundred years, safely anyway." Oh, you have a new video for us, Big Al? Oh, okay. Yeah, I should just look at your channel. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah. So your daughter is looking out the vista. Wow, this is what it looked like before it was on fire, guys, last month. Whoa. Oh, wow. Cool. I remember being here. Yeah, this is very difficult to put a fire line in. The whole steep terrain. Look at all the dead trees. Oh my gosh. These beetles are so bad. Wow. Okay, let's line it up with the photo. Let's go back. I think that was page 7. That's Morro Rock, right? Okay, so where's Morro? Oh, you're on Morro Rock, right? Okay, I forgot. Morro Rock is not going to show up in the photo because you're sitting on top of it. Okay, so but there's a different photo that lines up. There's another coal seam fire burning in Pennsylvania since 1915. Yikes. Burned area in the foothills. Okay, this is seen from Sequoia entrance. Yeah, sorry, I'm it's midnight. I'm getting tired. 10 people still living there, man. Right. I was just wondering if it lines up with any of the other pictures. I think there was one before this General Sherman tree. Okay. Is this the same view from Morro Rock? Or was the panorama like this? Was the panorama from here to here? It was the panorama that lined up to this, right? Or Because if you look over here, Three Rivers is that way. This is how you get to Three Rivers. Right? Yeah. Morro Rock is the pic of the helicopter behind it. Right. But I thought the panoramic lines up with this. At least partially. Okay, stopping it at 9 seconds, okay. You'll see where the fire was. So, if Morro Rock is in the background, then the helicopter is here. Is that where it was? Because this is where that stream bed is, right? I wish it was like a proper slideshow. Okay. Foothills of Flame. Yeah, there's Morro Rock. Okay, so it's not quite across. It's actually... Now the helicopter is... We are looking to the east, right? I mean, because this is the rock, correct? And if I remember right, you drive up to it, and then you turn around, and you got your vista from it, correct? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, there's a delay in what I say and what goes on, so... Does that look about right? That the helicopter is to the east of Morro Rock? This is looking to the north? Okay. Oh, to the north. Okay, then, yeah, that's what I was thinking then. If this is the creek opposite Morro Rock. Then the helicopter might have been flying up that way. But I was thinking that the helicopter, now looking at this, was going up a creek over there. Like on the same side of the canyon with it. The valley to the right of my daughter is where the fire came across, right? Yeah, we know that that's the entrance to the park. That's the incredible climb you gotta go with the switchbacks. Right. So do you think this is across the canyon? Because I don't think that it is. But then again, I was 8 the last time I was here. Yeah, I think the heli was lower. Okay. Okay, I think the helicopter's on the same side as the canyon, as the rock, and I think the canyon is going like this. This is the north side, and this is the south side of the canyon. And that's looking east. Do you think? Do you think my drawing is correct? I don't know. And that's pretty cool. Thank you for uploading these videos. You're awesome. Not sure? Yeah, I think it's probably near the floor of the canyon. I think this is looking north. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Oh, you think this is looking north. So you think it's north like that. From across the canyon. See, I don't know. Maybe a local could tell us. But you know what I want to do is find that panorama. That's quite a ways back here, but it's going to be worth the clicks. Because I think that's what's going to line up. That panorama was astonishing. That's some excellent photography. We'll check our cams in a moment too. There we go. The Paradise and Colony panorama. It was taken from Morro Rock, wasn't it? I think you are lined up with this. Dang. Wow. No. No, it's not taken from Morro Rock. It's taken from the lookout, isn't it? We're not sitting on Morro Rock, are we? I thought we were. Did I get confused? No, we are. It is. It's the same. Look, guys. Wow. Oh, not right there. See that line up? See this little blip here? See it? Dude. There it is right there. Wow. You did it. You did it. You were in the same spot that later a fire erupts. This is the viral kind of stuff, man. Oh, spooky. Back the video up and you'll see them. I think we will. I think we will. Let me take that playback speed down to slowest. That's incredible, mate. You just panoramaed and you showed all of the fuels and everything the way it was before this monstrous fire. August 15th, almost exactly 1 month ago. Dang. Okay, so it doesn't line up yet. That's looking to the east. Now we're swinging around to look at the south. Yeah, so your daughter's there. She's famous now. And I bet you guys weren't even thinking anything like this was possible a month ago when we were there, right? So, right there, those rocks are those. Wow. You know what? If we clip this, you could send this to the media and it would be one of those viral things. Visitor films the exact area that the Paradise and Colony fire would be caused with a lightning strike 1 month later. Wow. Dang, Al, this is cool. I mean, a bad way. I mean, because there's a fire, of course. But this is one heck of a spectacular before and after. It is cool in the way that we know what the fuels are exactly, and we don't have to speculate looking at some Google car tour of 2016, you know. Big Al says, yes, those are the same rocks. There was a guy walking around at the end of those rocks, and he was kind of nuts. Really? Tell me about him. Looks like it was smoky already. Just in the neighborhood. Probably from the French fire. And, well, the valley filled up with smoke. Just from the others. Dang. What did I do? Did I close it on accident? Bad mouse. What did I do? There was a flash and my picture's gone. What? I accidentally left my finger on the mouse button for a second. What just happened? It's gone. No? I was saying look at it again, and I just closed it somehow. Well, we can get it back. We'll just get it back. Okay, KNP. Hold on. I'm gonna take the walk of shame through InstaWeb land again. KNP complex. Go to incident. 8 hours ago, they had it at 17,857 acres. But we know it has spread. They said it hasn't spread too much. Well, that's good. Yeah, here we go. In all of its full-size glory. Unfortunately, we don't have the majesty of a guy stepping out of a porta-john this time, but we won't hold it against this photographer. We just know that the best wildfire photography panoramas include a guy stepping out of the porta-john right in front of a fence, which is acting like a convenient fig leaf to hide his, well, you know what the fig leaf hides. Oh, yeah, hey Bugs, how are you? So, yeah, you had a lucky break there. I bet you were like, oh, it's so smoky. This view sucks. Oh gosh. Oh, incredible. And I actually enjoy this. This is just really cool that you're sharing this with the public, that a lot of people can't make it out here and see it. And yeah, nothing does it justice. We talk about the high Sierras being some of the most rugged, unspoiled wilderness in the world, and it's barely been touched by man. People assume that all of California has been bulldozed and turned into a big city, and the high Sierras haven't been tamed. There's very few roads, there's very few towns. About 80% of the towns that ever existed in the mountains are ghost towns now. I'm still working on statistics on that, but most of them are gone. The ones like Greenville that, well, has been almost obliterated, we hope it comes back. But a lot of them just, it's a hard living to survive up in the Sierras. Not that many jobs, very harsh weather. And hard to get the tourists up in it. And there's a lot of competition in California to tour other things. But you know what? Universal Studios is nice and everything, but not nice like this. It doesn't have a tree that's been growing since, well, the Bronze Age. Stop autoplay? What does YouTube think I want to watch? Does YouTube think I'm a guy? And I want to see machine gun videos? There's a cat. There's a funny cat meme. I kind of do want to see that. Virtual train ride. Follow the Roman Empire. A video game. What the Etruscan language sounded like. Watch Barry Sacramento. KCRA is live right now. Okay. Skyrim, the game that I've never played, apparently, is good. Oh, and Mount Etna in Italy. The live cam of the volcano. I do actually want to see that, but whatever. You would think they would have sequoia videos suggested to me. But dang, thank you so much for sharing this. Did I miss any chat? Yeah, Husky Eagle saying Alaska has not normal fires, they have gigafires. Yeah, I bet. Let's see here. this is what I like most about covering these fires. I actually don't like looking at them. I like this kind of interaction where we can hope that things get saved and see what there is out there to be fighting for. I want to preserve things. That's why I'm so freaked out by fires and scared of them. I want our cultural heritage in the land to be there for the other generations. Everything that we see today is there because prior generations fought to save it. The firefighters of previous generations, the park rangers and people who made the parks, and everything from Congress people voting to people of the past designating them as protected, the people preserving history. Everything we've ever seen today is because somebody saved it from destruction. I hope we can too. But that's the whole point of my camera fund, to help get me a camera. I'm so grateful to everybody who's donated. I want to go and film these with a really good camera. Special places. We hope they don't disappear, but the reality is they might. Ghost towns. I want to interview old-timers and veterans and anybody with a story, you know. I want to do a California tour, hopefully soon, and we will not only do that. I not only want to interview people, but I want to have little miniature parties at restaurants where we celebrate the end of the fires. Something for us to look forward to. So if you want to help me in the mission, even if it's just if you want to be interviewed or know an old-timer who wants to be interviewed, please email me at kathryn.davidson.wildfires @gmail.com. And even to just say hi, or if you just want to meet up and do the party with us, that would be more than merrier, I think. But we can't talk about which places we might want to meet quite yet, not until the fires are really kind of over, because we don't want to curse such a place, right? I even put my wrong, I mistyped the email. Dang it. Okay, let me try that again. It's in the description of the video, but just in case. I am very behind in my emails, but I'm working on it. I was kind of unprepared for the amount that I would receive, but I will get to all of them. And I appreciate every single one. I appreciate everybody who's donated to PayPal too. From the bottom of my heart. I hope to get that camera set up soon and spruce up the car and plan something. I want to film survivor tales. And everything. Not just aftermath, but the places fire didn't touch too. But this special Big Al, the sweeping panorama here. And if you pause it right about there. Hard to believe that the fire went all the way like that already. All this has been burned, at least in a couple of lines. Wow. So, let's check on our, we still have the radio on, they just haven't said anything for more than an hour. Yeah, it's still on. Sequoia and Sierra National Forest Broadcastified channel. I wonder if watching the beginning of that movie about Centralia would be a copyright violation, or if it would be considered fair use because I'm talking historically over it. Let me figure out what movie that was. There's only so much that we can see. We haven't seen too much expansion in the past hours. We've seen it flare up from within the place that it's been. We know that the Windy is expanding, but the big squares of detection have such a huge margin of error that by the time a new square goes up, sometimes it has to travel a couple of miles. It's like 5 square miles in each square, so something like that. So, but that it is a fire-related topic, and you don't really see open flames. I'm hoping that there might be a couple hours where the fire is less active. We will have some wind gusts tonight. You can see the wind's pretty spooky in the way it's making that layer cake pattern. But if it dies down a little, like say we have an hour of less wind, it could start filling up those valleys with smoke and kind of putting that lid on the fire and dampening down its activity. And then that smoke will build and build and build up towards the peaks. And then you might see it have minimal activity through the night. I hope that might be what happens. To see how in these last frames the smoke seems to be rising. Down here we can see all that activity, but the amount of smoke is filling that valley and obscuring the flames little by little in just the last few minutes, and it either could be something real temporary, and then we see the flames again as the smoke blows past. But what if it's filling the valley, and it'll dampen the fires? That's what we can hope for. Don't know if it'll happen, but that's what we can hope for. Did I miss any chat? Now, what was a little bit concerning was the Sierra Tahoe cam whipping around in that wind, but that's high up there. The Sierra Tahoe cam is a lot windier than anywhere else, being kind of by Echo Summit. I mean, that's where the wind gusts are. Just look at that craziness. Dang. Even the camera's shaking. Mind you, it's not a movie, it's a frame taken every 1 minute. So within that 1 minute, the vegetation's probably whipping around a lot faster than what's depicted. If you can see vegetation moving around in a time lapse, then in person it's usually worse. Thank goodness they've had a lot of time on the Caldor of favorable weather and such a huge response too, that they probably have those hot spots kind of ringed in by retardant by now. Otherwise we'd see this fire go marching places. Some spots really might be moving tonight, but at least they're on it. At least the humidity is more of a factor up there by Tahoe. Chris Jones, he says, lands at 3 Rivers. Sequoia Rangers tried to bust him for launching in the park, but he had GPS proof. What? I'm not sure I understand what you said, Chris. Somebody was supposedly using a drone in a national park or the Sequoia Park, and then he had proof he didn't put the drone there? Is that what you're saying? Or I must have missed part of the conversation. Yeah, you're totally right, Big Al, about how it started. Let me try to figure out which movie was filmed in Centralia. Let me figure this out. Oh, it's called Made in USA, a 1987 film. Opens in Centralia and the surrounding coal region of Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah. And then the Silent Hill video game was inspired by it. Yeah, that all those kiddos kept saying that Centralia was the real Silent Hill. Well, sort of. Let's see if it's out there. I remember seeing it. Made in USA intro. Movie intro. I mean, somebody may have taken it down. Was it? Is it American made? Did I just totally screw that up in my head? No, it's called Made in USA. Was it re-released under another title? Yeah, it says watch on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know whatever that is, but here it is. If I don't have the original soundtrack, I might get away with doing the thing where we're, for educational purposes, we are examining this film, of course, for the historical record and etc. It's a pretty low resolution footage anyway. That does look like 1987, doesn't it? Yeah, hitchhiking in the 80s was not going to get you anywhere. So, yeah, the film, they just kind of walked through the ghost town before they tore down the buildings. It's quite a nice little place, as far as I could tell. Except for the burning pits of hell that dot the landscape. The coal fire that's been burning since 1962 and cannot be extinguished, apparently. That is burning underneath the town and randomly finds a way to reach the surface, and pits, chasms, and cracks straight into hell open up randomly across the town. There's the baseball diamond graveyard. It's been killing the vegetation with the emissions of carbon monoxide and such. It's not particularly healthy air. He just boarded up and basically left at a moment's notice. It was like a little time capsule. Except for the holdouts that decided not to leave. Hey, good night, Husky. Good night. What a crazy opportunity to start a movie. This is the kind of thing that video production people just dream about. This is a common thing in ghost towns, where you see the house used to be there. There's the curb. There's little stairs to nowhere that went to the front door, like right there. It's even part of the picket fence. I mean, in any urban landscape, you can kind of sometimes see those. And you know there was probably once a nice old home there. But yeah, the entire town was abandoned. The pretty large buildings. Now that's a car. I wonder what the story is behind that. Why is that car like that? If you're hitchhiking, would you get in that car that stopped for you? I don't know about that. Just buildings with chunks of them missing. Now, part of these collapsed because the sinkholes happened. I mean, some of them collapsed because they weren't maintained. But underneath some of the town's housing, there would be a sinkhole, and then the coal fire would come up from beneath and destroy the individual house. So I guess the main character comes by to find relatives just passed out drunk in the middle of the day in despair. It's kind of a dark movie. Let's see if they show more of the town. I think they go exploring abandoned houses. It's the kind of perfect movie set you don't need to do anything to it. You just set up your equipment and you film. Most scenes like this, abandoned house, they like have to add everything, all the little extras. They'd buy new curtains and drag them around behind a car to get them tattered looking and hang them for a movie prop, you know. Not here, it's all ready made. But as far as I know, all of this has been destroyed because it was attracting people to the danger zone. There's something fascinating about the abandoned. It's kind of sad. You'd think they would have been able to move some of the homes because they're lovely. A lot of those Victorian era types had kind of wood you can't get anymore, like old growth and such. What was that? Was that a bird? Wow. I guess even in the 80s, they were in the process of tearing down some of it. I can't remember the population at the time. Dang. But yeah, that's it. Let me give you the link if anybody is interested and put it in the chat. There you go. That's the Sierra Tahoe cam. Look at those winds. Imagine, what if they hadn't made all this progress at the Caldor and these winds had hit like this and it was totally dry? Can you imagine? Every wildfire is a race against time to get more control over it before the next wind event, otherwise it goes nuts. So, I wish we could see more going on with the K&P and the windy fire. I am slightly concerned, of course, about the wind being up there at Tahoe, but I am much more concerned about the dry wind. It'll be coming all throughout the day tomorrow as well. Red flag expires at 8 p.m. tomorrow. It goes throughout the night. So here's our look at the windy from Blue Mountain Kern. And the thing buzzing around up there was the Scout airplane going back and forth and sweeping. Big Al says the Appalachian Mountains has lots of beautiful places. And lots of rundown, depressing places too. Tons of history up there. Well, I want to go there. If anybody wants to help fund me, I decided that I should start something called the Ghost Town Society. Fund me and I'll go film as many as I can. The United States and the world. Just have camera, we'll travel. We've gotta film these before they disappear. I never see any ragged old building as depressing. I'm always joyful at least some of it's still there. I tend to see gritty, rugged, industrial type buildings as an opportunity to, hipsterify them, restore them, have them as an attraction, and restore their beauty. I just see the finished, restored product. I just see the opportunity. It is sad to me when they finally hit a wrecking ball. That's, or a fire takes them or something. That's what I think is most awful. When I show up at a place that has awesome historical pictures and there's nothing there except a field or some yuppie condo or some trailer where the elegant stately home used to be or the lovely town used to be, that's when I'm sad. I think I should call that Class H ghost town for horrible. The fate was horrible. Oh, hey, Tracy. Big hugs. Big hugs. Good to see you. So this is the K&P. And it is mostly burning around in the same footprint, but we can see that some of it is trying to go north. But the wind shifted. It shifted several different times in the past 3 hours. That smoke blanket at least is settling down. Yep, the fire's peeking out again. If the smoke can settle in these lower elevations, that'll put a lid on it, at least down there. It'll still be active on the ridge tops. But that would be the best result. And ironically, the wind, the smoke of the windy fire suppressed some of the activity of the K&P today, and they got some aircraft out there. So we'll have to wait for the morning report, if there is a morning report, on how it goes. But right now, I want to make a call to my friend in Australia. She's really cool, and we support each other. I've hardly been outside my house since the 14th of July when I first started the stream. But basically every waking hour has been covering fires, and I do have to take breaks from them and talk to people, and I only have a couple of days of the week I can talk to my friend in Australia on her time, of course, which is 1 in the morning. So I think I will do that. And when we're finished, in the morning, I will put the fire stream back on. There's nothing to listen to because we never found any Broadcastify radio stream. I still have the one for Sequoia playing, and they haven't said anything in more than 2 hours. So what I think I should do is take some sanity time. And I think I've been outside maybe 7 different days in the last 66 days. I'm going to take a little walk, and I'm going to restart the stream in the morning. Oh, Tracy says, is that north of the general? Yes, we're looking at it from the north in this view. We know that they did save some of the trees. Man, you just missed a whole bunch of us looking at it. You gotta go back and watch, Tracy, what we just did on past hour. They saved the 4 sentinels, maybe even just barely. I thought it was a backfiring operation. Well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a spot after all. And Big Al just shared some home video. But I have hardly seen any of my friends since July 14th. They're wondering why they haven't seen me in a long time, and I better get used to reality again. You know, in a way, come up for some air every once in a while. So I will put the stream back on after a few hours when I'm done with my little Zoom talk with my friend. But yeah, Tracy, go back and see. Big Al was here at the same place this panorama was taken, and Big Al shared the picture. So here's what it looks like in a 3D view with a pan. And he happened to film the exact spot that the photographer stands. As lightning strikes the peaks on either side of the canyon. I mean, there were even more. We can't forget the firefighters did put out a couple smaller lightning strike fires. They just couldn't get to all of them at once. Right about here is the same vista, but that was 1 month prior. Yeah, you gotta see that. That's pretty good. But, okay, guys, I will restart the stream in several hours, and we'll be back in the morning. Definitely by 7. 7 is when they have their meetings and such. Sorry I lost power earlier today, and it randomly cut out. I hope I don't lose power again, but the storms are rolling through here, so. But thanks, everybody. Thank you for the little donations. It keeps me here, keeps me fed. While I don't have income, this is the 67th day or so, because it's after midnight, right? Since the fire started. I've been here every single day except for like 5 days. So your donations keep me able to do this. Otherwise, I would have had to quit a long time ago and go back to work. So I thank you all for being here, and we'll see you in several hours, okay? Everybody, I hope you stay safe. Big hugs. Love you guys.